Who doesn't like a big fluffy wolf, a soft wolf? Me, that's who. Though that does not apply for speaking about the Red Wolf of Radagon, who I believe I've already sufficiently lambasted. Fortunately, however, we've got a far better jumbo-sized canine to talk about now, that being the grave-tender Great Wolf, fought alongside its trouserless human companion, the Champion's Grave-tender, in the painted world of Ariandel. Ashes of Ariandel was Dark Souls 3's first DLC, and although I don't think it's FromSoft's finest expansion, it's still great. They really don't have any bad ones. Mind you, this is the FromSoft expansion with the fewest bosses, featuring just Sister Frieda and this man/wolf duo, way down at the bottom of that infernal branch section. Oh, don't you just love the platforming in these games? Mind you, this is one of those bosses you can encounter way before, in the snowy woods section near the beginning of the DLC. Place is overrun with wolves, not to mention these bizarre tree ladies. What even are these things, even? You head up in the direction of the Millwood encampment, and up there from above, a great wolf howls at the sky, leaping down to join the pack. Me, myself, personally, normally I just sprint away here because it's all very difficult and hard and tough and challenging. But you can face the Great Wolf and even defeat it here, though it's impossible to properly kill it. Instead, it'll just sort of fade away. Oh. And because you can technically come to this level as early as upon reaching the Cathedral of the Deep, instead of you getting anything too exciting, the game just gives you a large titanite shard. Rubbish. Give me chunks. I want chunks. But the true fight against the wolf is not here, but there, just over there. Right, let's get this guy out of the way first. He's lame. He's not wearing any trousers, he's not wearing any pants, and that's inappropriate. Just an NPC type fight, with the only notable thing about him being that he's using the unique Valor Heart, which you get as a reward for victory. Never used this weapon myself, but I guess it's pretty interesting that it's both a sword and shield packed into a single weapon. Pretty neat, huh? Isn't till you've taken off about half the Grave-tender's HP though that things get really neat, when the Great Wolf reappears for the decisive battle. I think the Great Wolf is, well, great. In fact, it's pretty much like the Red Wolf of Radagon, except not shit. No delayed magic glint blades, the attacks are more readable and sensible, and although the boss certainly is quite mobile, it's still all within the realms of enjoyability. I mean, its Frost Rush attack has the wolf undergo rapid relocation, sure, but I don't care. The move is great fun to dodge, just like when Vort does it. In fact, now that I think about it, this boss might have more in common with Vort of the Boreal Valley than the Red Wolf of Radagon. It even has a Frost Breath attack, which is also both cool and fun. The Champion's Grave-tender and Great Wolf are hardly one of Dark Souls 3's premier boss fights, but a big part of that is how lackluster the human combatant is. They shouldn't have been an NPC enemy, they should have designed an actual unique boss of quality to fight alongside the wolf. I'd even have taken some super buff Millwood Knight type enemy here rather than this dumb idiot. The Great Wolf though, nah, the fight with it is a damn good one. Enjoyable, nice visual design and some fun attacks to deal with. Even though 190 already isn't a spectacular ranking, Great Wolf is definitely doing all the heavy lifting here with it, whereas if the trouserless Grave-tender did its fair share, could have been a lot higher. And now for another one of those pesky bosses which have to go and sit outside the norm, and I mean that literally too, this boss mostly does just sit. It's Maiden Astraea, the archdemon of the Valley of Defilement. Although they each have a quirk or two, the fights with the aforementioned Leechmonger and Dirty Colossus are fairly conventional brawls against big, monstrous, dirty beings, nothing all that avant-garde. Thus, quite reasonable to expect something similar when you walk through the final fog gate of the world, some towering filth demon perhaps, a battle against some unspeakable embodiment of this horrible, wretched place maybe. However, that is not what we get. What we get, the true archdemon of the Valley of Defilement, is Maiden Astraea, a saintly woman of God, clad in white and calmly perched upon a rock, with her shining demon soul clasped in her hands. Honestly, for me anyway, it's up there as one of the most memorable moments in gaming. Dark Souls had its Gwyn moment, but Demon's Souls preceded it with its Astraea reveal, with this incredible juxtaposition between the utter depravity and degradation found throughout the valley, and then this very pleasant, pure looking being. She's not at war with the nature of this dark and hopeless hellscape, but rather she's in complete harmony with it. And since passing through the colourless fog has become a deity to its hideous inhabitants, though a far more sincere one compared to the Tower of Latria's fool's idol. And of course, just as with Dark Souls 1's Gwyn encounter, this one is topped off with one of the greatest pieces of music in all of gaming, with Astraea's theme, an emotional, polymetric masterpiece. The main threat we have to contend with here isn't really Maiden Astraea though, but rather her bodyguard, Garl Vinland, clad in dark silver armour and armed with his enormous iron hammer, Brand. I've always loved the way he rises from the swamp here, so devoted to his lady that he's chosen to remain by her side in the worst place in the world to defend her until death. Sadly though, that's about where my florid descriptions of Astraea's plight must end. Because although all that stuff really does matter, at some point we've got to take the boss fight into consideration. Although you absolutely can choose to tumble down the platforms into the swamp and make a beeline to the archdemon in white to strike her down and claim her demon soul, the conventional route is to take the passage to the left, where Garl Vinland stands sentinel in an attempt to deter you from doing any harm to his lady. Of course, standing there's not going to get you anywhere, and so a duel must be fought. But it's not very good. Biggest issue here is that FromSoft chose to place Garl right here in this cramped passage, and due to the size of his weapon and the range of his swings, his attacks will often just bounce off the ceiling or wall. You've got this mighty, legendary warrior with a heart of silver, wearing one of the coolest armor sets in the game and wielding the single heaviest weapon in the game, and you don't even really get to fight him properly because he's been inadvertently nerfed by the geometry of the space he's been squeezed into. As such, the fight's too easy to win, and because of that, it doesn't feel all that satisfying. That aside though, again, the game wins me back by doing something completely unconventional but all the more brilliant and beautiful for it, by having Astraea just give up when she realises that her seemingly stalwart guardian has been defeated, and that now there's nothing she can do to stop you. Thus, even though you do still get to claim her demon's soul, in a sense, she still succeeds in robbing you of some of the victory. The encounter with Maiden Astraea is absolutely iconic. It's one of the best moments in Demon's Souls, and honestly one of the best moments of any FromSoft game. However, I'm not ranking encounters here, am I? I'm ranking boss fights. Which, yeah, makes this tricky. I mean, if I were to focus purely on the quality of the fight with Garl Vinland, I'd have to rank this boss in the bottom 10 or 20, no doubt about it. I'm not strictly ranking based on mechanics however, because there's also so much more that goes into making a boss fight good than pure mechanics. All the emotional aspects, the legendary music, the inspired arena, the unique touches and the subversion of expectations here, it has to count for something. And so, yeah, whilst I haven't ranked Maiden Astraea very highly here, I just don't think it'd be sufficiently saintly of me to lump her down amongst the likes of Patches, and the Mist Noble, and the Man-Eater Boar. And so even though I do understand if a feather or two gets ruffled by it, I'm happy, pleased, to put Maiden Astraea firmly in the number 189 spot. This isn't a great boss fight, but in several ways it is a great boss. At number 188, I have a Black Knight. Not one of the legendary ones from Dark Souls 1, but rather one from Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. It's Black Knight Edred, found chilling in a hall in Shadow Altus's Fort of Reprimand. Black Knights in the Realm of Shadow come in two distinct flavours, Great Hammer and Twin Blade, which is what dear old Edred wields. Oh boy does he wield it. He wields it with superb aplomb. Truth be told, these Twin Blade wielders of Mesmer's infernal army are actually my least favourite of the two kinds, largely because I find them much harder. Twin Blades are extravagant weapons at the best of times, but these Black Knights go fucking buck wild with them, which also deals additional holy damage, just as their Black Steel Great Hammer counterparts do. Properly frantic and difficult moveset to deal with, to the extent that sometimes when I see a Twin Blade Black Knight out in the wild, I pretend I didn't see him and carry on with my day. Can't let such cowardice rule you here though, not in front of Black Knight Edred, who, to be honest, shares almost an identical moveset with regular Black Knights, except with about 10 times the HP. The main difference here is the aspect of the Crucible wings, which, rather than being an incantation performed with the help of a seal, is instead a dazzlingly fearsome Ash of War. One which happens to gain additional deadliness when performed with a twin blade, just as is the case here, compared to if it's used with an alternate weapon, in which case it's essentially just a flying forward thrust. Honestly, if they just left Edred as a regular Black Knight but with a boss health bar and a ton of HP, even though I'd still have some respect for this boss, I'd need to rank him lower, simply due to the lack of originality and ambition in such a boss implementation. But because they did give him this extra attack, with this being the only Black Knight weapon in the game who can throw it out, I'm quite happy to place him somewhat respectably, because even this small addition does quite a lot to give this encounter some extra identity and memorability. It makes this a boss encounter worth bothering with, rather than it just being a cut and paste job. And while we're at it, why not get balls deep into Black Knight Garou as well, the keeper of Fog Rift Fort, also found in Shadow Altus. Bit of an easy boss to bypass, to be honest, because if you're anything like me, you completely forget how to actually get into Fog Rift Fort on literally every playthrough. Really, same story here as with Edred, with this also being a Black Knight with a boss health bar, except instead of this fella being the whirling wielder of the Black Steel Twin Blade, he's more of a hammer hunk. And he's also armed with the Black Steel Great Shield, which happens to be one of my all-time favourite FromSoft shields, and an amazing shield for promised consort Radahn. Because if you set it to the Sacred Affinity, you can get it to 100% Holy Resistance, which is extremely useful for Radahn's notorious second phase. I really love the Black Steel Great Hammer too, not only when I'm using it, but when an enemy, or in this case a boss, is rocking one. Looks awesome, has a fun moveset to either use or dodge, and it even has a unique guard counter to boot, allowing Garou to swiftly follow up his block with a grinding upward hammer heave, leaving a crackling explosion of holy brilliance immediately in its wake. In fact, it looks very similar to the power contained in Marika's hammer. I won't harp on too much about Garou's regular attacks though, because although enjoyable to deal with, they are the same as what pretty much any hammer-wielding Black Knight can pull off. The showstopper here is the tongue attack, a move which is nearly unique to Garou as well, with the only exception to this being the Black Knight Commander Andreas Spirit Ash, who can also throw out the big lick, and then some. It's interesting too because even though it looks exactly like an aspect of the Crucible type move, as far as I know, it's the only move of that category that you as a player cannot learn, which I consider to be an utter tragedy because I want to lick things. And hey, that's Black Knight Garou, a fun wee boss which I have much the same opinions on as I do Black Knight Edred, though I do prefer Garou just that little bit more because of the wonders he can work with his tender tongue. And now for everyone's arch nemesis, the multi-limbed menace itself and the bane of players both new and experienced. It's the Royal Revenant. Despite how many of these fiends there are in Elden Ring, there's actually only a single boss version in the whole game, that being the one beneath King's Realm ruins in Liurnia. There are many other Royal Revenants in the game, sometimes multiple of them in the same area, but all the others are regular enemies or mini-bosses. Royal Revenants are the quintessential panic roll boss. For a start, they look absolutely horrifying. You'll see smaller regular Revenants in places like Liurnia and the Shaded Castle, and even ones riding steeds, but these rarely pose any challenge. The royal variety though, the ones wearing crowns, are on an entirely different level, being much larger and having a multitude of limbs extending out from their loathsome central mass. Despite its supposed royalty, there's nothing noble about the form of these creatures, and rather than them boasting any sort of higher intelligence, they appear to be utterly insane, attacking in mindless, frenzied bursts interspersed with the occasional stream of poisonous projectile vomit. I don't know the lore on these things, but all signs point to them being the results of some sort of unspeakable ritual or experiment, with them being now doomed to live lives of mindless, gibbering madness. Over the years, I have gotten a bit better at fighting Royal Revenants, at calmly and rationally reacting to their insane combos, but who am I kidding, I'm still shit at fighting these things. Their attacks come out so violently and suddenly that it can seem borderline impossible to actually react to. Instead, you kinda just have to know the combos off by heart. And even then, it's a tall order to come out with any Royal Revenant encounter with your balls intact. Mind you, this is all ignoring a very interesting key weakness which Royal Revenants have, that being healing incantations of all things. Although I used to think it was a completely hidden weakness, there is actually a note you can buy from the merchant on the grounds of the Academy which reveals that these abominations are tremendously weak to heals, and I like this a lot. They are a really difficult opponent, and this weakness is only relevant, or should I say revenant, if you actually have a seal and a healing incantation equipped, but even so, healing these freaks really does mess them up something special, so I'll take whatever advantages I can get. In practice though, it's actually kind of rare I happen to have any heals on me when I find myself going toe to toe with a Royal Revenant. I nearly always fight them conventionally, and while I appreciate the chaos, I don't massively enjoy that chaos. I don't think this is a bad enemy, but I do think it's quite a handful, to say the least. Even though there's plenty of horror and hideousness throughout Dark Souls 1's Land of Lordran, there's a lot of beauty to be found here too, in its levels and in many of its enemies and bosses. In fact, back in my most beautiful FromSoft monsters video from a wee while back, almost half the monsters I chose there were from Dark Souls 1, and one of the creatures I happen to place very highly in that video is my pick here for number 185. The Moonlight Butterfly, an optional boss found guarding a narrow bridge in the heights of Darkroot Forest, though a couple of respawning ones can also be found in the Crystal Caves. There's a damn good reason this big beautiful butterfly scored so highly in that video of mine, and that's because this truly is a gorgeous encounter. For a start, the arena is stunning. Darkroot Forest is a densely atmospheric level. There's such a distinctive gloom to the place, a wonderful gloom, topped off with tremendous aural ambience. And this high spot in the forest, above the canopy and the strange beasts down below, is no less visually delicious. As for the Moonlight Butterfly itself, you can actually see it chilling up on a turret even before stepping into the fog gate. Enter its lair though and see it float gently down, accompanied by what can only be described as some bloody lovely music. As for its appearance, well, these creatures aren't actually natural. Rather, they are creations of Seath the Scaleless. They do possess souls, but even their souls were created by Seath. As for its presence and role here in Darkroot, I'm not sure, though it's not the only of Seath's creations in the area, with several of his crystal golems also residing down in Darkroot Basin. One thing's for sure, that's one big butterfly with a big horn and an odd enigmatic mechanism on its back, perpetually turning for who knows what arcane purpose. Depending on your build, fighting the butterfly can either be a triviality or a bit of a chore. If you're a sorcerer and you're rocking some soul arrows, you're going to have a damn easy time here, because where the thing is completely out of range for melee players, you can barrage the thing if you've got a bit of magic. Or if you're feeling really cheap, at the bottom of the staircase leading up to the fight, you can summon Witch Beatrice, who can absolutely destroy the butterfly with her powerful magics. It's actually kind of silly how much damage she does. Or you can solely rely on your own brawn, in which case you'll have to wait until the boss flies down for a wee nibble on some foliage, which, if you look closely enough, actually does heal it up slightly, at which point you can get in as many hits as possible, stamina permitting, before the bug hits you with the old "get the fuck away from me now" AoE explosion. It's much the same sort of thing which Elden Ring would later do in the first phase of Renala's fight. But you'll have to survive for long enough to take those chances at damage, because the Moonlight Butterfly is a pure magic user. Half the time it uses its slowish moving, tracking energy masses, which are pretty easy to deal with. I usually like to run one way so that they pursue me at an angle, and then I roll into them so that they pass through. The boss's other most common attack is the sort of multi-spear projectiles, which I'm far less confident at dealing with. Multiple projectiles are sent out here at different angles, and honestly, about a quarter of the time I get tagged by one of these, particularly because the two volleys are sent out in quick succession, so that even if you roll the first, you may still land in the way of the second, though sometimes you can get lucky and not have to roll at all and the spears just miss. A way rarer attack is its side-tracking energy beam, which I managed to see in this attempt which I usually don't. I feel blessed by the butterfly for allowing me to see its beautiful beam. Though another move which I tried to bait it into using but couldn't was the one where it flies up and over the bridge and then launches a big exploding orb at you as it passes to the other side. It's actually a really shitty attack that I'm not sure I've ever managed to successfully dodge roll, but the blasted butterfly wouldn't use it for me here even though I wanted it to. Mind you, actually dodging all this green stuff is partially optional, because if you're afraid, why not just block? The crest shield is a hell of an option, though you do have to go all the way back to the Undead Asylum to get it, which is a bit scary early on. Or you could make do with something along the lines of the Caduceus round shield from the cemetery near Firelink Shrine, which boasts a fairly respectable 65% magic damage reduction. The Moonlight Butterfly is quite a special boss for me because it's when I realised that, hey, despite how it initially seems, Dark Souls 1 is not just all knights and castles and grey stone and cobbles. Instead, there's real beauty here and superb stand-out atmosphere and interesting memorable encounters. To fight, this is even close to being one of the most enjoyable bosses in the game. It's easy as hell if you're a mage and potentially slow as hell if you're a swordsman. But even so, I'd still call this a good boss. Mechanical brilliance is important for a boss fight, but it ain't everything, and it's not the only way to make a fight good. We've covered the Demi-Human Queen, the Demi-Human Chiefs, and even the Blood Fiend Chief found in the Realm of Shadow, an offshoot race with ancestral ties to the Demi-Humans. Now though, it's time to talk about Demi-Human Swordmaster Ons, found at the bottom of Bellarat Jail, though many boss versions of this being can also be found in a couple other places above ground. Allow me to swiftly get one thing out of the way here. I don't like Star Wars. I don't dislike Star Wars either, but I am and always have been utterly ambivalent towards it, and all of its spin-offs. Why am I talking about Star Wars in a Dark Souls video? Well, it's because the first thing a ton of people said upon first seeing this hyper-acrobatic monkey man flip-flopping around the arena and dazzling their eyes with his dexterous combos composed of slashes and slices from his sorceress Starline sword was, oh my god, it's Yoda. I don't give a fuck about Yoda though, you hear? And so no bonus points from me for that, alright? Allusions to popular space franchises aside, Ons is by far the swiftest and deadliest demi-human you encounter in the game. One clearly boasting a significantly higher degree of dexterity and intelligence than its more bestial brethren. Even its choice of weapon is a strong indicator of this, with its Starline sword's item description reading, "When bestowed with this weapon by their queen, the swordsmen swear to find the truth that lies at the end of the procession of stars." But yeah, that's great and all, but can you mend my clothes? Because if not, I know who my favourite demi-human still is. Despite Ons' modest stature, underestimate its combat capabilities at your own peril, because this little son of a bitch can pull off some fancy shit. This ain't no silly little Mickey Mouse moveset. Ons can get you properly panicking with its combos and mix-ups. Though it's not just the boss's attacks which are the issue, but also its manoeuvrability, with it frequently repositioning to safety after attacks, and it even has the ability to suddenly teleport and reappear elsewhere before continuing its onslaught of star-lined sword slashes. Little bastard even has a parry and punish to catch you out if you get a bit too overzealous with your offense, though the boss's most dazzling moves are those where its sword becomes coloured with a luminescent blue, almost like a lightsaber, where they do additional magic damage and even cause frost build-up. Ons' Ashen Across style AoE air slash is particularly dangerous to get caught out by, though I won't deny that it does look sick. On my first playthrough of the DLC, I remember finding Ons to be much trickier than I would have expected just from looking at it, because rather than all its flips and leaps and jumping retreats being purely for show, they really can make it difficult and even quite frustrating to hit the damn thing, especially if it's in a defensive mood where chances for openings feel hard to come by. On the other hand, I've also had runs where I steamroll it, because even though Ons can parry, it's still possible to get it stun locked where half of its HP can be deleted in seconds. Not a boss I enjoy massively, and I don't love this small nimble design either, but Ons is fine. I know you can't go at it too hard. Ons is a tricky dick, but I like that FromSoft added a new little trickster demi-human variety for the DLC, and it makes me wish that we got a new type of DLC Misbegotten too. Time to get hot and heavy in this joint to cover one of Dark Souls 2's big four, the big boss of Iron Keep. It's the Old Iron King. Hey, not a bad opening cutscene there if I may say so, with the king himself dramatically rising up and out of the sea of magma which the Iron Keep is semi-submerged in. A king whose real name has been completely lost to time, long since his flesh was charred and his soul possessed and corrupted by the dark things which lurk below the lava. Interesting wee titbit for you too is that although the boss advances towards you from the right after the opening cutscene, if you die then the next time you come through the fog gate he'll emerge straight up out of the lava to your left, right next to the platform instead. Doesn't really make much of a difference to the fight, and I mean really wasn't even a very interesting or worthwhile a fact to throw at you, but it's out there now and I can't take it back. Even if this entire video is fucked now, the entire video is ruined. Some people drool at the visuals on display here, loving the Old Iron King's design, but me, myself personally, as a person, I could take it or leave it. I mean, it's a massive demonic, draconic, winged, horned lava monster who can breathe fire and who enjoys fisting. But even so, I don't know, I guess I find it to be a bit uninspired, bordering on generic. Not a bad looking boss or anything, I mean I wouldn't kick the Old Iron King out of bed for eating crackers, but I don't love it. Though the backdrop of the fight is inarguably sick as hell, the sea of lava looks excellent. That lava isn't just for looking at either, because even though the battle does take place on this relatively small arena, all that liquid hot magma around the arena is just as, if not more deadly than the boss. You can survive an attack from this big bastard, but no man or woman can survive a hit from lava. Wouldn't be such a danger if you just had to avoid the edges of the platform, but no, hilariously, there's a gap in the floor by the wall which will lead to a swift, hot death if you accidentally tumble in whilst trying to dodge this demon's infernal attacks. A small mercy is that the Old Iron King's moveset really is very slow and simple. That is something which sets this boss apart, which is that rather than fast reactions and swift punishes being the way to handle it, there's a big emphasis on positioning. Getting yourself into safe positions based on which attack it's going to do. Try not to roll or get hurled into the drink and then getting in there and hitting the shit out of its face and fingers. Honestly, never, apart maybe from Ceaseless Discharge, has there been a boss which is so generous in letting you repeatedly hit it after attacks. After a hammer fist has been executed, it just holds its hand in place and lets you hit it, which, okay, I mean, this is a game, I know, but also this is still noticeably more gamey than most Dark Souls bosses, if that makes sense, and it also leads to this really not being a difficult encounter. Doesn't have a particularly high amount of HP, in fact it just has barely more HP than the Smelter Demon boss before. Because it's so easy to get hits in, you can wipe out big chunks of that HP quickly. Though not constantly, this is a fight where you do need to wait for your turn. The Old Iron King is a fun boss. It's a little bit silly in how over the top its visuals are, but those visuals are still enjoyable. It's very irritating if you slip up and fall into the pit, but at the same time, if you're playing suitably cautiously, you can easily avoid such deaths. I wouldn't call it cheap. I've said a lot about this boss, but let me simply close on this. The Old Iron King is what the Dragon God from Demon Souls would be if it was fun. Well, we spoke about the Moonlight Butterfly a few bosses ago, and I'd like to head back to Dark Souls 1 once again to speak about someone who actually shares a theme with that boss. It's Dark Sun Gwyndolin, the Covenant leader of the Blade of the Dark Moon, a son of Lord Gwyn and last deity still remaining in Anor Londo, one single-handedly maintaining the illusion of the city's glory. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a scutter to actually reach the lad, because to get to his fog gate, gotta first pick up the Dark Moon Seance ring from the catacombs, causing the statue of Lord Gwyn to disappear, after which you can either join the Blades of the Dark Moon Covenant or say fuck it and just charge straight in. You'll even get different cutscene dialogue depending on whether or not you joined the Covenant beforehand. Like several Dark Souls 1 bosses, Gwyndolin is a very simple affair, though it certainly can feel strange and even frustrating at first. The key is cover. Got slow moving homing soul projectiles on you? Run forward a little bit until they start to get close and then get yourself into cover where they will harmlessly hit off the pillar. Possible to roll through these with good positioning, but the nature of this attack, where there are multiple projectiles not completely clustered together, means it's easy to still get caught out and take damage. Big charged soul ray laser thing? Doesn't actually matter whether or not you're in cover at all for this attack, because even if you're right behind a pillar, it'll go straight through it anyway, though Gwendolyn will sometimes fire off these different types of magic projectiles in sequence, meaning it's rarely a great idea to be standing out in the open for too long. His final attack type, the rapid fire arrows or knives or whatever the fuck these things are, well, even though they're not as bright and magical as those other two attacks, this move scares me the most, because if you get caught out with your pants down by this, it melts through your health bar like a hot throwing knife through butter. When I see Gwendolyn standing up on his tippy toes / serpentine undercarriage and there's still a good bit of distance between us, I dive into cover as soon as ASAP. If I'm kinda close though, I specifically wait for this attack to be telegraphed, because it's easier to evade when you're closer, and it's the attack which Gwendolyn is the slowest to recover from before he can begin teleporting away. Once you figure out how to deal with each of these three attacks, you've nailed Dark Sun Gwendolyn. It's just a case of catching up to him again and again until his health bar is fully dealt with. Even if you do only manage to get just a single attack off upon reaching him, he's got so little health that it still feels like you're making progress. Even if you do have everything figured out though, his attacks truly do sting if they make contact. This is a boss that's easy to underestimate. But then you walk in through the fog gate with a smug smirk on your face and you say to yourself, hehehe, and then immediately get obliterated by a soul laser. Serves you right. Dark Sun Gwendolyn really is one of those vintage bosses, where the challenge is all about learning and adhering to the boss mechanics presented to you in this unique arena, as opposed to Gwendolyn himself being any sort of intense, fast-paced combatant. You can even think of it as kind of being a puzzle fight, and as simple as that puzzle may be, I enjoy it quite a bit. Classic Dark Souls 1 vibes are to be found in these hallowed halls. Let's now cover what was once the true final boss of Dark Souls 2, up until that disappointment Aldia showed up. It's Nashandra, coming in at number 181. I'll confess, I'll throw my hands up, Copper, you've got me banged to rights. I have never paid much attention to Dark Souls 2's lore at all. I think that's the same with a lot of people really, though I have also had people comment that Dark Souls 2's story is actually really good and well worth learning, and so maybe one of these days I'll catch up on it. Because of my dearth of DS2 lore knowledge though, I don't really know the whole dealio when it comes to Nashandra, other than that she's evil and bad. There's that big ominous portrait of her midway through Castle Drangleic which literally curses you if you stand too close, which is definitely a red flag. And then there's that somehow even more ominous meeting with her just before the Dragon Riders boss. I actually think this is a really well done interaction, the way she's placed way back there, all remote and inscrutable. After that encounter though, providing you've obtained the Ashen Mist Heart so as to enter into the memory of Jay to defeat the Giant Lord, the next time you see Nashandra, all of a sudden she's a fucking terrifying H.R. Giger skeleton lady with a skirt of skulls. Joking aside, I genuinely do find her design here to be quite disturbing and quite excellent. This battle falls on immediately after the fight with the Throne Watcher and Defender, though thankfully if you do go on to die to Nashandra you don't need to redo the whole shebang. Mind you, unless you get caught out by a cheap hit here or there, you really shouldn't be doing all that much dying to Nashandra, because even though she was originally the final boss and all, surprisingly, really not that difficult. She'll always start off by generating 3 curse orbs which stay in place in midair and generate a curse area of effect, and she can even regenerate these as the fight goes on too. This is Dark Souls 2 though, isn't it, where instead of curse causing an immediate death like petrification does, it just lowers your max HP a bit each time the meter maxes out. Really not all that big a deal. And the effect can be easily reversed by just popping a human effigy even in the middle of the fight. Also, the curse orbs can be done away with by just attacking them, which has never felt quite right to me. Because there's no sound or visual cue to accompany your hit, they just sort of fade away in a profoundly unsatisfying manner. Even so, even though I'm kind of mercilessly ridiculing the curse orbs here, bullying them, I still kind of like them. Nashandra will of course attack you as you try and remove them, and if you have to leave one or two up, they do serve as a somewhat respectable area-based deterrent which can punish you if you land close to them whilst trying to dodge Nashandra's other attacks. The curse orbs aside, Nashandra's special attacks are dark based, generated with the power of the luminous ball of light clasped in her left hand throughout the fight. The most dangerous of these is her dark laser, which looks very similar to the kind which the dark lurker can throw out, though she can also charge herself up and unleash a dark explosion. The bread and the butter of Nashandra's output, however, is her melee moves, the severing swings from her deadly Scythe of Want, which deal very big damage and will themselves cause curse build-up if you get tagged. And the timing for these swings is also just slow enough to actually feel a little bit tricky to dodge. Indeed, the fight against Nashandra is not a particularly fast-paced one. None of her animations have much of a sense of urgency about them. Even the way she enters into the arena in the cutscene is very slow and unsettling, and I think it all gives this battle quite a distinct feel. I remember years ago when I got to Nashandra for the first time and where I was quite disappointed with it, because after Dark Souls 1, I was hoping for something on a similar level to the Gwyn encounter. I want you to make me weep, FromSoft. I want you to make me shed enough tears to fill 1,000 ocean basins as I walk through the final fog gate and I'm greeted by the sight of some fallen hero of old, accompanied by the somber sound of some heart-wrenching soundtrack, which, now that I think about it, actually is exactly what does happen in this game, except not here. Instead, that pretty much exactly describes the King Vendrick encounter. As for the fight against his evil wife, well, although it's sure as hell not good or memorable enough to make it into the boss big leagues along with all the heavy hitters, you know, it still is a perfectly enjoyable fight. For a final boss, it does leave a bit to be desired, but considering the other final boss they went on to add with the Scholar of the First Sin version, hey, turns out you can do a lot worse than Nashandra. The number 180 spot goes to a Sekiro mini-boss, a pair of them actually, a very noteworthy pair in my eyes. It's the Ashina elites, Jinsuke Sase and Ujinari Mitsuo. Sekiro is certainly not the FromSoft game which generally features my favourite level design, though the exploration and navigation found within it is quite distinct compared to the Soulsborne and Ring games. Even so, there are still levels in this game which I like the hell out of. One of which is Ashina Castle. I mean, do I get lost here every single time I play the game where I can never fucking remember how to get back to the Moon Tower like I literally always forget on every single playthrough? Yes. But do I still like the level a lot regardless? Yes. Ah, but is that mainly because it's more the actual castle I enjoy rather than all the stuff outside the castle? Yeah, what's your point? These samurai enemies within the castle are pretty much my favourite enemies in the game. Love their look and their fighting style is remarkably fun to contend with. This is some pure Sekiro sword fighting. Higher up the castle though, in the dojo, an elite swordsman is to be found, kneeling in meditation and awaiting his next challenger. This is one of those fights where I'm betting almost every player found themselves thoroughly sliced and diced and dead after this opponent's very first attack. And that's because despite this being one of the simplest mini-bosses in the game, it's also one of the deadliest. The Ashina Elite's moveset is remarkably limited. Most of the time he'll use the Ashina Cross technique, one developed by Isshin Ashina, and one which you yourself can of course learn via the Ashina Arts esoteric text given to you by Isshin in his Tengu form. The thing about this attack is that it's fast as hell and it does a lot of damages. You can easily find yourself getting instantly wiped out by it if tagged by both of those ultra fast diagonal sword slashes. Ashina Cross is of course thrown out from the sheathed position, but rather than the Ashina Elite's normal stance being similar to your own, he's constantly in the sheathed position, meaning you must constantly be on your guard against it. The cue is the flashing glint of steel right before the double slices come out as the blades being unsheathed, requiring a quick pair of deflects from you. Just because the boss has done this attack though doesn't mean he won't immediately do it again and again, or he might back away and play defensively for a spell, or he might test your nerves by throwing out a sweep instead, which, if you try and deflect like you would for the Ashina Cross, you'll be punished for. As for the Ashina Elite encounter with Ujinaru Mitsuo, it also takes place in the castle, but just downstairs from Ijin's room, and only late game after you've conquered Fountainhead Palace. Much the same sort of fight as the previous one, but he's got a bit more health, does a bit more damage, and he has red eyes. And as with any entity in Sekiro who has red eyes, this means he's particularly weak to fire. Not entirely sure why he has red eyes because it seems a bit random, but I guess it could be because he fears the invasion of the Interior Ministry, who themselves attack the castle with fire weaponry. Also, this guy can troll you a bit by faking you out with his Ashina crosses, where he doesn't actually follow through with the attack, he takes the piss. It's possible the first Ashina Elite does this too, but I can't remember. Mind you, the thrilling thing with these two mini-bosses is that any one duel with them is designed to be over quick, either to your benefit or not. This opponent's attacks are super punishing, however this is balanced out by them not being tanky at all. Yes, they do require 2 death blows to kill, but if you're on point with your deflects, their posture bars will fly up strikingly quickly. The key is to just not get rattled by them, which can be easier said than done, because it's quite disheartening when you see just how easily they can strike you down within 2 seconds of you entering their domain. The Ashina Elites may not be terribly nourishing as bosses, but as mini-boss encounters I think they're quite superb. Sekiro is usually at its best when it has you facing off against a dude with a sword, and these encounters are just that in a pure form which has all the excess cut away. They're fast, intense duels where hesitation is defeat. Okay now, let's get trolling with the Stone Digger Troll, the big bastard who appears in Limgrave tunnels and the Old Altus tunnel. Now, something which we must keep in mind when discussing this boss is to actually discuss the boss. What do I mean by that? I don't know. I don't know what I mean by that. Nah, I do know. What I mean is that despite the prevalence of trolls throughout the lands between, the regular ones, the magical ones, the headless ones, the frenzied ones, the snowy ones, and the accursed, infernal, damnable pot trolls, with the exception of Balls, who I spoke about a while ago, both Stone Digger Troll encounters are the only examples of actual troll bosses in Elden Ring. The rest are just regular ass enemies, and so I am just talking about the Stone Digger Trolls here, not trolls as a whole. And so what do I have to say about the Stone Digger Troll? Well, for what it is, I actually like it quite a bloody bit. In fact, when I did my most recent playthrough of Elden Ring, I was surprised at how impressed I was by these encounters. For a start, these aren't just regular trolls with boss health bars. This is a unique variant with a unique scaly appearance, and I believe these two are the only 2 trolls in the game who use the Troll's Hammer. The rock-hard appearance ain't just for show though, because just like the stone skin miners in the levels directly preceding them, unless you're using a suitably big weapon or you're two-handing, your attacks are going to bounce right off their scales for minimal damage. And if you want my opinion, I think these sorts of quirks and features in bosses are marvellous. Don't just give me another enemy with a new moveset, give me other twists and subtle flavours to make the encounters feel more alive, more special, with more personality. Give it to me, baby. Regarding that moveset, even though most of what the Stone Digger Troll can do is borrowed from the basic Troll moveset, it's got its own tricks as well. For one, I had no idea they could use bloody pyromancy. I mean, some minor enemies can throw explosive stones at you for fire damage, but no, this is an actual Giant's Flame incantation, looking pretty much identical to Flame Fall Upon Them. Furthermore, after they buff themselves with their roar, they have this terrifying combo of earth-shaking slams which is very punishable but which is also really easy to get caught out by. Especially because, as far as I know, this is the only type of troll in the game which has this exact combo, and again, I love that. The Stone Digger Troll is a surprisingly good boss. They could have just given you another couple of regular trolls with boss health bars, but no, they changed it up and added something extra. And even though you do fight a repeat of this troll later on in Altus Plateau, I don't mind. It's just one more time and it gives you another chance to properly fight it, whereas the first one in Limgrave can potentially go down really quickly depending on what level you are when you fight it. A wee while back we expounded upon some of my disappointment with the ancient dragon fight way up there on top of the dragon shrine, but before being allowed entry up into the dragon eyrie from Aldia's Keep, got to first do battle with a different dragon, the Guardian Dragon. This fella is far smaller than the behemoth up top, that's for sure, and rather than it having 4 legs and a set of wings, it's one of those dragons with just 2 hind legs and a set of wings instead of any 4 legs. I believe that would traditionally make this thing a wyvern, but I don't care, I'm going to keep calling it a dragon because its name is the Guardian Dragon. If you're playing on vanilla Dark Souls 2, then this will be your first time seeing any sort of dragon in the game at all. But if you're playing on Scholar of the First Sin, like most people do these days, you may have already encountered that horribly placed one in Hyde's Tower of Flame, and of course there are a further 3 of the winged beasts slumbering ahead in the Dragon Eyrie. Those ones aren't completely identical, mind you, because although they can all breathe fire, the Guardian Dragon is the only one who can spit fireballs at you. And thanks to the nature of this caged arena, it can hang from the walls, then do the old turn and burn. Other than that though, actually a very similar fight. Everything it does is very standard fare for a dragon. You've also got your fire breath, your bite, your stomp, and your tail sweep. It's really the same sort of core dragon moveset that you see even Elden Ring's dragons throw out, though for as familiar as it all is, can still hurt if you get tagged. By far the biggest source of torment in the Guardian Dragon battle though, isn't even an attack, but rather, sometimes the bloomin' thing will fly up and then just not fly back down for ages, or it'll come down, let off one attack and then go airborne directly after. If you're a rangeman, really not a problem, because it's an easy target and magic works wonders on this son of a bitch. But if you're a sword slut, sometimes all you'll be allowed to do is run and roll while the dumb dragon does its thing. Thankfully, at least it doesn't have all that much HP for where it is in the game, and so unless your weapon's a piece of shit, expect to take off nice chunks of this big red dragon's big red health bar with each and every hit. What else can I say about the Guardian Dragon? It's a perfectly decent wee encounter. Doesn't bring anything new or interesting to the table, neither from a visual design or a mechanical standpoint, but unless you get unlucky with its stubbornly refusing to fly back down, pretty fun boss. We discoursed about the Rune Bears back at number 200, a boss I'm pretty poor at fighting but who I'd still like to hug. There were a generous amount of Rune Bears scattered throughout the lands between, as well as the boss encounter in Earthbore Cave, but turns out that they've made their heady way over to the realm of Shadow too, where they're buffer than ever. Not only that though, but the fuckers have mutated and turned red, which brings us to my pick for number 177. Ralva the Great Red Bear, and Regalia, also the Great Red Bear. Not the Red Bear, also from the DLC, but the Great Red Bears. The first time I fought me one of these behemoths, I did not fare well. Not against Ralva or Regalia, both of whom fight in nearly identical or even completely identical manners, though the latter does have slightly more HP. Take a Rune Bear, make it bigger, make its attacks even more destructive, add some earthen AoE attacks and dye its fur red, and what you end up with is my mother-in-law. I don't actually have a mother-in-law, and nor am I married, I'm so fucking lonely, dude. Joking aside, heh, the Great Red Bear fights can very easily devolve into remarkably messy melees. If you're very experienced at fighting regular Rune Bears, that experience will definitely hold you in good stead here, but if not, this is probably going to be one of those bosses where in all likelihood, by the time it's over you'll have completely run out of Crimson Flasks and you'll have about 10 HP left, if you've got any health left at all. Honestly, real talk, low key, deadass, mid, if you'd asked me a year ago what I thought of the Great Red Bears, I'd probably have physically assaulted you. The reason for that is that these were absolutely not encounters I enjoyed at all. I love the new look of the Rune Bear, sure, but fucking hell, these fights did not go cleanly for me. I got the shit knocked out of me several times. But when playing through the DLC again in anticipation of this big video of mine, I went and had another crack at the bears, and I am pleased to report that I had so much more fun with them this time. I guess something clicked because I was able to read and dodge their attacks far more effectively, and it was quite a thrill. Not such a thrill when you're getting pumped and pounded all over the bloody place by these big red teddy bears, but once you've got the hang of them, turns out they're really not so bad. And so here, Ralva, I've got a gift for you. Regalia, or however the hell your dumb name's supposed to be pronounced. I gift you the number 177 spot in my ranking. Isn't that amazing? I've now got a centipede for you. Not Dark Souls 1 centipede demon though, but instead I've got a couple of mini bosses from Sekiro. It's long-armed centipede Sen-Un and Giraffe, neither of which are actually centipedes or giraffes. First things first, the visuals. These guys are really weird looking. They're covered in bandages, their faces and eyes are all messed up and deformed, they have these strange hook-like objects attached to their arms and back, and of course, the main feature here, those wickedly long razor-sharp claw blades attached to each hand, Resident Evil 4 Garrador style. There are also a bunch of baby centipede beings found in a couple of places who look almost exactly the same as these big guys except just scaled down in size, but they mainly fight by throwing fire projectiles at you, and they can be very easily taken out by just jumping at them and executing a quick plunging death blow. The big guys though? No. They're not quite so simply dealt with. In a way, fights with them are a little bit similar to fighting the Ashnut Elite mini-bosses. I mean, their fighting styles are completely different, but what I mean is, there's a certain mechanical purity to these encounters. With the Ashnut Elite, you've got to nail the timings for those Ashnut crosses, whereas for the long-armed centipedes, you have to get the pattern down for the claw swipe combos. Very modest movesets here in terms of variety. Rather than these freaks boasting an expansive arsenal of moves for you to learn, nope. As long as you get their main gimmick down, you'll be fine. And oh, what a mathematical gimmick. You're gonna need some Pythagoras knowledge to deal with these combos. I hope you were paying attention in calculus class at school. Whatever the hell calculus even is. I have no idea what calculus is. Facetiousness aside though, this mini-boss attacks in a specific pattern. 4 swipes, 5 swipes, then a final swipe, and then the boss can either repeat this or back away before closing in for a sweep. Not a swipe, a sweep. Same dealio with Sen-Un here in the Sunken Valley. There's really no difference between these fights as far as I can tell, but let me know if I'm mistaken there. Once you know the pattern and expect it, really not too difficult to nail these freaks, though after that first health bar's been done away with, they can change the sequence to throw you off, meaning you need to transition somewhat from the realm of pure mathematics and back to the world of observation and reaction for phase 2. These fights do still feel more forgiving than the Ashnut Elite fights though, where your punishment there for a mistimed deflect is usually death, whereas these slashes are a tad more tankable. Again, reasonably simple mini-boss here, one with a simple mechanical and heavily rhythmic idea which it repeatedly executes, and one which can easily execute you up until that moment when the pattern clicks and you figure out the numbers. It is very gimmicky, but I still like the hell out of stuff like this. Make your fights as simple as you like, as long as they're still satisfying, and there are few things more satisfying than successfully deflecting every slash of that 10-hit combo, and then nailing the jump over the final sweep too. It's fun, and the thing about me is that I like fun things. Not too many places back, we discussed Dark Souls 2's penultimate opponent, Nishandra, a boss who, over the years, I've grown to become quite fond of. I don't think she's a grade A cracker of a boss or anything, but I sure do like her a bit. Now though, I'd like to discuss a different queen, one found in the Crown of the Sunken King DLC. It's Ilana, Squalid Queen. Design-wise, Ilana looks quite similar to Nishandra. She doesn't look anywhere near as skeletal or as Giger-esque, and she is smaller than the Queen of Want, but she has a very similar shape, and her melee attacks are also quite reminiscent of Nishandra's. Way back in time, 12 years ago, and yes, by the way, that is how long it was since this DLC came out, I remember having a brutal time trying to defeat Ilana. Found her extremely difficult. Had to try summoning Steelheart Ellie, whose sign is just outside, and I remember desperately trying to maximise my damage in those opening moments of the fight where she's busy making her speech and summoning her axe before she starts attacking. She's quite tanky too, doesn't have all that much less HP than the blooming stone dragon who you fight directly after her, and of course there's the whole Velstadt aspect of the fight. Before we get onto him though, Ilana by herself is one tough cookie. She hits like a truck with her wrathful axe. She likes casting Flame Swathe, a pyromancy which generates a fireball wherever you are in the arena, which erupts out into a powerful explosion after a second or two. She can also fire successive dark orbs at you from her hand, and some other shit too, all of which hurts and keeps the pressure on. Also she can teleport. It's all quite challenging to deal with, but it's hardly anything too crazy. What is pretty crazy though, you can even argue is complete fucking bullshit, is the fact that on top of all that stuff, she can summon for help. If you're real lucky, she'll summon a bunch of pigs. Yes, really, she can summon a bunch of silly pigs to nibble at your ankles and oink. This is rare though, and I think I've only ever experienced it once ever. What an incredible experience it was though. If you're a bit less lucky, but still kind of lucky, you might find yourself assailed by a few skeletons instead. Really not a big deal when this happens, and they're perfectly easy to dispatch. Though even such weak entities can still cause complications when you consider that you still need to deftly dodge all of Ilana's attacks, especially those flame swathes. If you're not lucky at all though, well, what usually happens is that a different entity altogether gets summoned, Velstadt. Velstadt happens to be one of my all-time favourite bosses. But if you take that boss, cover him in what appears to be a layer of shit, and I mean that literally by the way, he is filth encrusted. The name of this boss is Ilana Squalid Queen, with the adjective squalid meaning foul and repulsive, as from a lack of care or cleanliness, neglected and filthy. Yes, if you do take my precious beloved shiny Velstadt and then plop him here in this boss arena, along with this dirty boss, then my goodness, you've created times of toughness. I don't know. Summoned Velstadt entities don't have as much HP as the real McCoy, thankfully, but they still do take a pounding before they go down, and even after that, Ilana can absolutely summon more Velstatts as the fight goes on, and it truly is a squalid affair. The fight with Ilana has all the makings of a shitfest, quite literally. A horrible, miserable, borderline unfair boss experience. However, I tell you what, I like this fight. It's hard, and when Velstadt gets summoned you have to strain to avoid all his incoming hammer blows and Ilana's flame swathes and dark orbs, but surprisingly, I think it works. Unlike some of FromSoft's double boss fights, these are two opponents whose attacks actually work well together. Each of their fighting styles complement the other in an engaging and challenging way, which stops just sort of feeling unreasonable to deal with. And even though it is something of a bummer when you get done dispatching Velstadt Poo Edition only for her to summon another one a very short while later, those brief periods where you get to unload on her feel suitably rewarding. So yeah, Ilana's Squalid Queen is not a boss I love, and nor do I consider her to be even the best boss in this DLC, but I do like this fight quite a bit, and I also enjoy the RNG factor here, because even though it's entirely possible to get nothing but Velstatts, it could also go the other way where you don't get a single Velstadt, could get nothing but pigs. It's another of Elden Ring's multi-limbed monstrosities. We did the Royal Revenants, so why not now do the Grafted Scion? Similarly to the Royal Revenants, even though there's a few of these things kicking round the lands between, there's just a single instance of them being fought as a boss, and it happens to be the very first boss in the game. Design wise, probably one of the best looking entities in the game. Not best as in beautiful, certainly not, but rather the Grafted Scion truly is horror given shape. For as grotesque as the Royal Revenants are, Grafted Scions are even more grisly and haphazard looking, with their various extra body parts jutting out of their central mass in a more artificial manner. Not achieved through any sort of unholy ritual, but through the process of grafting, resulting in this shrieking spider of fused flesh. Whereas the Royal Revenant's movements are completely frenzied, the Grafted Scions fight in a considerably more intelligent and dexterous manner, wielding a pair of ornamental straight swords and a golden beast crest shield. By the way, I went years without actually trying out the ornamental straight swords because just the name alone puts me off, made them sound kinda lame. When I eventually tried them though, to my surprise discovered that it's a paired weapon for one, and not only that, but it has a really sick Ash of War which lets you pull off the same sort of thrust combo as the boss. Very cool stuff. I love Elden Ring. Anyone else love Elden Ring? Seriously though, what sort of sick son of a bitch had the idea of putting this sick son of a bitch as the Sodding tutorial boss? What a sick son of a... I mean, the Grafted Scion is a really tough enemy with an insane arsenal of super deadly attacks and combos, from pirouettes to sequences of stinging stabs to advancing slams, and its maneuverability is insane too. Almost every move they can pull off is alarmingly stylish, and because of the amount of moves in their arsenal, it can be really tough to read them. Even now when I find myself up against the Grafted Scion, I find them really difficult to handle. Sometimes I'll even just turn around and run away, because they're scary. Honestly, I kinda wish the one you see prowling round in Stormvale Castle was the first you encounter, and that FromSoft went with something different for the tutorial boss. Maybe a Crucible Knight, I don't know. Of course, although it is possible to win this first fight, you are expected to die here, though you can come back to the Chapel of Anticipation much later from the 4 belfries, or just wait until New Game Plus to absolutely destroy it then. Grafted Scions really are a marvel. Incredibly morbid design and boasting a set of attacks so dazzling that they might be beautiful if they weren't being thrown out by something so horrifying. That said, I'd be lying if I said I loved the experience of actually fighting them. I kinda think they're a bit too scary for their own good. A wee while back I spoke about the visual design of the ancient dragon being really great in a traditional sort of way. It has 4 legs, a pair of wings and a big horned head. Now though, we're going to talk about a different sort of dragon from Dark Souls 1. One with 4 sets of wings, a pair of human-like arms, a mass of tentacles in place of legs and claws, and a complete lack of scales, instead being covered in pale blue skin. It's Seath the Scaleless. Seath is of course one of 4 owners of a Lord Soul, and as such is a main object of your pursuit in the second half of the game, being holed up in its base of operations, the Duke's Archives, though the true source of his power and fragile immortality is secluded in the Crystal Caves. Something which makes Seath very unique amongst FromSoft bosses is that not only do you face him twice, but during the first encounter he is completely invincible. Funnily enough, after walking through this fog gate, you're completely free to walk right back out again, though I'm sure most people wouldn't even think to try this because why would you, unless you already know about it. Mind you, it is a nice option even if a bit obscure because yeah, you do have to die here. It's the only way to progress the game, and it's not like the game shows mercy to you and lets you keep your souls and humanity due to this being a mandatory death. No, you lose everything, so don't forget to equip a Ring of Sacrifice, you hear? No, this is not the site of the Pale Drake's demise. Got to trek all the way in and down the Crystal Caves. You know that level without a single shortcut or bonfire? Seath don't waste any time in apprehending you once you enter into his hidden lair, and that's because his Crystal of Immortality is here, the source of his power, and the thing that you cannot defeat him without shattering. Thankfully, shattering it is a simple affair. Don't even need to attack it, just roll through the fucking thing, causing immeasurable distress to Seath, as he goes all like, "No man, would you fucking do that for? No man." And now he can be harmed, just as soon as we take care of this calamitous clam. Yep, that's a neat quirk of this fight. The clam. The clam. See, because there's no initial fog gate barring the way to this boss arena or even an invisible barrier that enemies can't progress beyond, the many clams nearby can just waltz in right at your heels, and then when Seath flies in and the fog gate appears then, they're trapped in here with you. It's quite common to have a single clam follow you in, but it's entirely possible for literally all of them to join you if baited. As amusing as it may be though, that's not a good thing. This enemy can be very annoying to deal with, though thankfully they are vulnerable to friendly fire from Seath. And considering how big and frantic his attacks are, they can die quite fast. And also if you die here they can never enter the arena again because the fog gate appears second time round. Now onto the actual fight, and sadly, for as much as I love Seath's super weird design and the cool factor of getting to shatter his precious crystal and the mirth of the clam jam, I don't actually think this fight's very good. In fact, even though there are things I enjoy about Seath, the actual fight is a bloody mess. Seath is an enormous blob with a massive hitbox, which makes it nice and easy to hit him. The problem is that it also makes it really easy for you to be hit. Those big thick tentacles of his are not just for show, and when he's attacking, thumping them all up and down, it's like, good luck trying not to get hit from this nonsense. That's just his physical attacks though, because as you'd expect from a being such as this, he's got magical capabilities too. Seath doesn't fanny around with any of your soul arrows or homing crystals soul matches though, no. He employs his signature spell, White Dragon Breath. Although you can get this spell for yourself later on in the game, Seath's is a bit different, covering a significantly wider area, and worst of all, it causes curse build-up too, which is not a good thing for you. It's pretty scary when you get caught out by this attack and your health's ticking down, your curse meter is building up, and you may ask yourself, my god, how did I get here? But oh, have I got a tale for you. No, I mean that literally, Seath's tail, it can be cut off. As for which tentacles his tail, just go to his rear and hit the big one, although it can be difficult to get a good chance. If you time it right though when he's midway through some of his white dragon nonsense, then yeah, hit the tip a few times for that luscious moonlight greatsword. Now for the first time, a pure intelligence scaling magic dealing weapon in comparison to its Demon Souls version, which was pure faith scaling. Even if you're not rocking a magic build though, still do try and cut the tail off, because after the fight it sticks around in the arena and you can play with it. Look, Seath's a pretty cool guy and all, and there's a bunch of cool things about him and this battle, but actually fighting him just isn't all that fun. There is fun to be had here for sure, but the whole affair's a bit too messy for me to rank Seath too highly, and also his moveset is surprisingly limited. Would have preferred to have seen a greater variety of magic attacks rather than just White Dragon Breath. And now coming in hot at 172 is the Storm King, Demon Souls Archdemon of the Shrine of Storms. This game's archdemons really are a mixed bag. In fact, there's really only one archdemon boss battle which doesn't revolve around some sort of gimmick, and that's Old King Doran. The Storm King though, yes, gimmick. Though bear in mind that despite that word's potentially negative connotations, I don't necessarily use it to describe something negatively. It can be a bad thing, but not always, depends on the boss. As for this one, well, the gimmick is the Storm Ruler, the spiralling blade of legend jammed crudely into the ground near one of the many monoliths lining the Shrine of Storm's coast. At first though, before you can even get near said weapon, prepare to be assailed by a horde of projectile hurling storm beasts. The Storm Ruler is of course supremely effective against them, being able to kill several of the strange beings in a single monumental slice as the weapon's hidden power is unleashed. Though, annoyingly, due to the enemy's scaling in New Game Plus, if you later come back for round 2, one hit from the Storm Ruler leaves them with a sliver of health left, completely nullifying the catharsis you so rightfully deserve from being able to send several of the things falling to the ground in one fell swoop of the sword, because now it takes 2 fell swoops. Whatever your chosen method, it is a requirement to take out several of the storm beasts, because despite the boss's health bar being present right after you step through the fog gate, the thing won't actually appear until enough of its children have been taken down. From this point on, it's all really very simple. The Storm King will perpetually fly in a slow circuit, where it comes in, launches a bombardment of sharp bodily objects at you, then flies off and repeat. Super predictable stuff, with the only things you need to worry about being not getting destroyed by the bombardment and actually dealing damage to it upon each circuit, though mind you, there's really no time pressure here. Take as long as you like. There are several different spots you can choose to lay low at throughout the arena, though I guess you could just choose to wildly run around and try and dodge roll the projectiles each time. Probably not the best idea, but hey, you do you. A classic spot that I usually go for is this ruined building, though in my latest playthrough I chose this monolith. Even though it seems simple enough to just hide behind something when you see the boss launch an attack though, I still sometimes do take damage here or there. Actually dying to the Storm King is super rare for me, but damage, yes. After the boss has had its turn though, it's your turn, which is where the fun lays, unless you completely miss and have to wait for the blasted beast to come back again. It's a question of locking on to its nearest body section, and then unleashing the immense power of this Storm Ruler, and regardless of where you hit it, does big damage. I mean, to be honest, it actually doesn't do all that much damage, but in percentage terms, relative to the boss's max HP, big damage, real big, real hot. You do have to be both quick and accurate where you aim though, because miss and you need to wait for your stamina to start regenerating, and by that second miss, yeah, you've lost your chance. Gotta wait for the next bombardment and try and be more accurate next time. The Storm King really is a mechanically simple affair, and with the exception of the Dragon God, it's the boss with the least amount of conventional combat. You're not fighting the Storm King in the usual sense at all, you never even get close to it. The method of taking it out is very specific and the battle is slow paced and completely predictable. I quite like it, not least of all for its incredible atmosphere. The intro cutscene sets it all up really well, particularly with the initial absence of music where you're just left with the sound of the alien roars of this cycloptic sky demon. Then the battle begins, not with any immediate onslaught of frantic single combat, but with you cast out into this large stormy coast, with the floating forms of numerous storm beasts seen overhead, heralds for the arrival of the Storm King. It's really good stuff and the boss really is bloody massive. It's quite a sight as it floats over you like some vast flesh aircraft against this dramatic backdrop of storm and waves. And now it's time for the very first boss in Dark Souls 3, Iudex Gundyr, whatever the fuck a Iudex is. Upon your approach, Iudex Gundyr is frozen in place in the centre of a grand arena within the Cemetery of Ash, just before the short upward path to Firelink Shrine. Although motionless and entirely unresponsive to any precursory haranguing by you, a pulsating void black mass can be seen stirring in unsettling motions upon his upper back. To awaken Gundyr from his stasis state, simply gotta pull out the coiled sword from his still body, immediately prompting the fallen champion into action, albeit in a state far diminished from as he was in his glorious prime. Iudex Gundyr sports some fearsome attacks, composed of almighty sweeps and stabs with his enormous halberd, though he can also punch, shoulder bash, and even has a mean old grab, there to catch out terrified new players frantically hiding behind their shield from this formidable tutorial boss. And this ain't one of those tutorial bosses where you're supposed to lose either, got to take Gundyr down. Thankfully though, despite how scary they look, Gundyr's attacks mostly don't do all that much damage, and they're quite slow, with well telegraphed startup animations, and furthermore, the dude's only got about 1000 HP to his name, so you can get by getting hit a few times at this early juncture when you're still in the early days of trying to get into that Dark Souls 3 rhythm. But then you take off about half his HP and things, shall we say, take a, turn for the, the worst. In Iudex Gundyr's transition into phase 2, that swollen black mass on his back comes crudely into play as the grotesque growth grows, completely enveloping the champion's entire upper body and beyond, taking the tarry form of a vaguely slug-like monstrosity, complete with a pseudo head and tail and an enormous hand-like appendage for attacking, an appendage which also happens to be coated in what looks like twisted roots, curiously enough. The transformation is to introduce you to the pus of man, a chaotic, entropic, apocalyptic phenomenon taking hold all across Lothric, and you find more cases of it in several levels beyond. How many people actually like fighting these things though? Because I'd be so bold as to claim, not many. In fact, even the game treats having to fight them as something of a punishment, an adverse scenario, where specific hollows in Lothric's high wall and castle will transform into these writhing abominations unless taken out quickly enough, and yet in the game's very first boss fight, you've got to go up against one. I'll tell you something else too, for free, I'm piss. Complete piss at fighting pus of man entities. Not only the enemies, but also this one right here. I can't talk. When Gundyr transforms, I do my best at trying to interpret his extravagant animations, but the trouble with them is that they're inherently difficult to interpret, and so whenever phase 2 comes, despite my experience with this game, I'm on my back foot, usually doing a lot of running away. Iudex Gundyr is a boss I enjoy fighting at the start of any fresh Dark Souls 3 playthrough, and really he's not that difficult, but it's the first phase in particular which I look forward to, not the second. In fact, I think having this tutorial boss exhibit this pus of man nonsense is a bit of a questionable decision design wise. I mean, it's awesome to behold, a proper what the fuck moment for brand new players who were no doubt expecting the rhythm of the fight to maintain the comparatively more sober pace of the first phase, but mechanically I don't love it, because mechanically Dark Souls 3 is actually a super tight game with very little bullshit, and I've always found it a bit odd that its first boss throws so much abrupt chaos in your face. Not trying to condemn Iudex Gundyr over much here or anything, because I do still like him, but personally I'd like it a lot more if its phase 2 was a bit more sensible. I'd now like to transition from Iudex Gundyr to Iudex Knights Cavalry. It's the Knights Cavalry from Elden Ring, the black-clad Knights of the Night whom Margit ominously warns you of upon his defeat before Stormvale Castle. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter. Elden Ring has a handful of different boss types which only appear at night, one of which we've already discussed, the Deathbirds. One of whom can be encountered as early on as in Limgrave. Even before running into that beaked bastard though, it's quite likely you'll find yourself first spotting an aptly named Knights Cavalry. Specifically the one guarding the bridge a quarter-mile off from the gatefront camp. During the day there's just a few enemies here, but during the night, the boss manifests, which I rather love. As opposed to many of the game's other nighttime encounters, this is a very easy one to not miss, if I may be so bold as to throw in a needlessly confusing double negative. And I think it's really cool how you can run into this dark figure shortly after having fought its significantly more radiant mounted counterpart, the Tree Sentinel back near the Church of Ella. Mind you, let's not focus too much on this one guy, because there are in fact fucking 10 Knights Cavalries in the game. There are just 9 boss encounters, but you can fight a damn duo of them in the consecrated snowfields if you want to get your hands on their armour set, which, yes, I do want that. There are a couple different variants of the Knights Cavalry. There's the Glavemen, and those wielding the Knight Rider Flail. I actually have a video specifically devoted to the Knight Rider Flail weapon, except you shouldn't watch it because it's literally a load of fucking nonsense. But it's also probably my favourite video I've ever made. Even though both types wield different weapons, their movesets are quite similar and quite intimidating too, especially if you choose to take one on in the very early game. Very little in the way of actual combos from the Knights Cavalry, they're all about big, sweeping hits which cover a lot of ground. More so than any other mounted Elden Ring boss, these guys love riding off to create a bit of distance before charging back in for another sweep or jumping slam, though always be on your guard for that follow-up side shunt from the horse. I must have unhorsed a couple dozen of these guys over the years, yet for some reason I still often get caught out by this attack. Particularly because it comes out right when you think the boss's assault is over, before no, I have tricked you foul tarnished, here have a mouthful of horse, it's on the house. A neat little feature with a cool feature with the Knights Cavalry, a measure which can be taken to even out the playing field a little bit, is that its black steed can be taken out to force the knight to stand on its own 2 feet. The same sort of thing can be done for mounted enemies of course, but this is the only mounted boss in the game where it's possible. Once the knight is grounded, its moveset becomes slow and basic, but also slow in the way where timing your rolls can now feel pretty awkward because of those big charge animations. If you apprehend him while he's still laying there on the ground though, big critical attack for you mate. Does a ton of damage and feels very rewarding because the horses themselves do have quite a lot of HP to whittle down. And potential for big crits aside, their presence can get a bit annoying because of how often your hits will fall short of the knight to instead be absorbed by the horse. Another upsetting thing, and it does make me upset, is that after all that time you spend destroying the horse, after a very brief period the knight just gets to summon another one from nowhere. Hey, what gives? Of the game's mounted bosses, the Knights Cavalry are my least favourite, but rather than that being in the sense that I dislike them, it's more that they're the thing that I enjoy the least out of a small selection of things that I enjoy, if that makes sense. I'm sure not a fan of the duo fight in the consecrated snowfields, but like I said, the reward of their armour set does make it worth it, and hey, you even get an ancient dragon smithing stone here too. Final thing I've got to say about the Knights Cavalry is that, my god, would it be so much to ask FromSoft for some alternate skins for Torrent. I'm not even the type of person who bothers with microtransactions or buying skins in games, but I straight up would pay money for the privilege of being able to make Torrent look like any of the game's other really awesome looking horses. Torrent, I love you, you know I do, but let's face the facts, you can't compete with this sort of res. The kids still say res? I'm so fucking old. I don't know about you, but I'm in the mood for another Sekiro mini-boss, and so hey, how about another? How about Snake Eyes Shirafuji from the Sunken Valley and Snake Eyes Shirahagi found in Ashina Depths? Back on my first playthrough of Sekiro, there were a few sections where I'd be playing and generally struggling because goddamn I found that game rough as hell first time round, but I'd get to some boss or mini boss and the struggle would be cranked up even further, massively. And yes, my encounter with Snake Eyes Shirafuji in the Sunken Valley was certainly one of those moments. The whole set piece looks incredible, but it's mad hectic as you are sprayed by the gunfire of long-range snipers trying to clip your wings as you swing from platform to platform to the colossal head statue to get a bit of respite from the relentless hail of bullets. However, that respite don't come so easily because you have unwittingly crossed into the dangerous den of a far greater threat. And the other encounter with this mini-boss type down in Ashina Depths ain't exactly a walk in the park either. Shirafuji's fighting style is quite an interesting one because although this is a close range fight, she will frequently attack by firing her high-powered rifle at you, which also doubles as a club for melee strikes. Like most of this game's mini-bosses, she really doesn't boast a terribly expansive or complex moveset. Instead, she's got her thing and she uses it to great effect. You get caught out by these swing combos or by a gunshot and you're gonna feel it. Even though this game does feature certain attacks which will still harm you even if you pull off a perfectly timed deflect, thankfully that isn't the case with this mini-boss's gunshots. You'll take no damage from these if your timing is on point, though due to it being a projectile, neither will it result in any posture build-up to the boss either. So a dodge, while being a bit less daring, might be a bit of a safer option. Arguably the biggest danger in this fight though is Snake Eyes' grab attack because it's a weird one. The animation makes it very confusing as to precisely when you're supposed to dodge. However, for some reason you can just deflect this grab. As far as I know, this is literally the one and only deflectable grab in the whole game, but yeah, you can do it. And you should do it because it's actually pretty easy and the mini-boss throws this move out a lot. Even if you've gotten pretty decent at fighting Snake Eyes, she can still cause problems, because she has a pretty respectable amount of health. You're looking at big damage whenever you slip up, and she likes to punish you for healing by gearing up for a super powerful charged gunshot, similarly to what Genichiro does with his charged arrow. As tough as she is, however, this mini-boss does have a pretty significant weakness. If you picked up this Sabi Maru from Ashina Castle, then try letting off a few slashes of it here because Shirafuji is profoundly vulnerable to poison. Deals a big chunk of health, nice bit of posture build up, and hey, she gets stunned too. It's not a great enough weakness to net you an easy win if you are straight up just shit at this fight, but it does help. What it does not help with, sadly, is Snake Eyes Shirahagi, which I both like and dislike. I dislike it because, oi, what gives, let me poison you. But I also like it because it makes perfect environmental sense. Shirafuji is way off in the snowy sunken valley, whereas Shirahagi is down here in Ashina Depths, which is rife with poison. This area she's found in is literally swimming in poisonous sludge, which lore-wise has of course allowed her to build up an immunity. I would have liked it if FromSoft had differentiated this mini-boss from her clone by giving her a bit of a visual variation too, but in the absence of that, I'll take this vulnerability difference. It's better than nothing. Could have done without the goddamn cannoneers in this section who will happily bless you with explosions as you try and fight the mini-boss, but I guess it just encourages you to be smart with your stealth before running in for the fight with the chief. Still annoying though. Both Snake Eyes opponents are great examples of pretty bloody decent Sekiro mini-bosses. They're certainly challenging and have high damage, and whilst their movesets aren't all that complicated, I wouldn't call these fights simple either. There's certainly still some stuff here to learn. Like I said, back in that first playthrough of mine, fucking nightmare when I fought this lady, but that was then. With me having gotten somewhat better at the game over the years, I now actually look forward to these fights. Let's head over to Dark Souls 2's Lost Bastille, or should I perhaps call it the Lost Bastille? Because now we're going to talk about a boss from the Lost Bastille. It's the Ruined Sentinels, found in Dark Souls 2's Lost Bastille. Even though there are a few bosses in, the Ruined Sentinels are still somewhat in the early game, though in spite of that they can be quite a difficulty shock. There's 3 of them. There's Yahim, who's right in your goddamn face as you drop into the arena, and then there's Alessia and Ricky, who start from a bit further off and who thankfully take a little bit of time to reach this elevated corner, which you should absolutely use to your advantage. Yahim's moveset, though dangerous, is very basic up here on this corner platform where it's all in its lonesome, and so the best course of action is to try and keep it up here for long enough for you to take it out before the others can close in. Sometimes this will work out perfectly, though other times through no fault of your own it will fall down of its own accord by launching an attack too near the edge, after which you can either remain up on the platform, awkwardly waiting for it to jump back up in a sweeping flourish, or you can jump down to finish the job. Really though, the methodical method is the most effective one for the Ruined Sentinels. Nail the first one up here, wait for the second one. When it jumps up, deal as much damage to it as you can before the third one gets here, then jump down and finish off the second one before taking care of the third. They've got a respectable amount of HP each, but nothing crazy if you come here with a decent enough weapon, though if you came waltzing in looking like some asshole with some rusted piece of shit sword, you may well have a hard time of it. Because if you are forced to fight all 3 at once, this fight stops being so fun. Honestly, even fighting 2 of them at once is not a walk in the park, because they do have ways of closing the distance from range. That spin attack can be a bastard to dodge clear of, and they can even throw their shield at you, which will get lodged in the wall if it misses. Pretty damn cool actually, because even directly after the fight, the shield will stay in place for you to look at and admire. It's a shame you can't get the Ruined Sentinel's shield for yourself, same with their weapon, though if you're up for a bit of farming, you can get yourself the Ruined set from the ones in Drang Lake Castle. I know a lot of us aren't exactly the biggest fan of your 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 type bosses, but I think the Ruined Sentinels do it pretty damn well. If you walk through the fog gate and boom, there's the 3 of them coming right at you from the start, it would be a shit show that would borderline require you to summon for help, like Pilgrim Belclair, whose summon sign is found nearby. But the way the fight is sort of staggered, where you get a bit of time before the next sentinel reaches you, is lovely boss design. Even so, this really can feel like one of those bosses where if you're not prepared in terms of level and gear, it can feel a bit too difficult. That's not a bad thing though, because it just encourages you to go away for a while and explore other places like the Tower of Flame or No Man's Wharf, then come back when your health and damage are more up to snuff to the point where you can nail that first sentinel within the first 30 seconds. Good boss, not bad at all. Oh, we're going way back in time for this one folks. In fact, we're going back to the very first boss fought in Demon Souls, the Vanguard, fought at the end of the tutorial area, though another Vanguard can be fought as a non-respawning mini-boss later on in the first stage of the Shrine of Storms. Forget your grafted Scion and your Genichiro, bosses that you're clearly expected to lose to on your first attempts, because Demon Souls did it back in 2009 with the Vanguard. The tutorial area is simple enough stuff, introducing you to the game's basic mechanics and pitting you against a few dastardly dreglings, some simple soldiers and a couple of naughty knights. Sorry, sometimes I try a little bit too hard with the alliterations to the point where I stop making sense. At the end of the stage though, well, screw all those soldiers, because a true threat, a demon, lies in wait. One whose form and moveset would go on to influence further bosses in FromSoft games well over a decade later. So I'll level with you. Until I did my most recent playthrough of Demon Souls, not only had I never managed to beat this particular Vanguard, but I'd never even gotten close. Even with heavy armour on, this damn behemoth hits like a truck, and whilst you should have a couple of pocketfuls of healing grass by the time you make it here, it's that weak ass crescent moon stuff and it sucks. Thus, getting two-shotted by the Vanguard is entirely likely, particularly considering the amount of health it has relative to the strength of your starting weapon. Thankfully, dying to the Vanguard ain't no big deal because it's expected, and you just end up in the Nexus afterwards, and hey, you even get a second chance to claim its grey demon soul later on in the Shrine of Storms, so look, that's okay, you died to the Vanguard. Not a big deal, none of us judge you for it, it's not lame at all. It's not lame and pathetic that you died to the Vanguard. To tell you the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, I fully expected to die once again here on this playthrough. However, against all odds, I somehow didn't. The thing about this boss, and almost every boss in this game really, is that its AI isn't so smart, and its moveset ain't so impressive. Thus, simple strafing works wonders here, allowing you to easily get clear of its axe sweep, and as for its hovering ground slam, just move out of the way a little bit and then immediately rush back in. Sometimes it'll just keep repeating the same attack over and over, and honestly, for as big and scary as it is, and for as little and weak as your character is at this point, this is an easy as hell fight. The main factor that makes it feel difficult is the pressure of you only getting one shot at it, because you can't repeat this fight if you lose, unless you want to just start a new game and sprint through the tutorial area again. As I discovered though, it really is worth it to give the Vanguard a damn good go, because you get its grey demon soul in addition to being able to get another one later on, and not only that, but you get warped to the Dragon God's lair for some reason, where you get to pick up a bunch of really useful goodies from the ground before getting absolutely bodied by the Dragon God. I'd seen this cutscene before somewhere years ago, but I had no idea you also got all this free shit here, and I think it's a damn nice reward for taking down this boss. The Vanguard sure as hell isn't the most technical and interesting of FromSoft bosses, and I'll admit there's tons of previously discussed, more poorly ranked bosses in my video here which are way more interesting to fight than this boss, who I've ranked fairly respectably. I am giving bonus points for... because the Vanguard Demon served as a very important foundation for further better bosses. It was the first semi-scripted "you're probably gonna die here" tutorial boss in Souls or Souls-like history, and to give it its due on a more fundamental, mechanical level, this is a fun wee fight. And I love the reward you get for overcoming the odds here, so Vanguard, for what it's worth, I respect you. I love you. Let's travel to Caelid now, shall we? Let's journey to the rotted red wastes, this malignant hellscape of mutated monsters and fruiting mega fungus, and let us wade through the Aeonian swamp, past the scarlet geysers and the shambling clean rot knights, to where Commander O'Neill waits. Can totally ignore O'Neill if you like, but if you're interested in Millicent's rather excellent questline, you will have to take the Commander out so as to claim his unalloyed gold needle to deliver to Sage Gowrie. O'Neill certainly cuts an imposing figure, standing there garbed in all his military regalia, standard held aloft. However, as is quickly revealed once you approach, this is not to be some one-on-one duel between a braved Tarnished and a proud soldier, but rather a somewhat more busy affair, with O'Neill immediately summoning in a small squadron of exile soldiers to back him up, and then further into the battle a further 3 large exile soldiers. Thankfully, it really isn't excessively taxing to take all these dudes out, particularly because the arena is both large and open. You're even free to just, fuck off and leave if you like, and unless they patched it, I believe you can even clumsily shimmy your way up one of the nearby branches and pepper the boss with arrows until he expires, if you're so inclined. Yes, though, in the Commander O'Neill fight, although I wouldn't say they pose no hazard, more than anything the summoned spirit entities are more annoying than being truly dangerous, which is not something I can say for the Nile battle in Castle Sol later, though that's a discussion for later in the video. Once the minions have been duly dispatched, then you can get focusing in on O'Neill, but even though he may initially look like a noble knight, untouched here in the middle of all this decay, that is not so. Because his signature style of attacking quite literally revolves around scarlet rot, violent whirlwinds of the stuff thrown out in dizzying vortexes from his body, dealing massive damage if you're caught in this scarlet blast. Thus, far from Commander O'Neill being untouched by the rot, he is at one with it, to the extent where, as you'd expect, he's completely immune to all scarlet rot buildup, though he can still be poisoned. At first, these devastating AoE moves are a major nuisance, because you won't yet know the telegraphs, and when that nasty rotten dust is being kicked up all around him, unless you're a ranged attacker, not much you can do except just run clear of the whirlwind. Once you get a bit more used to O'Neill's moveset though, well, this stuff's still pretty bloody annoying, only slightly less so. Even though this is the boss's central shtick, he does have some physical attacks too, which will be the main thing you'll want to punish, where he swings and stabs his large commander's standard halberd around in sweeping arcs. Quite an odd style of attacking too, must be said, just the rhythm of it, and how slow the attacks are and how the combos keep on going even when it looks like it's done. It does all have a logic though, even the Scarlet Rot AoE stuff, and for as obnoxious as this boss can seem initially, like almost any boss, all his stuff is either fully counterable or completely avoidable. Also, the openness of the arena gives you a lot of capacity for alternate strategies for victory, to control the pace of the fight and to make full use of ranged offense. Sure as hell not one of the best field bosses in Elden Ring, and a bit too slow a fight for its own good with you having to back off and chill whenever the AoE business is ongoing, but it's a fight I still appreciate to a certain degree, one that starts to feel much better the more you learn it. Let's do another Sekiro mini-boss now, let's do it. Let's do Lone Shadow Long Swordsman, Lone Shadow Vilehand, and lastly, Lone Shadow Masanaga the Spear Bearer. 3 different encounters of course, and with differences from one encounter to the next, but all 3 mini-bosses are based on the same type of enemy with the same core moveset. The first of these most focal encounter, though it is easily missable, is Lone Shadow Long Swordsman who, if you return to it later on, stands in the same dark pit where Wolf was back at the start of the game. In fact, if you're a cunning soul and or, like a lot of folk you don't really enjoy fighting these guys, you can kick the bout off by plunging down from above to knock off one of his 2 death blows in one literal fell swoop. If you walk in the front entrance however, you can actually get some nice dialogue here where the Shadow reveals he was sent here to kill Wolf, expecting to find the same decrepit, near defenceless shinobi who our character started off our journey as. As for Vilehand, well, there's a twist here as well which can be exploited to make this fight much easier, though it depends on which way you came in. If you fly into the dojo via the window, the interior ministry enemy situated just round the corner is practically guaranteed to spot you when you walk in, meaning you have to contend with both him and the boss at the same time, which is a fucking nightmare actually. If you come up from below, however, then you can sneak up behind the enemy and take him out with a death blow, or better yet, making your puppet. He's not going to kill Lone Shadow Vilehand, but he can absolutely soften this son of a bitch up for you, making this well worth doing, and fun. Though as you quickly find out when you finally get to face him, his moniker of Vilehand is well deserved, because his hand, as it turns out, is absolutely vile, allowing him to strike you with it, predictably causing poison build-up. It is lame and not good when this happens, but I don't mind it at all because the concept of a poison hand is really cool to me. Reminds me of Yanagi the Poisoner from Baki, and I do love me some Baki. Lone Shadow Masanaga the Spear Bearer can be found in Hirata Estate, not at first, but only when you return later via the Father's Bell Charm, where Masanaga can be found standing in the middle of the inferno where Owl supposedly perished when we first visited Hirata Estate. Although you might expect a boss going by the name of Lone Shadow Masanaga the Spear Bearer to, I don't know, and I'm probably going to sound silly saying this, but maybe use a spear, or even bear one upon his back? No. At no point is a spear either used or even seen. Instead, the twist here is that he can whistle for backup, or should I say bark up, because it's dogs who join the battle, dogs who are wearing bandanas for some reason. Adorable. If you're slick though and get straight down to business, you can actually interrupt Masanaga's whistle, cancelling his dog summon, and as long as you keep the pressure on him as the fight goes on, you can cancel out further summon attempts too. They each have their own arenas and twists and such, but the fights themselves do feel very similar thanks to their shared moveset, and it is a tricky moveset for sure. The Lone Shadow's swords attacks aren't too hard to time your deflects against, but for me it's their kicks that usually kick my arse, largely because of the twists and flips which accompany them, messing with my timings. I mean, if an enemy hits me with their sword, okay, I will deflect it, hopefully. If they leap up in the air and twist around first and then kick me though, well, by the time that kick comes out, I'm so dazzled by the display of acrobaticism that I have been rendered near defenceless, to the degree that any and all forthcoming kicks aimed at my mug are near guaranteed to make firm contact with their target. In addition to this, the Lone Shadows have a sweep perilous attack which can be a nice thing for you if you're confident with it and can land this subsequent Super Mario head bounce, but better still, They have a thrust type perilous attack. However, rather than thrusting with their sword like you might expect, instead they thrust with their foot. I will grab the foot. Yep, the Lone Shadows have a damn nifty set of attacks to deal with, but while nimble and somewhat dazzling, as bosses they really aren't as complex as they might initially seem. And although that signature kick combo they like to do can take a bit of learning to get down, if you do get it down you're laughing, because they throw this combo out a lot. Don't be fooled though, I'm actually pretty terrible at fighting these fellas, and so I always take advantage of that opening death blow and that puppeteering shit I mentioned earlier. Another Dark Souls 3 boss, ladies and gents, and one which I know is not particularly well liked by many. Me though, well, I'm actually pretty damn fond of the curse-rotted Greatwood. The gargantuan arboreal abomination situated in the undead settlement. The curse-rotted Greatwood is a totally optional boss, but it's one of those optional bosses where, while the option is there to skip it, don't do that. Because your reward for felling this towering tree is the transposing kiln, which can be given to Ludlith at Firelink Shrine, the only way in the game to transpose boss souls into weapons, rings and spells. Bloody incredible sight when you enter the arena, that's for sure. Even if it is optional, this encounter has tremendous presentation and pizzazz, with its big open space, the pink-petaled flowers sprouting up through the cracked stone, the multitude of mad villagers with their backs turned to you, and last but not least, the fucking huge semi-anthropomorphic Greatwood chilling out in the corner. What is that? When this boss comes to life, you very quickly discover that this is not one of those monsters you can simply run up to and start chopping. The thing's body is huge, and rather than it solely using its limbs for attacking, several of its moves involve its whole body as it spins and slams its entire rotted mass to the ground, damaging both you and any nearby villagers. Thus, really have to pick your moments to get in there carefully with this boss, which does sometimes mean having to hang back for a bit longer than you might want to before you can get closer, without being in danger of getting sat on by its big wooden arse. Not all of its attacks are melee though. If you ever look up at its branches, it has these big sacks of what look kinda like fruit hanging from them, which if you get a good look at, you can see are actually filled with corpses, which can rain down around the Greatwood in phase 1. It's a basic enough attack and easy to avoid by just running away, but it's freaking cool. Nearly everything about this boss is really freaking cool. There's a neat little gimmick for dealing damage to the curse-rotted Greatwood, revolving around its succulent sack. Most of its body is completely invulnerable to damage of any kind, and so going for these weak points is mandatory for victory, though some are easier to reach than others. Some can be targeted any old time, but for others, unless you're relying on ranged attacks or magic, might need to bait out certain enemy attacks first. My usual strat is to take out 2 or 3 of the limb sacks, then go for its easily accessible groin, causing big damage and always initiating phase 2. Hell of a phase transition as well. I mean, it's both a phase transition and an arena transition, with any leftover villagers being wiped out by the fall to the lower level, whilst you the player remain completely unharmed for some reason. The drama doesn't stop there though, because for as bizarre as this boss is in every way, the weirdness is increased tenfold as a huge gross arm rips out of its stomach. I love this shit. Mind you, the fight gets much more difficult in phase 2 in my opinion. You don't have any villagers here to bother you now and you have an additional weak point to target, but it can be very difficult to find good times to actually attack the arm because most of the time it's just out of reach and it doesn't just hover there harmlessly, it's always attacking you. The thing is super weak to fire though, so even though it won't burst open like the sacks to result in those big satisfying bursts of damage, if you go at it with the aid of some charcoal pine resin, the thing will feel the heat. Mind you, chances are there'll still be a sack or 2 left over from phase 1, but again will usually require a bit of patience before they're actually reachable. Although I have gotten better at fighting this boss over the years, it's usually one where phase 2 takes me about twice as long to beat compared to phase 1, and where I usually have no bloody Estus or items left over by the end of it. The curse-rotted Greatwood is a semi-gimmick fight, but I think it's a very well executed gimmick. The boss is completely unique compared to anything else you fight in this game, and even though the actual act of fighting it can get a little bit tedious or even frustrating due to how strategic and patient you might need to be with your assaults, I definitely still respect it. The main reason I have this boss placed fairly well though is that in terms of spectacle, I think it's one of FromSoft's best. The scale and visuals on display here are absolutely superb. This is an incredible looking entity with a suite of massive attacks. I know I haven't been giving scores throughout this whole ranking, but well, this boss may only be at best a 5.5 out of 10 in terms of how fun it is to fight. I think it's a freaking 9.5 out of 10 in terms of visuals and general badassery, so fuck it, rank 164. And now we transition from a big tree to a just about equally as big spider, to the Duke's dear Freya, the boss of Brightstone Cove, Seldora, and the keeper of one of the game's primal bonfires. I'm sure some of you might have expected this boss to be quite a bit higher than this, possibly even in the top 100, because I know the Duke's dear Freya is, quite appropriately, rather dear to many of you. Me though? Me, myself personally as a person, I think it's a quite good boss, but nothing more. Pretty neat wee intro cutscene for Freya as the monstrous spider thunders down from above, the everlasting dragon statue looming in the background, and with multitudes of her children scuttling round at her mighty legs. As you can quickly discern from attacking, or even just by looking at Freya's rock-hard carapace, you're going to get literally nowhere from hitting your silly old sword against her big old body. Instead, she has two weak points, her head and her other head. Indeed, there are some strange physiological properties on display here, but just go with it, just enjoy it. Unless you're hitting Freya directly on one of her heads, no damage for you. Though once you do start striking true, it becomes clear that for all her intimidating size, this isn't an especially tanky boss. Mind you, don't go too buck wild on any one head, because after enough damage it'll just fall off, forcing you to run round to her rear end to finish her off. I mean, I say that like it's a negative thing, but it's really not. You should aim to remove one of her heads, because it's fun. It just kind of falls off, or if you get lucky it might even get stuck in her model and wobble about a bit, before being tossed asunder like this. As for Freya's offense, well, just like a certain other spider boss, the place is crawling with her babies. These spiders aren't anywhere near as outrageously overpowered as ROMs, but they can still be a nuisance when you're just trying to get closer to Freya, and the damage output certainly isn't negligible. In addition to these wee beasties though, Freya doesn't just sit there and chill, she'll spit venom at you and she'll violently stomp her many legs into the ground, sometimes doing both at the same time. And when you do get close enough to within range of hitting a head, don't just think she'll sit there and take it. Expect some brutal bites, lunges, and even rather impressive leaps as she retaliates and evades your attacks. Possibly her most unexpected attack, however, unexpected considering she's just a massive spider, is her fucking hyper beam. Pretty damn cool attack, and an interesting wee twist from her usual stomps, bites and venom, and it gives you a nice opportunity to close the distance and start attacking the other head. The Duke's dear Freya is a good boss with a big nasty design, a nice take on the giant spider. I mean, I guess FromSoft already did a version of the armoured spider, you know, with their boss, the armour spider, but Freya's for sure better than that guy. The two-headed design is much appreciated also, making this encounter that bit more unconventional and quirky, and Freya's attacks are suitably dramatic and impactful to match her enormous heavy frame. For some reason though, I've never been able to love Freya. I kinda got sick of her uncharacteristically quickly in comparison to most other FromSoft bosses, which is odd for me. And I'll tell you what didn't help more recently was how bloody often I had to fight her as the Night 1 boss during my many attempts at Everdark Libre in Night Rain. I'm kind of sick of Freya in Dark Souls 2, but I'm sorry to say that I'm sick to bloody death of her in Night Rain. First Bloodborne boss since forever now, though let me start off by saying it's one that I wish I could put higher. But I'm not gonna. Sorry, it's Ebritis, daughter of the Cosmos, the left behind Great One, residing in her shadowy lair beneath the Grand Cathedral. When I released my best and worst FromSoft Dragons video a couple years back, Bloodborne was the only modern FromSoft game I skipped because this game has no dragons in it. However, a few people did comment saying that this game does have a dragon, Ebritis. I don't really agree that Ebritis is a dragon, but I guess she's the closest thing the game has to one. Kind of a hidden boss too. The Celestial Emissary which comes before it is already sort of hidden by the fact that it's an upper cathedral ward, an optional level which can only be accessed if you find its really rather well tucked away key in Yahar Ghul. Ebritus is a boss I actually respected a lot for years, not least of all because it's quite fair to consider her the single hardest base game boss. I mean, Gehrman's arguably more difficult, but at least you can gunshot stagger him, which you can't do with this split-headed, macaroni-faced, elephant-skinned, tentacle-armed pseudo-dragon of the void. Seriously though, amazing visual design. All of Bloodborne's great ones look amazing, but Ebritus truly does look utterly otherworldly. There is nothing human or in any way familiar about her design, and the sight of her looming with her back turned to you in the distance when you first enter the arena is near peak Bloodborne. Ebritus is also to be found in the Great East Chalice Dungeon too, where she has way more HP and is generally just an ordeal to beat. I mentioned that this is a boss I respected for years, implying that I no longer respect it, which is true. See, what I came to realise is that, much like the One Reborn who I'll be getting to soon, the most enjoyable battles I've had with Ebritus were the ones where I was able to just get in there, hug her body, unload attack after attack, getting stagger after stagger, resulting in a very messy but effective affair. Due to Ebritus' shape, it is possible to sort of wedge yourself into her body, where many of her front-facing attacks will miss you. It looks awful, it feels like crap, your character model will sometimes get dragged around by the boss's model, and it's still pretty damn dangerous because you can still get tagged by some attacks, but it really can work. The thing is though, what kind of a rubbish way to fight a boss is that? It's not quite on the same level as cheesing a boss, but regardless of its effectiveness, it looks and feels bad and doesn't provide that feeling of having really fought the boss. If you say balls to that method and fight Ebritus conventionally though, as I do these days, I don't know folks, I find surprisingly little to enjoy here. The boss has some of the most annoying attacks in the game for me. The timings for them, the large sweeping hitboxes, the general weirdness of Ebritus' tentacular form, making it difficult to discern where attacks begin and end, and yes, the camera. If you get close enough to attack its body, much of the time it's just really difficult to tell what the fuck is going on. They're just blood and slime and flailing tentacles and slamming heads on screen, and Jesus, it's a mess. I mentioned her head there, and indeed Ebritus' head is the weak point and the place the most vulnerable to stagger build-up. Thus, it can be effective to stay a meter or two in front of her, waiting for favourable attacks to come out so you can attack the head. And yeah, this works and is significantly less of a chaotic clusterfuck compared to sticking close to the boss's body throughout the whole fight. But then, Ebritus does her charge attack, also known as one of the worst attacks in the entire game. The charge does massive damage, comes out very suddenly, and has a hitbox so huge that it often feels genuinely impossible to dodge it depending on how far away you are when it comes out. If it only came out at long range, it'd still be really rough but relatively reasonable, but my dude, Ebritus can use it at close range too, such as when you're hanging out in front of it waiting for a headshot, and I really don't like it. Even if I'm expecting this attack, I'm still never confident that I'm going to come out alive. That's not even the full extent of Ebritus' nastiness either, because at around half health, Phase 2 is initiated, where she lets off a weird, continuously reverberating shriek which persists for the remainder of the fight, also causing a faint aura to appear around her body, which causes constant damage over time to you whilst you're within that area of effect. For some reason, it took me literally years to realise this was even a thing too. I saw the phase transition and I heard the odd frequencies, but I didn't notice the aura and somehow didn't notice my damn health ticking down, because really the fight is chaotic enough even without the additional element of you take damage by being close to the thing you're meant to be fighting. And there's also other stuff I didn't even mention, like the arcane space lasers and the blood spew which causes additional frenzy build-up if it makes contact. For God's sake, haven't we been through enough? Folks, if you're appalled at my perhaps much lower than expected placement of Ebritus, fair enough, I get it. However, the fact remains for me that despite the abyssal awesomeness of Ebritus' visual design and her plethora of incredible looking attacks and this gorgeous nightmare of a boss arena and Ebritus' soundtrack, which when you actually sit and listen to it is fucking brilliant, well, despite all that I don't enjoy fighting this boss much. I don't enjoy dealing with its attacks. Its charge attack is egregiously brutal, and one of the most effective ways to fight the boss, that being the hug method, the old hug and tug, well, this isn't good combat for me, it's a fucking mess. I could have put Abritus lower still, because on a raw how much do I enjoy this boss's combat scale, there's a bunch of bosses lower down on the list that I actually enjoy a lot more than this one. However, when I take all the other absolutely stellar elements associated with this battle into account too, I can't be overly harsh here. Abritus, I do love you in a way, but the thing is, I don't actually like you very much. I remember back in the dark days before Elden Ring, before this gift of gold came into our lives. Can you believe it's been about 4.5 years already? FromSoft were infuriatingly silent on the game for long stretches beforehand too, but this just made those few snippets, tidbits, pics or clips extra valuable. Indeed, I distinctly remember one of those early trailers, watching it and being struck at how disgustingly, smoulderingly sick one particular enemy looked, the Guardian Golem. Worth mentioning that even though they're not a rare bigger enemy, only reason they made it onto the list at all is because of the one you fight in Limgrave's High Road Cave. There are a lot of golems in the game, but this is the only one you fight as an actual boss. Even though that is the only boss variant, however, there's nothing unique about its moveset. With the exception of the archer variants, there's the same stuff that all the others do. The Guardian Golems do everything big and slow. Be prepared to deal with massive sweeps, earth-shaking slams and colossal combos where it tries to flatten you with the stony hilt of its super heavy halberd. The most dramatic of its moves has to be the overhead slam. Takes forever for the golem to charge it up, but has insane range and is generally quite terrifying to see. Yes, it's very well telegraphed, but there is such a thing as too well telegraphed. Sometimes it's more easy for a move to be quick and over and done with rather than lasting 7 seconds. But as gnarly as that slam is though, my number one favourite has to be where it hunches over onto all fours and breathes out fire whilst walking back. Really interesting and slightly unexpected sort of attack. With an enemy like this, they could have made its attacks purely conventional, a moveset exclusively composed of big hits with its big halberd, but no, they threw in weird shit like this, like the all fours backward flame breath walk too, and I love it. As for how to beat these titans of the flame, well, despite their intimidating appearance, they're remarkably easy to topple once you know how. It's just a case of pummeling their ankles with a few hits to make them fall down. After which, just run on over to their scorching cores for a critical hit to deal super high damage. Mind you, later on their ankles become a bit more armoured, making this harder, but still possible to topple them over. Similar sort of idea of what happens with the furnace golems in the DLC too actually. As for other variants, well, Caelid introduces golems with a bit of a magic flavour to their offense. The ones near the Great Jar are a good example. Screw them though, because I know who some of you watching have exactly in mind right now. It's not actually a boss, but tucked away in an awkward to reach platform jutting out from some Caelid cliffs is that golem. This guy is the only one in the game to have a full-on magic enchanted halberd, which looks great by the way. In addition to that, it has an attack which is completely unique to it, where it stabs its halberd's hilt into the ground and spins its torso around, generating blue orbs which send out powerful magic lasers, which in my view is just about up there with the aforementioned fire attack in terms of that cool factor, really pushing the idea that these are strange, ancient and powerful machines that you're doing battle with. In addition to all that too, for some reason this particular golem is insanely buff. It is way stronger than any others. It's got a lot more HP, to the point where unless you're a super high level, it's actually really dangerous to fight. Because it can quite easily one-shot you if you make a single misstep. It takes ages to kill and it's annoyingly perilous trying to platform back down here alive if you do die. Actually fighting this thing isn't really even all that fun to be honest, but even so I love that it's here. Just this hidden enchanted super golem that you could easily go several playthroughs without ever discovering. I even like that it's not a proper boss or anything, makes it feel somehow more exclusive, I don't know. So yeah, Guardian Golems, I think they're a bloody excellent time. They look awesome, they're huge, their attacks have this crazy crushing impact to them, their moveset is surprisingly varied and they're fun to fight. To be honest, I'd have put them even higher still, but the only thing holding me back is the fact that, like I said, this one weak golem in this random cave in Limgrave is the only actual boss version. The others with the ankle armour and the enchanted bows and that brutal one in Caelid, well, even though I enjoy discussing them, they are kind of external to this one, aren't they? So let's stick with keeping this cave golem here comfortably at number 161. Okay, we've possibly got another controversial one here, folks, because at number 160 I have the Valiant Gargoyles, the bloody pair of them. Yes, Valiant Gargoyles do appear on their own in a few other locations, but not as bosses. The only place you fight them as a boss is in Siofra Aqueduct, where a pair of them guard the way to Deeproot Depths. Also, I will be lumping the Blackblade Kindred in with the Valiant Gargoyles due to them being so similar. You could argue that the Blackblade Kindred are distinct enough that they should get their own entry, but most of the difference between these entities really is visual, and also, to tell you the truth, I kind of fucked up my estimation of total number of bosses on this list at one point, but I shortchanged the numbers slightly, and so because I already released part 1 of this big ranking, to maintain at least numerical consistency, please just go with the flow with me on this one, and allow me to combine the Valiant Gargoyles and the Blackblade Kindred into the one entry. Please. When people talk about the pain of Elden Ring's dual bosses, the particular encounters they're usually thinking about are perhaps the Crucible Knight duo in Arisa Hero's Grave, almost always the Godskin duo who we've already discussed, and very often the Valiant Gargoyles too. Unlike the Godskin duo fight though, this one is completely optional. In fact, it's even optional for getting into Deeproot Depths, because you can also get there via the subterranean shunning grounds. Bugger the alternative routes though, because mama, I wanna ride that coffin downtown. Before we get into the fight, we'll first say that I adore the Gargoyles design. They are of course heavily based off of Dark Souls 3's Gargoyles, who I thought were one of the sickest and best enemies in that game. Though the fighting style of Elden Ring's Gargs is quite distinct from Dark Souls 3's ones. I love how the idea seems to be that these monstrous beings were crafted with the remains of dead bodies, with literal corpse wax having been used to repair certain sections and to fuse pieces together. This amber coloured wax can even be seen coated over their weapons. Whilst the size, shape and bizarre bodily proportions of these morbid beings does make them appear little more than monstrosities, these qualities are juxtaposed very intriguingly against their distinctly dexterous fighting style. Their attacks certainly are violent and destructive, but they also move and strike with a clear degree of skill and intelligence, as opposed to them simply rampaging round in the manner of mindless beasts. Furthermore, their heads, whilst certainly appearing distinctly and unsettlingly deathly, do also have a certain human quality to them, capped off with a plumed helmet, though there's nothing human about their deep growling vocalizations. Just like with Dark Souls 3's Gargoyles, which are all either headless or which possess stone skulls for heads, these things do sound utterly monstrous. Anyway, now that I've finished glazing the Gargoyles, let's finally talk about the brawl in this bloody banger of a boss arena. Initially, you've just got the one Gargolon to worry about, one armed with a greatsword and with a halberd carried upon its back, which it could switch out to and from via transitional attacks. The Gargoyles' attacks really are wild too, big blazing long range, wide strikes and combos, some even performed aerially, coinciding with a cataclysmic crash to the ground. Because of the all-round ostentatiousness of the Valiant Gargoyles moveset, everything is very well telegraphed. And so, although its attacks certainly aren't easy to dodge, they are quite easy to learn. However, if the fight was only against this one Gargoyle, then it would never have managed to make so many people so mad, would it have? But it did make people mad, because in what I guess may be a sort of cheeky callback to Dark Souls 1's Gargoyle fight, after about half of the first monster's health is depleted, the second one enters the picture, which is where problems can arise. It's not a duplicate of the first Garg either, because while the first one wields a greatsword and halberd, second one carries a twin blade and great axe, and whilst its great axe might not pose you too big an issue, that big old twin blade absolutely can. Big issue with the twin blade is that it's easily the most incomprehensible weapon in the Gargoyle's arsenal. I mean, its standard attacks aren't so bad, but if the boss decides to pull off any of that fancy shit where it starts wildly whirling its weapon all over the fucking place, well, for a lot of us, our only response is, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to not get hit. Second Gargoyle definitely is the roughest, though if you're terrible at dealing with its currently equipped weapon, you can try playing more defensively until it switches out to the other one. That can be easier said than done though when you consider this boss's tremendous mobility potential. Of course though, the real slap in the ass with this fight isn't the first Garg in particular or the second one in particular either. It's both of them combined, because fighting two of these things at once is just very fucking difficult. Much like with the Godskin duel, this isn't a case where you have two boss entities whose moveset complement each other in an intelligent and well considered manner. No, I mean, it's mostly the same boss times two. The second does have a couple of different weapons, sure, but rather than that making it feel mechanically distinct from the first Gargoyle, instead, it just feels like an even harder version of the first one. When you're trying to melee both of them at once, it honestly is brutal, but another sore point here is that they're highly dangerous from range also. They've got their corpse wax cutter, which has very long range and will destroy you if you're distracted when one of those faraway Gargs sends it your way, and even if you are paying full attention, it's still a very easy attack to misroll. Worse still though, perhaps the Valiant Gargoyle's most detested attack is its Poison Breath. This attack is 100% bullshit, I can't deny it. Has crazy range, both Gargoyles can do it, it does major damage over time if you get caught in the danger zone, it also causes a danger zone around the Gargoyle in addition to the long stream out in front of it, it does poison build-up in addition to all the raw damage, and worst of all, it's more difficult to see than it really needs to be. It's not invisible, you can see it, but when you're in the thick of a fight with one Gargoyle whilst the other one is off somewhere, spitting its long-range toxic skibbity at you, it's just faint enough, so that sometimes by the time you notice it, it's too late to roll clear of it before dying. It's a bad attack for sure, and in its current form, it's an unnecessary one. This fight's hard enough without this literal toxicity being added into the mix too. And so all this might make you wonder, why on earth have I placed the Valiant Gargoyles at number 160 and not way bloody lower? It's because, even though this fight does have its flaws, it's entirely doable. For a start, even though it's placed quite a good bit into the game, it's not an endgame boss. It's not like you're going to be at a high level with the best talismans and the most effective Ashes of War with your weapons near plus 25 by the time you make it to this boss. Rather, if you get here and find yourself hopelessly stuck at it, where you just can't get anywhere without being ravaged by all those overwhelming attacks by either one or two of the Gargoyles at once, there's still plenty of scope for you to just leave for a while and then come back later when you're more buff. I think that was probably FromSoft's rationale here, just like it was back with the Margit fight, where the game is signalling that you should probably piss off for a wee while. Do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that, bish bash bosh, and then come back when you feel really ready. Or hey, just like I said when discussing the Godskin duel, why not summon? Freaking ideal time to make use of a fun Spirit Ash to go some way towards leveling this uneven playing field. In my level 1 run of the game last year, I dreaded the fight with the Valiant Gargoyles, and yeah, they were not a fun time at first, especially because I'd also enforced a no summoning rule for myself. And so, I went off and left it for a time, then came back with my old reliable Morning Star a bit more reinforced, and with my general build that bit more optimised, and guess what? Go on, guess. I'm waiting. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing that. But what happened was, I got pretty damn efficient at fighting these two, to the point where I was able to take the first one out very shortly after the second one arrived, and from then on it was just a damn good old fight. Intense? Yes. Challenging? Hell yes. But goddamn, I enjoyed the hell out of it. And when I approached it the right way, I didn't end up finding it to be all that frustrating. Thus, even though I am very much sympathetic to contrary opinions from people who have nothing less than a scathing opinion of the Valiant Gargoyles, this is one of the many FromSoft bosses who have grown on me over the years. Before we progress on to the next entry in the list though, better now spare a wee bit of time for the Blackblade Kindred, the Valiant Gargoyles' even scarier cousins. Although one appears in the Forbidden Lands just before the Grand Lift of Rold, the first time most of us saw a Blackblade Kindred was when we were warped to the Bestial Sanctum. Of course, the Beast Clergyman awaits you inside, eager for the taste of any and all morbid morsels you're able to harvest for him, but standing sentinel at the stairs outside is one of Malekith's mighty kindred. A blackened and more powerful version of the regular gargoyles, one imbued with the same forbidden, destined death-like power wielded by Malekith himself. Indeed, instead of the amber-coloured corpse wax covering the valiant gargoyles' weapons, black corpse wax covers the kindreds, allowing their weapons to deal holy damage too. And for anyone who's ever tried using a holy weapon on one of these bosses, you'll quickly find that they are super resistant to it, far more so than even the valiant gargoyles are. The kindred truly are very similar to the gargoyles, except with a different colour palette and they're way more buff, though mercifully you don't ever have to worry about fighting more than one at a time. And nor are either of these fights mandatory. The one stationed at the Bestial Sanctum carries a sword and halberd, whilst the one in the Forbidden Lands has a great axe and twin blade. So there are differences between these two fights, with again those damned special attacks from the twin blade being absolutely fucking unreasonable to try and dodge, and it's worse than ever here thanks to the added elemental aspect and the associated bit of lingering life drain too. Mind you, the sword and halberd variant is nothing to sneeze at either. You will get absolutely annihilated if you make the mistake of pissing this guy off in the early game. And even if you come back significantly later, this is still a brutal battle with a massive HP pool to whittle down and devastating damage to try and avoid. This kindred might have a slightly less unreasonable moveset than the other, but its placement here can lead to some awkward moments. Blackblade Kindred like to move around a lot, but because you're on a sloped surface here on the stairs, with a couple of ledges to either side, things can get very confusing and messy when the boss starts jumping and dashing about. And whilst I have always been kind of impressed at how well this game is able to handle such a level of boss mobility in an outdoor space, every now and then it's not able to handle it well at all and the boss will get stuck or its AI will go all wonky. And in a fight as brutal as this, that can be less than ideal.
What?
The Blackblade Kindred are one of those bosses who I find to be significantly cool and sicker to look at than they are fun to actually sit down and fight. I mean, that spinny, whirly, destined death twin blade attack looks insanely awesome, but is it insanely awesome to try and dodge? No, it sucks to dodge. I don't know how to bloody dodge it. I don't think Blackblade Kindred suck or anything, but I do wish I enjoyed fighting them more, because generally I am actually much more of a fan of the game's gargoyle encounters, which, although themselves are far from perfect, feel a bit less outrageous. All in all though, with both the Valiant Gargoyles and the Blackblade Kindred lumped into the one thing, for the purposes of my video here, I'm going to hand out that 160 position. 160 I declare. Now let's move on. Oh, we've got another tricky one here folks. It's the monstrous grotesquerie, the unholy flesh amalgamation, the gruesome guardian of Yahar Ghul, the one, the only, the one, reborn. Okay, now I don't know about you, but the intro cutscene to the One Reborn is in my personal all-time top 10. It's all so sick. The rotted corpse-like countenance of the Bell Maiden, the scarlet immensity of the low-hanging blood moon, the void portal which, through foul ritual, forms over its unnatural image, the almost nebula-like texture which appears from within the portal, which you then realise is actually the colour and texture of dead flesh and rancid corpse fluid, as the ultimate god product of Mensis's unspeakable and forbidden rituals falls squelching, squirming and suppurating to the hard ground. Corrupted unreality entering into reality. The One Reborn. Truly one of FromSoft's most disturbing, disgusting and in my opinion best monster designs. I fucking love this sort of thing. I'm a sick son of a bitch. And hey, once the battle begins, fans of Demon Souls may rejoice as the Tower Knight vibes begin vibing, because just as with that battle, here you have a main high damage, high HP threat in the central lower area of the arena, whilst on the upper level you've got many smaller enemies who will relentlessly send projectiles your way from above whilst you're trying to take care of business down below. Furthermore, if you leave them alive, which I personally never do by the way, in addition to the fireballs they send your way, they send purple healing orbs at the boss. After nailing all the Chime Maidens, the one reborn will let off a scream, accompanied by an extremely damaging AoE attack which you should be well out of range of if you're still on your way down to the ground level. Though still gotta remain wary of the scream throughout the rest of the fight too, because it can repeat this AoE attack. The one reborn also has a nasty vomit hazard attack, as the monstrosity regurgitates its caustic bile onto the ground, forcing you to run to the elevated perimeter. This one can be annoying because the boss doesn't do it all that much, and unless you're looking out for it, by the time you notice the ground filling up with the fluid, it can be a bit too late to get away. Never bleed mind that attack though, because there's still all the other shit to worry about, with my personal least favourite being the Rain of Corpses, where it generates putrid portals of falling flesh directly above wherever you're standing, dropping it down, doing massive damage. That's just its range stuff too, because this is one of those bosses where even just trying to hit it at all is fraught with peril. All those extra appendages kicking and writhing around its body aren't just for show, and even when it's not swinging and hammering at you with its brutal arms, get in the way of those smaller limbs at its side and they're gonna kick you. And not for any small amount of damage either, that shit hurts. As for strategies for success, well, I'll tell you exactly what to bloody well do. After taking out those hideous hags up top, pop a beast blood pellet, rub some bolt paper on your blade and go to town on the side of its body whilst trying to remain as in between the offending legs as possible. After enough damage it'll get staggered and the front portion with the torso sticking up out of it will be lowered. Hit that a few times, preferably with charged or transform attacks to grow your beasthood meter, and you'll get an additional stagger, allowing for a bit more damage still. And if you've done a decent enough job here, then hopefully the boss will either be dead or relatively close to it. See, if you employ that strategy, the one reborn is a hoot. Great fun as you pound and mash away at it, super satisfying getting those big staggers and seeing the damage pile up. However, in my experience, okay, if you try and fight this boss in a manner which doesn't involve killing it as quickly and brutally as possible, and you instead have to fight it normally, actually deal with its moveset, then this can be a miserable, or I'll even go as far as to say, bad fight. The One Reborn's moveset is just as messy as its appearance is. Lots of flailing hitboxes, an AoE attack which can easily one-shot you even at full health, and that corpse rain attack is awfully annoying, and all of its attacks deal a ton of damage. I mean, this is Bloodborne where most things hit really hard, but there's something about getting hit in this fight which winds me up. Having half your HP deleted because of a glancing kick, or losing 80% of your HP from the corpse rain which can hit you anywhere, because it's done via an overhead portal rather than a projectile. This is an immensely satisfying boss to hit, but it's also an immensely frustrating boss to actually fight, to the point where the most popular method for fighting it involves actually fighting it as little as possible, instead staggering it before it has the chance to really flex its gross fucked up muscles. Folks, I'd bloody love to put the One Reborn in the top 100, because goddamn I think its visual and sound design is peak. And hey, if you're getting in there with the chain stagger method with the aid of a buff or two, tearing this flesh titan apart, rapidly deleting big chunks of its HP with each strike, it's lovely stuff. Like I said though, that strategy aside, geez, this thing ain't much fun to fight, and it definitely wasn't a thrill when I did my level 1 run of Bloodborne a few years ago. In fact, it was the worst boss of that run, though I did only do the mandatory base game bosses in that run. I imagine Abritus at level 1 would be way worse. Level 1 or not, I really can't put the One Reborn any higher than 159. You can even argue that based on its flaws that 159 is way too high, which I get, but I'd say there are also enough other really good elements of the battle to bring that score up a decent bit. Let's carry on with Yahar'gul! Getting kidnapped when you're just trying to take care of business, just trying to move from A to B, is not ideal, both in games and in real life. I mean, when it first happens in the game, in a way it's quite a thrill because you're like, what the hell's going on? Where am I being taken? And why am I trapped in this man's sack? In real life. Well, where you're being taken is Yahar'gul! Okay, I'll stop doing that now. For an early visit to the unseen village before things get truly nightmarish later on after Rom is defeated. It's still no walk in the park at this point though, that's for sure, but you can use this opportunity to get yourself a tidy amount of blood echoes and score a few neat items, after which you're free to leave via the lamp within the Hypogean jail. If you want to delve a little deeper though, reach a little bit further in your Eldritch explorations, then you can pay a visit to Dark Beast Parl, who is slumbering in the outdoor section which directly connects to Old Yarnum. The beginning of this battle is quite nicely done because due to it initially being inactive and quite camouflaged in with the dark ground, you could be forgiven in not even noticing Parl at first, but no, there is a dude there. Well, not really a dude I guess, more an ancient skeletal lightning monster. Indeed, upon approaching Parl, it literally sparks into life, kicking off the battle, and if you came here unprepared with a not ideal weapon, which is entirely possible seeing as how you don't so much travel as get abruptly transported here via kidnapping, then you could be in for a rough time of it. There are a few factors which inherently make Parl and its Chalice Dungeon counterpart, the Loran Dark Beast, difficult fights. For one, due to its shape it can be very awkward to actually land hits on the thing. The boss does have a central mass, but due to how long its limbs are, it's out of reach, meaning those limbs are what you want to be going for, or its head, though targeting that will place you square in the danger zone of the Dark Beast's vicious frontal attacks. Whilst there is some semblance of ragged fur clinging to Parl's old bones, the thing is profoundly skeletal, and so its limbs are thin and easy to miss, especially if you've got a weapon based around thrusts or vertical slices. Though anything capable of slicing or swinging out in wider horizontal arcs will fare far better when it comes to making contact. Mind you, also have to consider this beast's mobility. As awkward as its limbs already are to hit, it's seldom to be found sticking around in the one location for long, always skittering and scuttling around the arena, before launching in for a rending, sweeping series of deadly claw combos. Then there's also the question of Parl's special power, lightning, the same power shared by both the equally mysterious Loran Silverbeast and Abhorrent Beast. The nasty thing about the Dark Beast is that it likes to do this awful AoE attack, howling at the sky and doing massive electric damage to its immediate surroundings in a thunderous shockwave. Sometimes this attack is just that, an attack, but other times, particularly if it's been a short while since you've gotten off a stagger, it will double up as a big buff, where the beast's body will spark ever more violently, and where even its claw combos become empowered, effectively giving them longer range from the follow-up ground waves of lightning which accompany each swipe. The AoE attack doesn't reach too far behind the Dark Beast though, making that a good place to run to, though if you're really good it is possible to dash through the shockwave, just have to be really accurate with your timing. And accept that if you do fuck it up you're going to take some big damage. You can even be one-shotted by it if you do take on Parl too early, when your HP is still a bit low. If you do find yourself up against this terrifying, loud creature when your character isn't yet a powerhouse, then the key really is in the stagger. This boss's thin-limbed appearance plays into its weakness, that being that its bony appendages aren't too difficult to stagger with a few well-placed attacks. When you manage this, the thing momentarily falls to the ground, allowing you to get several more good licks in, and also saps the boss of its lightning buff, giving you a further window to really get in there for more staggers before it rebuffs to get itself back to baseline power, and then buffs once again to reach its super lightning state. Dark Beast Parl is one of those bosses where I think most people who reach it either struggle or absolutely piss it, depending on when they fight it, because although you can take it on after getting kidnapped, you don't have to. And furthermore, there's also no guarantee that you ever will even get kidnapped at all if you're good at fighting these dudes. If you leave Parl till later on after defeating Rom, then it's highly likely to feel excessively easy. Its damage will be laughable, you'll be able to stagger it no bother to the point where you'll be laughing at it, and its health pool of 4,500 will also seem laughable, you can start calling it Laugh Beast Parl. The Loran Dark Beast in the Chalice Dungeons though, well there's nothing fucking funny about that one. Even though it has a slightly different name, sadly it's just a clone of Parl, except with way higher damage and health, meaning there's little to no possibility of being able to cruise through the encounter, even if you're at a high level and your weapon is maxed out. Sounds awful, sounds like a bad time. However, although it's actually been a couple of years since I fought the Loran Dark Beast, I remember coming to appreciate the fight a fair bit. I mean, I definitely didn't master it or anything, but I did get a lot better once I was able to look through the general chaos of the experience, because make no mistake, this is a chaotic battle. The Dark Beasts are big, loud, fast, and their melee attacks have excellent range, and they are not shy at all about using that AoE attack. And even though I haven't mentioned it, this is one of those fights where the camera is not your friend. When you're in about this thing, underneath it, frantically hacking at its legs, desperately trying to get it staggered, the camera don't like it. Even so, even though there are elements of these fights which I find to be of questionable enjoyability, I do still like and appreciate them. They're not perfect, they're not clean, but they are very sick. And although it doesn't feel good to get one-shotted by an AoE attack or have your view blocked by an incompetent camera, if you get pretty good with the Dark Beasts and you're on a good run, dodging its combos and getting those staggers off, it does feel good. Feels good, man. And now we come to the Ancestor Spirits. Yes, you do fight two Ancestor Spirits, the regular one in Siofra River, and then the Regal one near Nokron, but with the exception of the Regal version's rebirth mechanic, they're both pretty much identical, so let's just bang them both out as one. It's time to bang the Ancestor Spirits, please. Although the Regal Ancestor Spirit gets you a remembrance upon defeat, both of these beings are totally optional to fight. Mind you, I do enjoy and appreciate the wee hunt you need to go on beforehand to gain the right to take them on, where you need to find and light all the monoliths before their remains begin to glow. Once you do make it into their respective arenas, I mean, golly. Golly gee, they're beautiful. Huge spaces, disconcertingly so when you consider that you can't ride Torrent in here. But that thick cerulean gloom colouring the arena is gorgeous, with his colour also matching the Ancestor Spirit's glowing antlers, as well as the damaging magical essence it lets out during the fight. The boss itself is also strangely beautiful in a sort of deathly way. I mean, the thing is corpse-like with an animal skull for a head, but as its name suggests, there's also something spiritual, natural and noble about it. And the ghosts of various animals which quietly populate the arena as the fight goes on is also a very nice effect. And whilst we're here getting all soppy and sentimental about the aesthetics, let's also hear it for the boss's soundtrack, which is one of the loveliest in the game. As for the fight, well, it fucking sucks. No, I'm just kidding, it's pretty good. Depending on when you take each of these bosses on, it's quite possible to make really short work of them because they don't have all that much HP, which is good actually. Because this is another example of a boss with a pretty awkward body shape for hitting. Yes, the Ancestor Spirit is essentially a big, dead elk moose, but the bulk of its body is all the way up there, whereas I'm all the way down here, meaning its thin legs are mostly what you're going to be trying to hit, resulting in many misses. As for the boss's moveset, it's really nothing too complex. Lots of head charges and sideways slams, and of course there's the classic FromSoft donkey kick if it catches you hanging round its regal rump. Things do get quite Christmassy though, make no mistake, particularly with the move where it hops several times through midair before stomping down from above. You know what I mean by Christmassy, like one of Santa's reindeers floating and jumping through the air. In addition to the Ancestor Spirit's physical attacks though, it also has its Jordan signature shimmy, where it spews out magical vapour onto the ground, damaging any fool foolish enough to fool around with it, the exact same move you yourself can pull off if you grab the Ancestral Infant's head from Nokron. The real showstopper here though, and the thing that distinguishes the regular Ancestor Spirit from the Regal one, is its healing trick and its rebirth mechanic. Just as you're getting all excited at the prospect of a quick and easy victory here, the boss will abruptly begin siphoning off residual soul energy from its surroundings to both damage you and heal itself by quite a large amount. It can actually do this several times too as the fight goes on, though with diminishing returns with each subsequent heal. Never mind healing though, how about dying? Because the Regal Ancestor Spirit can let itself die before respawning elsewhere in the arena from the spirit of a different animal. Its form doesn't change when it does this, but depending on whether it spawns from a goat, a spring hare or a boar, it will gain a new unique attack. And if you ask me, that's a bloody great boss mechanic and a lot of fun. The Ancestor Spirit fights really aren't that difficult. In fact, unless you're under levels or get struck with a horn or hoof that you never saw coming, usually achievable to win these fights on the first try. Even so, it's nice to have a boss that's not all about the difficulty, but is instead more about the experience and the spectacle, and I really appreciate how, instead of just giving the Regal Ancestor Spirit a bunch more HP, they give it the rebirth stuff, making it so that you might catch it doing a new move you've never seen before from one playthrough to the next. It's all very nice stuff, and indeed, I find the Ancestor Spirits to be very nice bosses. Way back when Dark Souls 2 hit shelves, damn common critique you heard being flung around the world wide web was too many of the bosses are just dudes in armour. Me myself personally, I actually think that many of this game's best bosses happen to be dudes in armour, and so this complaint never really resonated with me. One of the first dudes in armour bosses you fight happens to be my pick for number 156, and that dude is the Dragon Rider, one of two bosses located in Hyde's Tower of Flame. And I'm also chucking in the other Dragon Rider fight where you're tasked with taking on two of them in Rang Lake Castle. I've no doubt that 100 handfuls of people watching are currently squinting at their screens saying to themselves, the Dragon Riders as high as 156? Me. They say, moo. But yeah folks, I enjoy the shit out of this boss, unapologetically. I will not apologise, even though it certainly is on the basic side of things. The fight with the one in the Tower of Flame is just about as basic as a boss can get. He's got a great shield, a halberd, and a mere handful of attacks at his disposal. There aren't even any standout moves from this guy that I can highlight and analyse, to be honest. That's how basic it is, so this fight isn't completely vanilla. Just like with several Dark Souls 2 bosses, you can affect the conditions of this battle externally, in this case by activating the switch early on in the level to extend the arena platform out to give you more room to manoeuvre, meaning you'll be in less danger of falling to your death after an errant dodge roll. Many speedrunners, however, completely skip this step because it happens to be remarkably easy and consistent to make the Dragon Rider fall to his death mere seconds after stepping into the arena. Thusly, I mean, this was the part in the video where I'd intended to demo it, but the problem is that when I went and tried it, I couldn't because I'm shit, but believe me, it can be done. But in a way, it's actually a good thing that I didn't manage to skip, because I enjoyed this fight a lot. I'm glad I fucked it up. For a start, bloody love the Dragon Rider set. I actually used to think the Dragon Rider's getup was one that you couldn't get for yourself, much like the Pursuer's set for example. However, no, you can get it. It's just that you need to either be on New Game Plus or have used a bonfire aesthetic here in the Iron Keep before Magarold will sell it to you. It's quite expensive as well. My passion for fashion aside, this is just one of the Dragon Rider encounters because the game gives you another way later in Rang Lake Castle where you fight another halberdier as well as a bow wielding one perched on a high plinth. Might initially sound like a recipe for a bad time, but it's really not. The platform the archer is standing on will immediately collapse after a single attack by the halberdier, and when he does come down, turns out he's got only half the HP that the other one has, who himself isn't really very tanky. Only slightly sad thing about the Dragon Rider encounters is the fact that we never get to see the Dragon Rider Twin Blade in action. You can transpose the Dragon Rider soul into 4 different weapons, the Dragon Rider Great Shield, Bow, Halberd and Twin Blade, but you never actually get to see a single Dragon Rider boss using that Twin Blade, nor the 2 or 3 Dragon Rider mini bosses dotted throughout the game, which is a shame. You could even say it's lame, but I'm not to blame. Dragon Riders are a basic ass boss. They're a basic bitch, I know, but after a while, after years of fighting bosses of all sorts of different complexities and difficulties, you eventually realise that that shit doesn't matter. Fun is fun. I always have a great time having a jolly good duel with a Dragon Rider. I think Dark Souls 2's base game has a few excellent levels, and I think the level design in all 3 of its DLCs is generally bloody brilliant. But the game also has a few shiters as well, you'd better believe it. Whilst it's not necessarily a terrible level, one I've never been a fan of is Earthen Peak, largely because of this horrible enemy. Tell you what though, the level boss, Mytha Baneful Queen, damn good stuff. Before we even enter the arena though, got to mention the thing you can do beforehand to make the fight a bit easier. If you set fire to the windmill close to the upper earthen peak bonfire, then rather than Mythi's entire arena being submerged in a pool of poison, providing her with additional healing, only the outer ring will remain poisonous, making this step well worth doing. However, turns out I'm something of a dumbass, because for years I thought this step was completely nonsensical. I couldn't understand why setting a random windmill aflame affected what happened inside her boss arena a minute or two away from the windmill. Then on my most recent playthrough I noticed that all the mechanisms inside the connecting hall had completely halted, obviously stopping the flow of thick poisonous sludge into Mythi's lair. I don't know why it literally took me over a decade to realise this connection, but now that I do realise it, I think it's an awesome detail. As for the boss, really good. Rather amusingly, the opening beats are reminiscent of those of the Scorpioness Nashka fight, except partially inverted, where instead of a half-buried body casting sorcery at you, it's an exposed body using sorcery, holding onto a head, and the body is serpentine rather than being Scorpion-esque. I don't know. That was a remarkably clumsy comparison, but you get what I'm saying. Despite her bizarre appearance, this is a relatively straightforward fight, with her moveset mostly consisting of sweeping tailspins and devastating forward spear charges, though as is made clear at the start of the battle, Mythic can cast magic too. Very cool detail is that the sorcery specifically comes from her hanging decapitated head. You've got the scream accompanied attack, either letting off a single projectile or a group of them, and then my favourite, the one where she actually throws her head at you which then explodes, except god damn it I don't have any footage of it, but trust me it is sick. Even though the bulk of the poison gets drained from the arena as per the windmill step, some still remains, but I think it's just the right amount. We're in the Goldilocks zone of poisonous sludge here, I would say. She will occasionally stray into it for a wee bit of health regen, but hey, that just means I get the pleasure of fighting her for a little bit longer. Mytha, Baneful Queen isn't one of the most memorable boss fights in the Dark Souls trilogy, but I've always seen her as a very solid one nonetheless. And where I always kind of look forward to the Covetous Demon who you fight in the previous level due to the simple pleasure of seeing how quickly and easily I can kill it this time, with Mytha I look forward to her because she's just a relatively simple, solidly enjoyable encounter with a cool moveset consisting of a nice mix of melee and sorcery, made that bit more spicy with a poisonous twist. We covered Demon Souls' first boss a wee bit back, the big bitch fought in the tutorial, but now it's time to get talking about the game's second boss, Phalanx, the shield-bearing blob found at the end of the Gates of Boletaria. The Gates of Boletaria is a brilliant level. In fact, every stage in Boletaria is brilliant, and there's not a single bad boss here either. After pulling that final lever to open the large iron gate, you're shown the frightful sight of a massive spear being flung out from the dark interior, jammed into the ground where it will remain for you to nervously gawk at before tremulously daring to set foot through the enormous wall of fog. And once you do step in, the culprit is an amorph of sorts, a vast black blob with a core of luminescent blue, enveloped by a multitude of smaller blobs wielding shields and armed with spears. Phalanx. Mind you, never did entirely understand this cutscene. For a start, that's a scraping spear, a weapon you can get for yourself with the help of this boss's own demon soul. However, none of these lesser blobs wield scraping spears. Those are just regular spears they use. In fact, the only entity in the game who uses a scraping spear against you happens to be the Black Phantom Tower Knight from the final level of Boletaria. Which is weird in itself, because the actual Tower Knight boss from the world's second level also does not use a scraping spear. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe the implication is that it's the big blue core who chucked the spear out at the start. But then why doesn't the central core throw any other spears throughout the fight? We know these things can regenerate their weapons because the smaller ones do, so why not the big cheese? Or am I just overthinking this? I tell you, there's not a day that goes by where I do not ponder the origins of the scraping spear. Anyway, onto the fight, please. It's a good one. Extremely simple, yes, but hot dog is it also enjoyable. You've got tons of the lesser blobs covering the central mass, which is the only part responsible for the boss health bar. Whilst the blue core itself is completely defenceless, however, the lesser blobs are not, with them blocking most incoming frontal damage, whilst also being able to throw forward their spears from range. Your job is to either make it through these blobs to get an opening on the big blob for long enough to get that big boss health bar down, or you could do what I'm sure most folk like to do and try and take out every little blob, which really is a lot of fun. Because the smaller enemies are separate from the main entity, you get souls for each kill, and they can even drop upgrade materials, further incentivizing you to go to town on the whole bloody lot of them. Furthermore, this boss is practically begging for you to get cracking in there with a bunch of firebombs. Firebombs are fairly common drops throughout this first level, and you should also have 2 or 3 turpentines stuffed in your pockets too by the time you make it here, both of which happen to work wonderfully against the phalanx. To this day, there are few things more cathartic than striding into this boss arena, chucking your first firebomb and seeing all those little health bars ticking down. You might not have that much success hitting the actual boss with these at first, but it's excellent for clearing out all the smaller blobs. And when you finish your fun with the firebombs, great, time to charge in and use your turpentine buff and finish the job melee style. Super simple boss, pretty bloody easy one, and hey, even the visuals here are quite understated. It's not some big dragon or raging demon or thundering giant. It's just a big fucking blob surrounded by a load of smaller blobs. But that doesn't matter. It may be simple, but it's also simply enjoyable, and excluding the tutorial boss, I think it makes for a fantastic first proper boss fight in this fantastic game. So we got somewhat ornithological back at number 210 when discussing the wicked ways of the Deathbirds, but between you and me, I think we can get a little bit more ornithological still, so I think it's high time I made it to the matter of the Death Rightbird. Picture in your mind, if you will, the Deathbird. Or just look at the Deathbird I'm showing on screen now, but now imagine that same bird, but with the white-grey glow of ghost flame glinting from its bony body, its weapon and the crevices of its skull, a set of spectral wings composed of series of spear-wielding spirits, and with most of its attacks now imbued with additional ghost flame energy, involving massive AoE moves, directional explosions, and many more mean moves to make you moan with misery. That's the Death Rightbird, which is basically the Deathbird on crack. It's pretty much the Deathbird on steroids. Just as I had a rather memorable first encounter with a regular Deathbird on my first playthrough, I had a similar situation with the Death Rightbird in Caelid. I didn't see it on my first journey through Caelid, but I remember returning back to the Rotted region later on in the game for one reason or another, relatively near the swamp section during the night, and just seeing this monstrous, ghostly form in the distance, this glimmering, stalking phantom prowling around a far area of the wastes, a phantom not introduced with a cutscene or a fancy flying in sequence, but just stomping round yonder that way, there for you to approach if you've the metal for it. Damn cool stuff. Just like with Deathbirds though, fighting the thing is not quite so cool. Well, actually that's not true. The Death Rightbird has a super cool moveset, but the thing is, it's also a brutal moveset, because they're really difficult. They have all the same problems as Deathbirds, all the same physical features which make them hard to hit and harder to dodge, but now you've also got ghost flame explosions going on left, right and centre. Now even if you're out of range of some of these attacks, many of them send secondary explosions hurtling your way too, leaving lingering ghost flame embers burning on the ground, which means additional elemental damage for you, and the risk of frostbite build-up. I'll definitely give the Death Rightbird mad points for cinematography though, because this turkey has flair. This chicken knows how to put on a show, with its spear call ritual being my personal favourite, myself personally as a would-be ornithologist. Seriously, just the awesomeness of this attack alone has made me bump the Death Rightbird up 1 or 2 notches in my ranking. Even though I have been largely quite complimentary towards this boss, as you can see, I don't have it terribly high up in my ranking, and that's because for as badass a boss as it is in many regards, god damn is it a son of a bitch to fight. Fights with it are so damn messy and hectic, and I'll say it, hard. Even though they're all optional, Deathrite birds are much harder than many of Elden Ring's major bosses, and they're a fucking nightmare for all involved in Night Rain too. I can't in good conscience place Deathrite birds too far down in my list because I genuinely do think they're extremely sick and one of my favourite ever FromSoft boss designs, but nor can I place them too high up, because fighting them is that bit more unpleasant than it is pleasant, and so I guess I'll stick this big abyssal bird right here around the midpoint of the list. It's another Demon Souls boss here, but another where I'm a tad apprehensive about my placement. It's the remaining boss from Stonefang Tunnel, the Flameworker. Okay, let's start off with a story, a personal story. Well, I mean, not so much a story as more just a comment really, but of any boss in this game, the Flameworker is probably the one I am the worst at fighting. I am a bad man when it comes to trying not to get scorched by the Flameworker's blazing brutality. I don't think I'm alone in that either, at least, because I think this is quite a notorious boss, though I am a bit out of touch with what the modern consensus is on Demon Souls bosses in general. I do remember this being an encounter I was duly warned about back in my first playthrough, however. My friend said to me, "Beware the Flameworker," to which I replied, "Thanks, I will." There are a few things that make this boss as intimidating as it is, but the main factor is its aggression. Sometimes the thing will not let up. It bounds over to you all rapid like from the get-go, and from then on gets smashed, swiped and blasted to smithereens, with your only respite being when you get a bit lucky and it decides to bounce its red hot ass back a few steps for long enough for you to nibble on a handful of delicious grass. Grass. This is one of those fights where if you still haven't grasped the concept of the iframe dodge roll, God help you, because the Flameworker is going to be on you like a rash for most of this fight. You're going to have to do a lot of dodging. Mind you, a decent shield can help here a lot. The purple flame shield in particular, thanks to its excellent fire resistance. Although its moveset is actually very modest, my least favourite Flameworker attack is its AoE flame explosion because I'm just terrible at the dodge timing for it. Even though I'm quite decent enough at dodging in most of FromSoft's games, for some reason I'm a bit shit at it in Demon Souls. There's just something about this game that can sap my confidence when I'm going in or out for a roll, often causing me to act earlier than I should, leading to me taking damage, thus reinforcing my lack of Demon Souls confidence ever further, especially on this boss, who, even after a decade and a half of fighting it, I remain well and truly shit at. And to aggravate me further, you have to be careful where you're stepping in this arena, because those little pools of lava hurt when trotting on. Ow, my foot. As with many Demon Souls bosses, however, if you walk in here with magic on your mind, you'll have far less worries. Even though fire magic obviously isn't going to do shit against the Flameworker, your soul arrows and soul rays and such will, also allowing you to keep a respectable distance from the rampaging fire demon. It'll have no qualms about immediately trying to close that distance though, so even if you are inclined towards sorcery, this boss won't quite be free real estate for you. A sticky white stuff will also work a treat here if you're intent on staying away from the soul arts, but that stuff's consumable, ain't it? And there's nothing more deflating than buffing your weapon with some magic, charging in to deal some big bonus damage, and then dying immediately, and now you've got no sticky white stuff at all. I don't... how do I put this? Like the Flameworker much. However, like I said way back in my introduction to this whole ranking affair, my placings aren't solely reliant on how much I personally enjoy any one boss. It's the biggest factor, but not the only one, because I have to give bosses their due. Thus, I'm happy to give the Flameworker its due here, even though I usually enter its arena more feeling mild dread than excited exhilaration. It's a respectable encounter, and for as poor as I might usually perform here, I definitely respect the difficulty, especially compared to several other of Demon Souls bosses who I'm usually to be found criticising because of their lack of difficulty. I know a lot of folk would have put the Flameworker probably much higher than 152, but you know, who cares? And at number 155 we have everyone's fucking nemesis from Night Rain, but a boss originally found in OG Elden Ring. It's the bell-bearing hunter, also known as Elamir of the Briar. To face Elamir of the Briar, simply gotta reach the end of the shaded castle, where the imposing thorned figure stands within a feasting hall watched over by a portrait of Melania. Bell-bearing hunters are a different story though. Rather than you travelling to encounter them, it's more the other way round, where he can spawn in at the War Master's shack, the Church of Vows, the Hermit's Merchant's shack, and the Isolated Merchant's shack. Though it has to be at night and it can take a few attempts of you repeatedly sitting down and then getting up from the designated site of grace before the prickly prick'll actually show face. I am concerned with the Elden Ring version of this boss in particular, but there's a good reason this guy has such a brutal reputation in Night Rain too, why some players upon seeing the bell-bearing hunter's ominous form will immediately say, yeah, fuck this, and do a 180 to go find a guardian golem or something to take out instead. For one, it's because he's disgustingly powerful and can usually quite easily one or two shot you with his attacks. But it's also because those attacks of his are not easy to read at all. The hunter wears the Briar Great Shield on his back, which he can pull out for a charge or a slam. Very nasty stuff, sure, but it's the tricky shit he pulls off. Or should I say, throws off with his weapon, the Marius Executioner Sword, which is the primary problem. The reason the sword is called thus is because it's the weapon Elamir was himself due to be executed with, before he snatched it and somehow imbued it with the arcane power of his homeland, Yochid, enabling it to be wielded telekinetically, to be thrust and swung from range as if still held in the wielder's hand. Indeed, there's also another weapon hailing from this distant land too, called the Regalia of Yochid, which also features arcane scaling and which shares the exact same Ash of War with the Marius Executioner Sword, Yochid's dancing blade. I think it's an excellent idea for a boss attack style. Although I'm sure this idea has been done in other games and such, I can't think of another FromSoft enemy who has these sorts of telekinesis powers, hurling their sword around from range. I mean, the bell-bearing hunter does have basic melee attacks with his weapon too, which certainly pack a punch, but there's something about this special effect which makes it very difficult to time your dodges. I guess it's because when a boss is holding a weapon, you can more easily see the extent of that weapon's length. And although there is the factor of to what extent the boss itself is going to move its model for any given attack, you've still got a good visual idea of what the likely range for its attack may be. With all this telekinesis malarkey though, that goes out the window. Unless you know the visuals for these combos off by heart, you don't really know how far outward the Phantom Sword is going to extend, making it remarkably easy to be caught out and for huge damage. The boss doesn't just settle for single attacks with its telekinesis either, he does combos, ones with equally troubling timings. As such, when I'm at mid-range from the bell-bearing hunter, that's when I feel the most vulnerable. When I see that red glow emanating from his sword arm, because I know there's some fancy confounding shit coming my way that I'll try to dodge, I'll give it my damnedest, I will probably fuck it up. Elamir of the Briar / the bell-bearing hunter, because they're both the same person and the same boss, has a steep learning curve. Thus, for me and I'm sure many others, the times we've been surprised by him in the dead of night usually do not go our way. It is actually a good idea to fight him at all 4 of his designated locations though, because he'll give you a different bell bearing each time if you win, allowing you to purchase useful resources and items from the shop at Round Table Hold. And even if you already beaten Elamir at the Shaded Castle, it doesn't matter, the bell bearing hunter encounters can still occur. You could be forgiven for not wanting to take on the main bastard at all though, for choosing not to take a nighttime nap anywhere near a fucking merchant's shack, and to give the Shaded Castle a wide berth, because this really is a very challenging boss and it's one which I myself am pretty bad at fighting. That doesn't make it a bad boss though, because there's still plenty of cool and interesting stuff going on here, and if you get good enough to be able to confidently dodge roll through all the phantom sword swipes of Elamir's arcane greatsword, you're probably going to feel pretty badass doing it. And now it's the Sanctuary Guardian. After the frankly silly and strange prerequisite steps required to access Dark Souls 1's DLC content, it's exciting stuff. You see that big nasty Manus arm reach out of the portal and pull you into an altogether different age. Many perils and pleasures await you here in Ulusil, and 4 new bosses, the first of which, the Sanctuary Guardian, is fought just ahead. Despite its rather ambiguous name, design-wise this thing is Manticore through and through, though I have always really liked its doubled up wings at each side. This, coupled with its pure white fur, give the creature something of an angelic aspect, and there certainly is a fair degree of bestial beauty in the Guardian's appearance, though its hindquarters look far darker and ragged in comparison, and there ain't nothing pretty about that wicked scorpion-like stinger it has for a tail. Also, the boss features glowing red eyes, perhaps suggesting it has become maddened and frenzied over the years, though the item description of its soul does suggest that it may bear some relation to demons. The Sanctuary Guardian certainly fights like a demon, that's for sure, using every formidable aspect of its mighty body to deal damage, featuring forward head charges of its horned head, swipe combos and slams from its front claws, deadly water wave AoE attacks, and if you stand around behind the beast for long enough, it'll punish you by lashing out with its poisonous tail stinger, though you can disable this by slicing the thing off if you're able. Mind you, don't let yourself get too excited if you do manage to cut the thing off, because this weapon fucking sucks in just about every way. I mean, you can poison enemies with it, but who cares? Poison is weak as piss in Dark Souls 1, it's piss. Piss aside, the Sanctuary Guardian's melee capabilities are nothing to sneeze at. They're fast, powerful, and although it does have some nasty singular attacks at its disposal, the boss has 1 or 2 even nastier combos which you're going to want to learn, and learn quickly if you want to pass on through to speak to the adorable mushroom lady. The Sanctuary Guardian's melee moves only give you a partial picture of what's going on here, because there's a whole lot of lightning too. I mean, the boss's physical attacks definitely are formidable and it could do a whole lot of dashing about during it all, but when the lightning bolts start flying out of its mouth, usually all you can do is try your best to not get hit. These projectiles are thrown out from range, either from flight or just when the Guardian's got a bit of distance on you from the ground, and they're either expelled as a singular charged projectile or several quickly fired ones. In any case, you're going to want to get moving when they get to coming, because due to this arena being all wet and watery, lightning attacks are extra effective, causing slightly delayed extra outward radiating spark ripples to extend out from the main contact point, to either deal extra damage to you or to catch you out even if you successfully manage to dodge the initial blast. Even though it isn't very thrilling when you do get shocked by this cheap trick, it's a cool detail from FromSoft to have included in the game, and they're still using this lightning water effect even today. Who could forget the sheer joy of Ancient Dragon Senisax's red lightning in Jagged Peak? That's sarcasm, by the way, that boss sucks. If the Sanctuary Guardian is in a bit of a mood where it wants to just spam its lightning attacks, you can find yourself in a bit of a temporary stalemate where nearly all you can do is run around and dodge for a bit until it eventually goes back to fighting in a more physical manner. I mean, in this fight here it took me about half a minute to get the boss's health down to 50%, but then literally another 2 minutes to finish it off due to it refusing to sit still and behave its bloody self. Even though the Sanctuary Guardian can pose a respectable challenge, there's also the possibility that by the time you get here, you'll be able to absolutely mop the floor with this Manticore. Especially if you've got a top tier weapon and you did a lot of leveling prior to entering the DLC. If you really want a challenge though, try coming back to this boss arena after beating Knight Artorias, where there will now be 2 of them here for you to fight. I'll be honest, I've never beaten the duo myself and I don't particularly want to, because other than bragging rights, there's literally no reason to. You don't get anything extra for beating them. And that's the Sanctuary Guardian. It's nobody's favourite boss, and it's definitely not the best boss in the DLC, but it's solid stuff. Makes for a tasty wee starter before you get to rip into the meat of the DLC. At number 149 we have the Flexile Sentry, fought in Dark Souls 2's No Man's Wharf, though there's also a mini boss one down in Sinner's Rise, and 3 of the fucking things in Ilium Lois. First things first, that is an awesome looking boss. It's super weird looking and has very little visual relation to any other type of being in the game, but I love it. Actually took me strangely long to realise too that this thing has lizard heads. I think for years I assumed the 2 heads were just wearing sort of weird helms, but But then one day I looked up and realised, oh no, I'm fighting some sort of double-torsoed anthropomorphic sword and club-wielding dinosaur humanoid entity. Also, we're down here in the bowels of a ship, and the arena is slowly filling up with water. I think I love that. I mean, just a great idea for a boss here, both visually and mechanically. Depending on which side is facing you, you will have different attacks to contend with. Either blows from its barbed clubs or from its arced swords, though sometimes a combo initiated with its clubs will end with a super cool finisher where the other side reaches over and jabs you with both swords. You can get the barbed club or the arced sword from the Flexile Sentry's boss soul, but curiously you can also choose to craft a weapon called the warped sword, which none of the game's Flexile Sentries actually use. So a little bit of a Dragon Rider twin blade situation going on here. And speaking of its weapons, in my latest playthrough, for the first time I went and created me a barbed club, thinking it was going to be as big and badass looking as the one the boss uses, except turns out, hell no. Look at this thing. It's the size of a fucking hairbrush. This weapon sucks. As I briefly mentioned, the quirk with this boss is that, although it's quite easy to miss, this rather constricted arena starts slowly filling up with water as the fight goes on. It's just a shallow pool when you walk in, but after a couple of minutes it's waist deep and even slows your movement somewhat, though it does have a height limit and can't ever actually drown you. Subtle wee feature and not likely to be that impactful for most people. Especially because this isn't all that difficult a boss with all that much health, but man, I always appreciate extra interesting little details and unique mechanics and stuff like this, something Dark Souls 2 does all the time. If you do end up finishing the Flexile Sentry off a bit too quickly and you, for some reason, wish you can go back and experience the wonder of waist-deep water combat, well, simply take the lift down to Sinner's Rise, where for the score of the first Sin edition of the game, they added another which is located in this section's deep waters. Seriously though, don't fight this thing. Having your movement impaired feels awful, you get no special reward or items for beating it, you're going to be left with fewer Estus charges for the lost Sinner fight, and it just respawns anyway. I've always liked the No Man's Wharf Flexile Sentry fight. You can certainly die to it, but the level of difficulty feels nice, though perhaps a bit on the too easy side. Regardless of difficulty, however, I always love watching this double-headed, double dual-wielding lizard-like entity move and attack. Its design and animations are fantastic and super smooth. Even though they're not very difficult to dodge, I genuinely think the Flexile Sentry has some of the coolest combos in the whole game. And now time for a bit of Amygdala from Bloodborne. You can get a really good look at a lesser Amygdala long before setting foot in the Nightmare Frontier. I mean, you can even die from one very soon after getting to Cathedral Ward, crushed by an otherworldly phantom impulse just outside the chapel, the source of which can be seen upon reaching 40 insight, though after the Blood Moon ritual, the mind-shattering form of these nightmarish entities will remain in full view regardless of how much insight you have, both here in Yharnam and most certainly in Yahar Ghul Unseen Village, the location with the highest concentration of Amygdala entities. You don't get to fight those ones though, because ours is in the Nightmare Frontier, after we are lured there by you-know-who. Hell of a bloody entrance the thing makes too, jumping down from the top of the tower, though if you stroll in with your camera pointed upwards, you can see it simply phase into existence first. It just sort of spawns in, revealing its unsettling form, and oh my what a form. In fact, as far as I can tell, the head of the Amygdala must have been a main inspiration for the album cover of the absolutely incredible Blut aus Nord album, Hallucinogen. If you haven't heard of Blut aus Nord, that's okay, but just be aware that I just made a bunch of the metalheads watching this video smile. Indeed, although it's one of those details that's strangely easy to miss, the Amygdala actually has loads of eyes within those eldritch indentations across its hideous head, though they only pop open for certain attacks, like when launching its lasers. Even though obviously it is a huge target, it can initially be a little unclear as to what the best way to go about attacking the Amygdala actually is. I'm sure initially most folk ran straight in and just went for the legs or tail, the most easily accessible sections of the boss's body. However, you're not going to have much joy doing that due to how much defense these parts have, and I don't even think it's possible to stagger the amygdala by attacking these bits. Like most enemies in video games really, the head is its primary weak point, but its many arms also take plenty of damage upon being struck. The trouble is that reaching these body parts is something of a bastard, especially with certain weapons. Mind you, in phase 1 its two foremost arms aren't actually so hard to reach, with them usually hanging out in front, though getting in there for a healthy hit or two will put you right square in the firing line of any of Amygdala's massive attacks. Those long, sexy arms aren't just for show. This son of a bitch will happily slap and slam the shit out of you in ways that are very difficult to avoid unless your dodge timing is precisely on point, which can be pretty hard in this fight because of how violent the boss's attacks are. There are one or two of the Amygdala's attacks that even these days I still struggle to not get hit by, with the absolute worst being the ones from phase 2 onwards where its arm slam combos are accompanied by highly damaging AoE shockwaves. Honestly, this is one of the few FromSoft attacks which I think are genuinely pretty bad. Trying to dodge it feels so weird, because even if you time the dodge from the arms correctly, one of the several shockwaves is still very likely to nick you. And it has the potential to make this fight into one where it sometimes feels too dangerous to even get close to the boss for an attack. I've got nothing against opponents where you need to be a bit patient and wait for the right attack to come out before dashing in for a punish, but there is a limit to my patience. Mind you, this mainly becomes a factor when Amygdala rips its own arms off, and as some of my long-time watchers will know by now, if there's something that really turns me on, like not like that, it's when bosses rip their own limbs off to be used as weapons. I love this phase transition so much. I love the visceral sound it makes, and I love the way eldritch blood sprays from its brutalized stumps for the remainder of the fight. What I do not love is fighting the boss in this phase, because now its attacks have more range, it still keeps using those AoE shockwave attacks, and it's much harder to hit its arms now. I mean, you can easily hit the ones which were just ripped off and which are now being used as clubs, but it won't do that much damage. In fact, it won't do any damage. You now need to be particularly particular about when you're going to run into the danger zone. Because if you're within arm's reach of the boss and it launches one of its nastier combos, well, it's likely curtains for you, chief. Although it's certainly advisable for phases 1 or 2, in phase 3 in particular, the Amygdala's head is really what you should be aiming for. Takes big damage and it'll stagger the boss after a few good licks. However, you can sometimes be left waiting a while before it does a favourable attack, putting its head low enough for you to reach. Mind you, there is a pretty neat trick you can try if you're really struggling with this boss, and that is to stand directly beneath it by the Great One's groinal area. What usually happens when you do this is that the Amygdala will jump up high as hell and then land directly on top of you, which sounds dangerous. However, this attack is surprisingly easy to dodge, and if you roll in the correct direction you can get a nice hit or even 2 hits in on the head. It's quite a risky strat, not completely reliable, and it admittedly is a bit cheesy but is viable. The Amygdala is quite similar to the likes of Ebritus and the One Reborn for me, in that I wish I liked it more than I actually did. I mean, I think this boss's presentation is absolutely fucking awesome, and I do like fighting it, but although it's strange to say, it's one of those bosses that I think is more fun to fight when you're a bit over leveled. Which for some people will be the case by the time they get round to jumping into the Nightmare Frontier. Taking the Amygdala on with low health and not great damage, however, funnily enough, is a damn nightmare. Though the defiled Amygdala makes the base game one feel like a dream. You can power through the regular one, but you ain't powering through the defiled one. Same boss and everything, but while its health pool is way larger, your health pool is snipped right in half. Snip, snip, snip. But that's my thoughts on the Amygdala. Definitely not a perfect boss experience, but still one which I do have a fair amount of affection and respect for. Well folks, Elden Ring surely did not skimp when it came to its dragon variety, did it? Hot dog, there are a lot of dragons in this game, tons of different types, whatever your taste, there's a dragon for you. But you also gotta give some love to the offshoot races, such as my pick for number 147, the Magma Worms. Now I did initially have two different entries for this one for Magma Worms and one for the Great Worms, because I thought, okay, the regular Magma Worms only have the one phase where they're on all fours, and then Magma Worm Makar and Great Worm Theodorix have that additional phase where they stand up on their hind legs and fight upright. However, realise that that's actually not accurate, because some regular Magma Worms also have that second phase as well. For example, the one near Fort Lyde is just called a Magma Worm, and yet it can stand up. Even the mini-boss in Volcano Manor has that second phase. Thus, yeah, just lumping both varieties into this one entry. For as fearsome and formidable as all your dragons and your ancient dragons are, Magma Worms look even gnarlier still, to the point where, if I may be permitted to make a somewhat insensitive comment, to the point where they look downright butt ugly. But I actually like that though. Am I easily taken by the likes of the majestic ancient dragon Lanciax? Yes. Do I want to kiss Glintstone Dragon a jewel on the lips? No, but yes, no. But oi, don't you get any ideas, X-Sykes, you've got bad breath. My point is though, and I do have a point, is that I like a bit of ugliness in my bosses. I enjoy the wicked lizard-like hideousness of the Magma Worms, their myriad spiked scales. They're too wide, too many toothed grins, and we also can't forget that unlike any other dragon or dragon-like in Elden Ring, they flat out wield swords. The moveset of the Magma Worm isn't all that expansive. As you'd expect from creatures of such prodigious size and might, the focus here really isn't on delivering any sort of fast-paced, swift, back and forth style action. Instead, these bosses are quite slow and their attacks tend to have super long wind-up animations, but when those attacks eventually come out, they cover a lot of ground and do very high damage. Also, as you'd expect, they can breathe fire, or perhaps more accurately, they can vomit up lingering magma, just as you can if you learn the incantation Magma Breath, or after defeating the Great Worm of the same name, Theodorix's Magma. The single most obnoxious worm move, however, the one everyone hates, and rightly so, especially in Night Rain, where you really can't afford to impotently fritter away your time standing there watching some big dumb attack play out, is their Magma Charge. It's a boring attack. All you can realistically do is just run out of the way of it. It lasts too bloody long, and this boss isn't as shy as I think it should be when it comes to using this move. It's not rare at all, so get used to seeing it a bunch. I really think that there should have been some sort of hard counter to it, just like there is with the Falling Star Beast's charge attack, where you can actually be proactive and do something if you've got the skill and timing for it, as opposed to just having to wait for the attack to be over. But then you've got Phase 2, which, even if you don't enjoy it, you must admit looks awesome. Just like I'm real big on when bosses lip their own Okay, let's try that again. Just like I'm real big on when bosses rip their own limbs off, I'm very much partial to bosses who go from attacking in a mad bestial fashion to attacking in a more intelligent, human manner, or vice versa for that matter. This phase also plays into the lore of Magma Worms, that being the legends which say that they were originally humans who eventually transformed into these gargantuan, regurgitating, draconic monstrosities after having partook in Dragon Communion. I'm sure we'll be fine though. Are my eyes always like that? Thus, the idea of this phase 2 being the worms temporarily regaining some of their human skill and poise is super cool. Mind you, if anything, the magma attacks are ramped up here, and even though the nature of their mobility changes, their melee attacks are still uber intimidating, still big, loud and highly destructive, though blessedly no magma charge in phase 2. As far as their badass factor goes, Magma Worms score sky high in my little red book of scores. Love their design, love their lore, and gosh darn it, I love that phase transition. Super cool boss, and certainly good fun to fight. It's not all fun, no, things can get quite messy, and there's very little to be thrilled about when it does that bastard of a charge attack, but even so, that aside, hell yeah, the Magma Worms are a friend in me. Now that we've arrived at number 146, it's time to talk about the Watchdog of the Old Lords, a boss exclusively found in Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons. We've already covered the weaker, less interesting Chalice Dungeon malefactors, the repeat bosses and the regular enemies with boss health bars. That's sure not all there is down here though, and in the case of the Watchdog of the Old Lords, well, there's nothing low effort about this good boy. Fucking hell, that's a big dog. Shares half of its name with the Keepers of the Old Lord, also found in the dungeons, who themselves use what is essentially pyromancy, and indeed, that fire aspect is present in the Watchdogs too, with them being beasts of blazing fire. In fact, their very innards, their core, seems to be composed of liquid lava, with a sort of scorched skeletal canine casing to hold it all in. To channel that heat and power into pure aggression, because this is a formidable boss, and one which can give you a whole lot of trouble depending on where and when you encounter it. Definitely one of those bosses where you need to pick your moments before firing in, because sometimes it's best to just leave the dog alone for a spell, leave it to thrash madly and spit fire, then go in to deal a bit of damage yourself. As you'd expect, the whole fire theme is out in full force here, with the Watchdog having several flaming AoE attacks at its disposal, as well as fire trail after effects from its melee attacks, much like the kind which accompanied Darkbeast Parrel's lightning buffed moves. Beware when attempting to create any distance between the boss though, because it can throw out the ever intimidating forward flame charge, immediately closing that gap and obliterating all in its path. As scary as this attack is, however, entirely possible to reliably dodge out of the way after a bit of practice. I'm not great at dodging Ludwig's charge, and I flat out think Abritus's charge is badly implemented, but the Watchdog's is reasonable enough, I suppose. The trick with this boss really is to just not get too intimidated by either its size or its ferocity. Easy to be visually overwhelmed by its might, to where you just don't know how or where to dodge when it launches into some bite or claw assault, but if you can stay cool, even when the beast is bringing the heat, you'll realise that everything here can be countered or avoided in some way. I definitely do have a bit of a troubled history with this boss though, specifically the defiled version who, if you want to make it to Yharnam Pthumerian Queen, you will need to defeat. Folks, whilst on a regular day with regular health in a regular old dungeon, the Watchdog of the Old Lords can pose a challenge. Turns out if you juice it the hell up and snap my health bar in half, snap snap snap, significant issues present themselves. Unless you've already got a bloody lot of HP, the defiled Watchdog can just one-shot you with most of its attacks, while it itself has higher HP than any base game boss. It's complete fucking bullshit. Way back in my first dungeon expeditions when Bloodborne came out, I remember spending about 8 hours one weekend bashing my head against the Watchdog, and it was absolutely brutal. A hell of a challenge, but a challenge I did eventually overcome, making me overjoyed. At least until I realised I then had to take on a defiled amygdala at layer 3 of the dungeon, which was just about as bad, if not worse. Now, in this footage, you can see I'm accompanied by the NPC helper Queen Killer, who can be summoned with the Old Hunter Bell just outside the arena. The thing is though, the Old Hunter Bell wasn't a thing when the game first came out. It only got added in the update, which coincided with the Old Hunters DLC, which didn't come out till 8 months after Bloodborne's release, meaning there was no option to bring a pretend friend along for a session with the wonderful Watchdog of the Old Lords in the early days. I don't think I'll ever attempt to take on Defiled Watchdog without his summon again, but I'm glad I did it back then. It's probably my top 17th achievement in life, and that's the Watchdog of the Old Lords. Let's get back onto the Elden Ring train for a while, featuring the ancestral abomination plonked within a random Everjail in southern Altus Plateau. Slight warning, if the term warning is even applicable here, but the next few entries are all going to be lesser versions of much better bosses, and yeah, Godfroy the Grafted is one such example. As far as presentation and logic goes, this one's a stinker, because while the next few bosses I'm going to be discussing are all weaker versions of much more powerful beings, Godfroy is a separate being altogether from the boss he's mechanically based on, presumably being an ancestor of Godric's. Okay, that in itself isn't so bad, but why the fuck does he, other than that shiny phantom effect, look completely identical to Godric? This isn't Godric, and so he shouldn't look exactly like him or use his exact same weapon or have the exact same grafting features. Not that I necessarily expected them to create a completely new boss model here, but I think that FromSoft could have at least given Godfrey a couple visual changes, or even, I don't know, just not include this boss in the game at all. Do we really need this? All that stuff aside though, as for the fight, well folks, I happen to think the fight with Godric the Grafted is one of FromSoft's greatest ever boss fights. I truly love that encounter. This fight however is the same as the actual major boss fight it's based on, except with no phase 2, and rather strangely, you fight Godfrey the Grafted way after fighting Godric, which is kinda weird, having us fight the true form of a boss type and then having us fight a more basic version of it in a later region. I mean, let's face it, this was just FromSoft forcing a little bit more mileage out of an admittedly stellar boss which they'd created, and you know, all that stuff aside, this is a great fight. Godric's phase 2 is incredible, but his phase 1 is also incredible, and this is more of it. Again though, we didn't need this encounter, even if it is an optional Evergaol. I've still ranked Godfrey the Grafted pretty damn well here, but way less well than I've got Godric the Grafted ranked, trust me. Fun fight, but at the same time I kinda have literally no respect for it. And now let's move on to a somewhat less ignominious entity, onto Royal Knight Loretta, the horse riding boss found atop Caria Manor, guarding the way to the Three Sisters. Immediately after entering into the royal moon-gazing grounds, it's easy to see that something's a wee bit funny with his boss's appearance, the cause of which is that Loretta comes to you in spirit form here. The reason for Loretta's translucent pale blue form is that this isn't the true Royal Knight, but rather a spiritual snapshot of her being from back when she still served the Carian royal family, before going on to become a knight of the Haligtree. Loretta is one of several of Elden Ring's mounted combatants, with her horse even having its own distinctive armour, and whilst we're talking about the fashion sense of the horse, please let me also sing the praise of Loretta's armour set. Sure, the ostentatious arboreal head ornament is a bit much, but even so, love this armour set. It gives me major Final Fantasy XII Judge vibes. This ain't no flea-bitten fashion show though, no, we're here for one thing, fighting. Rather than the all-out physicality of the Tree Sentinel and Knight's Cavalry encounters, or the draconic Tree Sentinels with their merciless assaults of fireballs and red lightning, Royal Knight Loretta's style relies heavily on the use of sorcery. Loretta mainly employs carrion sorceries, though she will also throw out the odd glintstone stars from time to time too, with these projectiles being cast off from the base of her war sickle rather than via the aid of any sort of conventional staff. The boss's signature spell, however, at least in this encounter, is Loretta's Great Bow, a chargeable technique you may already have encountered back in the Carian Study Hall, used to great and terrible effect by Preceptor Miriam. Spells aren't the only trick in Loretta's arsenal however, because her physical prowess really isn't much less formidable than what the Tree Sentinel can throw out. Both bosses even have the same class of weapon, halberds. As well as her signature spell, Loretta also has his signature Ash of War, Loretta's Slash, a fast and dangerous jumping assault, which only becomes more deadly when you encounter it once again later on in the Haligtree. Royal Knight Loretta is a perfectly decent boss and a nicely placed one, I think, up here at the top of the manor before you can regress onwards to an audience with Lunar Princess Ranni. She's also not a boss I've ever struggled against. In fact, it's rare that I don't nail Loretta on my first attempt. I think I even managed her first time on my level 1 run, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fact is though, this is essentially a somewhat nerfed version of a better late game boss. You're not fighting the true version of Loretta here, you're fighting her with less HP, less damage output, and a slightly more limited moveset. And so whilst I do find this version enjoyable, I don't have all that much respect for it. I still respect it more than I do this dweeb. Ha, you are a dweeb. Folks, very similar sort of deal here at number 143, because now we've got Mohg to talk about. Not the Lord of Blood, or the terminus of Mogwyn Palace, but Mohg the Omen, the boss guarding the way to the Frenzied Flame prescription. I'm not yet going to reveal what my placement of Mohg Lord of Blood is, but I'll say this much, I've ranked him goodly. Much goodly. This fight though, down here in the depths of the subterranean shunning grounds, well, it just really comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? I'm sure there are lore reasons, or at least lore theories as for why this spirit version of Mohg is down here, but I don't know them. Also, don't know why some spirit entities appear normal, whereas others, like Loretta, we just spoke about, look far more spectral and shiny in nature. Take Mohg, Lord of Blood, remove his second phase and strip away his Unis. And pretty much what you're left with is Mohg the Omen, though must say, this lesser version of the boss still has a surprisingly large amount of HP. This fight isn't easy. It's possible to summon in the Dung Eater for the fight, but the one time I tried to do this it just didn't work. The bastard summon sign didn't appear for some reason. I must have fucked up the questline somehow. Even with Mohg's more messy moves being removed from the subterranean equation, hey, he's still one tough customer. He's still big, his trident still has way more range than is ideal with those huge swings, and he still has access to his blood flame based techniques. In fact, beating this boss is how you learn the incantation Blood Flame Talons. Just like with both Godefroy and Royal Knight Loretta, good fight here. Mohg is a superb boss even with his powers stripped down, but again, just the fact that this is a lesser version of a much better boss significantly reduces my appreciation for it. In fact, I'll be honest, there are bosses which I've scored higher in my ranking which I enjoy less than this boss. But because they're more unique and interesting in their own right, I've still ranked them higher. That's not even solely because I give extra points for a boss being original, but rather it's that I take points away from bosses which are lesser versions of major story bosses. So yeah, Mohg the Omen, you are the man, but you're also not the man, are you? So you'll need to make do with rank 143, I'm afraid. And now on to the last one in this short sub-series of kind of lame versions of really good Elden Ring bosses. This one is Godfrey, First Elden Lord. Not the one found at the foot of the Erd Tree, but the one fought in spirit form within the Erd Tree Sanctuary, where he's affectionately known as Golden Godfrey. See, this is the kind of thing they should have done with Godefroy the Grafted. This is an easier version of the true Godfrey fight, but his appearance is not identical. For a start, Golden Godfrey doesn't bear his Beast Regent Serosh upon his back, and another really cool detail is that his axe is undamaged here, featuring the same double-sided design that the helms of Godfrey's own Crucible Knights would be based on. Whereas when you fight him at the end of the game, after he's returned from his violent travels outside the lands between, his axe is broken at one side. Love all that, yep, loving it, but the fight's just Godfrey with none of his terrifying Earthshaker special attacks, and no Horaloo, which I guess some people might consider to be a good thing depending on how good or bad you are at fighting Horaloo. Mind you, due to him being in spirit form, Golden Godfrey is immune to nearly all status effects with the exception of sleep for some reason. Loretta on the other hand was immune to absolutely everything, including sleep. But then you have spirits like Margit and Renala who are vulnerable to most things. Though I guess the difference between these bosses is that the former is clearly sort of spirit based, whereas the latter look much as their real selves do. But I don't understand why that should make a difference because they're not the real versions. I don't understand. I'm also rambling like a madman, so let's continue swiftly on. Really though, I don't want to be sat here throwing shade at this golden shade, because just like with Godefroy, even though this is the lesser version of the real McCoy, it's still a bloody good fight. I mean, the proper battle with Godfrey is pretty much one of the greatest bosses of all time, I really do think that. And this encounter serves as a delectable little hors d'oeuvre on your first visit to Leyndell when you're on your way to Morgott. It's a nice little nibble of what awaits you at the end of the game when you get to fight the true Elden Lord, and so I'm happy to place Golden Godfrey slap bang here around the middle portion of the list. And remember, being even in the middle portion of a FromSoft boss ranking is still a really good thing. I love these games and I love their bosses, except for these ones. It's been a hot minute since we had anything from Sekiro, don't you think? So for number 141, yep, I'm going to go ahead and award it to Genichiro. Not the Genichiro fight in Ashina Castle, calm down, easy there. No, I'm specifically giving Tutorial Genichiro the 141 spot. Very similar sort of case here is with the likes of Demon Souls' Vanguard and Elden Ring's Grafted Scion, with this being another tutorial fight where even though you can win, you're very much expected to lose. In addition to that though, it's also somewhat like Royal Knight Loretta, Mohg the Omen and Golden Godfrey who we just discussed, in that what you fight here is a stripped down version of the much better later game boss, with the true Genichiro encounter taking place on top of Ashina Castle, and then you briefly fight him again before facing Ishin's Sword Saint at the end of the game. Now you also have the inner Genichiro fight, which was added in patch 1.05, who I will be ranking separately from the main Genichiro fight by the way. Super atmospheric encounter here of course, with this being your first taste of a properly challenging opponent. You do take on a few basic soldiers beforehand and the mini-boss leader Shigenori Yamauchi, but those guys really are fundamentally very basic. They're to introduce you to the game's deflect and death blow mechanics. Genichiro, on the other hand, is on a completely different level, having a wider and more complex suite of techniques at his disposal, including perilous attacks, which at this point the game hasn't even properly introduced to you yet. He has combos, mix-up, and 2 whole bloody health bars to deplete, whereas you, on the other hand, have your sword, a single charge of your healing gourd, and maybe a pellet or 2 for some minor additional healing over time. Basically, the odds are utterly against you here, to the extent where even if you're really good at fighting Genichiro, very little room for error in this encounter. The battle can straight up be over within mere seconds. Unlike with the aforementioned grafted Scion and Vanguard tutorial bosses and with Dark Souls 1's initial Asylum Demon encounter too, if you do manage to overcome the odds here, you basically don't actually get a fucking thing for your trouble. I mean, I know Sekiro doesn't have weapons as such that it can gift you like the Souls games could, but even so, come on. You could at least give me a wee bit of divine confetti or something, your secret stash. Oi, come on, I want some of that good stuff. It doesn't even have to be divine confetti. I'll take a Mibu balloon of soul, even though I've literally never ever used one before. I'll take anything you can give me, a small coin purse even. I am fibbing just a little bit though, because the cutscene you get afterwards does actually change slightly, where instead of Genichiro cutting Wolf's arm off, well, he still cuts his arm off, except it's due to Wolf being distracted by a shuriken from a nearby nightjar, who you can then see carrying the divine heir off. It's a minor change and it isn't really meaningful in any way, but I guess it's better than nothing. And those are my thoughts on tutorial Genichiro. Obviously the actual Genichiro encounters are way better and will score far better in my ranking. But this encounter still does some cool stuff, and it gives you a somewhat tasty, though utterly one-sided bite into the Genichiro pie. So you want to go to the consecrated snowfields, do you? Why? No, I mean, there is a lot there to be fair, and that's how you get to Miquella's Haligtree, and there's even a portal to Mogwyn Palace there. You're going to need the other half of that secret medallion though, my good man, and to get it, must journey to Castle Sol, battle through its snow-dappled stone past ghostly exiled soldiers and banished knights, and then defeat Commander Niall, who guards the second half of the Haligtree secret medallion. We already talked about Commander O'Neill a fair bit back at 166, a boss I initially had lumped in with Commander Niall here, however, quite rightly changed my mind about that. Whilst at first it might seem like Niall is just the same as O'Neill except with frost rather than rot as his element of choice, the major difference is that Niall has a whole additional phase with totally new moves. Before phase 2 though, how are the opening moments of the fight? Well, absolutely awful, that's how they are. With O'Neill you get a bunch of exiled knights spawning in, fairly low difficulty enemies. Plus, the arena here is big and open, meaning that it's easy to main space between yourself and the boss so that it doesn't get too much in the way of you clearing his minions. With Commander Niall, however, 2 banished knights are immediately called into battle. A dual-wielding swordsman and one with a sword and great shield, and whereas exile soldiers are relatively low difficulty combatants, banished knights, on the other hand, are what can only be described as high difficulty. And whilst this arena isn't exactly small, it's smallish. And it's enclosed, making it easier to get ganged up on and bullied. And having more than one banished knight on you at once is never a good thing. Hopefully by the time you make it to Castle Sol, you've got some strong Ashes of War, incantations or spells in your arsenal, because the faster you can take out the knights, the better. Let me tell you, I did not have much fun with this one on my level 1 run, at least not at first, because I did go on to develop an effective and consistent strategy for clearing the 2 minions, and unlike in the O'Neill encounter, no more minions get summoned in after the opening pair have been put down. Once you have them sorted out, that's when conditions get considerably more thunderous, with Niall always launching straight into phase 2 at this point, even if he's still at full HP. Niall generates a violent ice storm and stamps his right leg, the one holding his veteran's prosthesis, into the ground, electrifying himself for the remainder of the fight. Forget the slightly slow and imposing way Commander O'Neill carries himself, striding along imperiously, throwing out the odd rot storm and hurling around his halberd. Phase 2 Niall is faster and this guy can fly. His lightning-based prosthesis attacks are devastating and will easily cover any ground between you and he, rapidly. Though these attacks are still interspersed with further ice storms and slower strikes with his halberd. If you're anything like me, upon first seeing all this stuff, you might have thought, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Feels unreasonable to deal with, the speed and suddenness of those electrifying kicks. The size of those ice AoE attacks, Niall's sheer damage output, and the considerable size of his health bar. My apologies for keep mentioning it, but I gotta bring my level 1 run up again, because my god I was at a loss here. Some bosses in such a challenge aren't all that bad, where you start off doing pretty good, and then after a little bit of practice, you overcome the challenge. Other bosses though, ones like Commander Niall here, are just brick bloody walls of difficulty where you walk in and then walk straight out again, and by walk straight out again I mean die near instantly. And then you finally get good at clearing phase 1, but it's the same thing all over again with phase 2, except now of course you have to fight through phase 1 every time. Got to tell you though, whilst I never would have expected it, I ended up loving my time with Niall on that run. Started off feeling nigh on hopeless, a load of fucking bullshit, but trust me, everything this boss does can be dealt with effectively, consistently and funly. Took hours, but attempt by attempt, death by death, I became an expert at getting clear of his ice attacks, a pro at dodging those lightning kicks, and a veritable veteran at knowing exactly when and when not to go in for punishes. In fact, and you guys know I don't like to brag. You guys know I'm no braggart, but this one time I will, because when I did eventually beat Commander Niall at level 1 with no summons or rune arcs, I did it hitless, and it was a hell of a fight. It was so enjoyable that I legitimately felt regret that the fight was over, and it was that fight that made me realise what a fantastic boss Niall can potentially be. On a casual run, a messy one, I think most people would agree that this isn't one of the better bosses in the game. However, he legitimately can be, the potential is there, and so that's why I've put him a fair bit ahead of Commander O'Neill. We've now got a bit of a special case because numbers 139, 138 and 137 go to Dark Souls 1's Demon Fire Sage, Stray Demon and Asylum Demon. And the reason I'm knocking the three of them out in the one combined discussion is that while they are all different bosses fought at different times throughout the game, they're all very similar in nature, with the Stray Demon looking identical to the Asylum Demon apart from it wielding an Izalith Catalyst rather than the Demon's Great Hammer, and the Demon Fire Sage essentially just being a slightly harder, fiery reskin of the Stray Demon. Just as Demon Souls gave us Vanguard in the game's introduction, Dark Souls gave us the next iteration of this boss type, with the Asylum Demon. Though whilst you do only get the one shot with the Vanguard, you can bang your head against this boss as many times as you like. And while you are intended to sprint past the boss through the gate in this first bout, not only is it entirely possible to beat the Asylum Demon with nothing more than your bare fists or a broken straight sword, but you even get a sweet treat for your troubles, that being the Demon's Great Hammer. If you miss this opportunity though, you can still get your hands on this pure strength weapon by returning to the Undead Asylum later on to let Snuggly the Crow have a tasty little nibble on your dirty old sack. By which I mean you can drop the sack headpiece and it'll give you this weapon. I don't know what you thought I meant. The intended strat here, however, is to soldier on through the level, say hello to Oscar, get some Estus, grab your chosen class's weapon and then promptly plunge that weapon directly into the Asylum Demon's big ugly head for massive damage. How wonderful was the plunge attack damage back in Dark Souls 1, eh? It's just been downhill from there with the plunge attacks. From this point on, it's just a straightforward fight against this fat-assed fiend, who, its big bumpy body aside, does not take very many hits to go down. That said, if you're completely new to the game and are still getting used to the controls and don't know about iframes yet, it is possible to get jammed up here. I remember years ago recommending a buddy of mine try Dark Souls 1 shortly after I'd gotten into it myself, but upon him attempting to beat the Asylum Demon, he just didn't get it. He didn't understand why the boss was able to do this much damage to you, which was a new and scary thing for a lot of us back then. I don't think he ever did make it past the Undead Asylum. Still, wonderfully executed boss. The moment of it dropping down really is terrifying with that frantic oh shit music kicking in. The design of this demon is iconic, and the way the game has you progress through the level so as to get a better weapon and gain the upper hand on the boss is fantastic. Perfect start to this classic game. As for the Stray Demon, well, opening cutscene aside, this is technically the very first boss you even see. If you look through the bars outside your cell, the behemoth can be seen and heard stomping round, though in the early days I always just assumed this was the Asylum Demon, because it is a little bit confusing how there's two of the things in the same level. It's not the same one though, because this one's literally trapped down here, and as you'll discover when you go to hit it, it has about 6 times the HP as the Asylum Demon. For sure a much harder fight, especially if you come back here early. I don't know if FromSoft intended this to be some sort of sick joke or what, but just like how you can initiate the fight with the Asylum Demon by plunging down and taking off nearly half of its HP, well, in the fight with the Stray Demon you can also plunge down, except this time it's you who loses half your HP, and you land straight in the danger zone too. Difficulty and damage aside, this is actually quite a different fight from the one with the Asylum Demon. Although it still has a couple of melee moves at its disposal, the boss's main thing is to generate big, highly damaging AoE shockwaves through the power of its catalyst. These could feel borderline unfair to avoid at first, because the size of that AoE is no joke, same with the damage, and although this arena isn't exactly tight, it's not all that big either, and the demon uses these attacks frequently. However, very useful thing to realise is that the shockwaves do not reach all that far behind it, and so as long as you run or roll to its rear when you see this move coming, most of the time you'll be fine. Also, the Stray Demon's AI really isn't that much more sophisticated than the Vanguard's, and so sometimes it'll literally just spam that silly hovering butt slam attack, which aesthetics aside is ideal because it's easy as hell to avoid and it's a pleasure to punish, an absolute pleasure. And when the whole affair is over and done with, you even get a Titanite slab for your troubles. Just don't forget to pick it up because it's really easy to forget. It doesn't go straight in your inventory like most boss rewards do. And then finally we have the Demon Fire Sage, fought at about 2/3 of the way into the Demon Ruins. The boss which I think is the least impressive of this trio. The reason for this is that it's just the same as the Stray Demon. Sure, they did at least give it a bit of a visual makeover, which is something, but if you fought the Stray Demon, you fought the Demon Fire Sage. In fact, it barely even has more HP than the Stray Demon. Still a pretty fun fight though, don't get me wrong. I'm actually not even all that opposed to reskinned bosses as long as they're still enjoyable. And that is the Asylum Demon, the Stray Demon and the Demon Fire Sage, with my least favourite being the Demon Fire Sage and my most favourite being the Asylum Demon, though I do like them all. In fact, I think these are classic bosses, and I was really glad FromSoft brought one back for Dark Souls 3 with its absolutely incredible Stray Demon encounter. And of course, who could forget the Erdtree avatars from Elden Ring, who I'm also a big fan of. Let's head over to Dark Souls 2's Hyde's Tower of Flame for number 136. Not to the Dragon Rider, but to the knight at the other side of the level, beyond that dickhead dragon, and within the Cathedral of Blue. It's the old Dragon Slayer. I mean, people like to lambast Dark Souls 3 for its myriad callbacks to the first game in the trilogy, but this one here from Dark Souls 2 was a pretty big one itself, chucking an opponent seemingly straight from the first game, who we even defeated. I believe the contemporary consensus is, however, that this isn't actually Ornstein and is instead a different knight wearing his armour. I don't fucking know. The armour isn't actually identical though, mind you. Dragonslayer Ornstein's armour in the first game is far brighter, practically golden, whereas this time round its metal is darker and less radiant, though that's not the only thing here that's dark. Whereas Ornstein's original element of choice was lightning, there's not the merest spark of this stuff to be found with the old Dragonslayer. Instead, when this knight gets all elemental on your arse, it's exclusively the power of dark you are faced with. Curiously enough though, if you trade in the old Dragonslayer's soul for the Dragonslayer's spear, it still has its original lightning properties when used by the player. Yes indeed, it certainly is a shock. when you walk through the fog and see this Ornstein lookalike, especially with it occurring so early on. I mean, this can technically be your very first boss if you head to the Tower of Flame before visiting the Forest of Fallen Giants, and if you head left instead of right at that shit bit with the 3 old knights, whereas in Dark Souls 1, you don't get so much as a sniff of the old Dragon Slayer till about the halfway point. This isn't a very difficult fight either. The boss's moveset is very similar to the Dark Souls 1 version, with the aforementioned substitution of dark instead of lightning. Speaking of which, not sure if I just forgot about it or what, but I saw the boss do this ranged dark projectile attack a couple of times throughout this fight, which I don't think I'd ever seen before. Though it is entirely possible that I have seen it before, but then I subsequently forgot I saw it. So that now I see it and I think it's some rare new attack. Might even happen again. Well, next time I play Dark Souls 2, the old Dragon Slayer fires out the same move and my jaw hits the floor and I say to myself, I have never seen that attack before. What the fuck? And then I make an entire video about this new attack as if I found something new that no one's ever seen before. Anyway, moving on, much like the Dragon Rider at the other side of the level, I really like this boss for what it is. It's one of many of Dark Souls 2's really solid dudes in armor type fights, where there's nothing too crazy or fast or difficult about their designs or moveset, but instead they're just really solid opponents with some good attacks, a combo or two, and a nice elemental twist. And now we turn back to Elden Ring, to its DLC to the Death Knight, found in the Realm of Shadow. There are a couple different variants of these guys too, the twin axe one being found in Fog-Rift Catacombs, and the long-halved axe fella lurking in the Scorpion River Catacombs, and then the Night Rain DLC can have you fighting 3 of the guys at once. I'm a big fan of all the different types of things that there are in Elden Ring. Now on the face of it, that might sound like the most general statement to have ever been uttered. However, what I mean is, I love all the different types of dragons there are, the different types of lightning, the different types of fire, and all the different weapon classes and schools of sorceries and categories of incantation. I love it. And heck, damn and bloody, I'm big on all the different types of knight there are in Elden Ring too. Big variances when it comes to their visual designs and elemental themes depending on which region they're to be found in and which demigod they serve. Wasn't until the DLC though that we finally got a proper Death Knight. I mean, I guess there was the Mausoleum Knights from the base game. Yeah, there wasn't there? I mean, they absolutely were a sort of Death Knight. Some of them can even cause Deathblight build-up on you. Ah well, let's just pretend I didn't make a partially moot point there though, eh? If there's one thing I hate, is being moot. Wasn't actually all that hot on the Death Knights on my first playthrough, to tell you the truth. Love their concept and design, sure. The semi-spectral ghost flame tinged cape is a fabulous touch. The Rune of Death design on their helm and weapons is marvellously morbid, and the way they can hurl out lightning from both their weapons and their hands is just all round badass. Fighting them on the other hand felt a bit messy for me, though in retrospect that was largely because it was just my first time fighting them and so I didn't know their moveset yet. Even so, I managed to beat each of them on my second or third try, but badly, by the skin of my teeth, robbing me of much of the satisfaction which we Soulsmen desperately seek at the climax of any challenging boss encounter. On playthrough number 2, however, something clicked for me, where I was able to learn their deathly dance pretty darn well. When it comes to their basic melee stuff, these encounters can be deceptively simple. Though when those blink bolt lightning moves come out, sure, easy to get rattled, even if they're not actually that tricky to dodge. The blink bolt techniques aside though, the same ones you yourself can pull off when you get a hold of their weapons, the biggest shock for many people with the Death Knights is that grab of theirs. Has a very intimidating charge animation with an explosive flourish of lightning and ghost flame. And while it may not kill you if you get caught out by it, it heals the boss by a massive amount, easily undoing minutes of progress. Is it amusing when this happens, after all your efforts towards attempting to put the Death Knight to death? No, but even so, I love it. I love the way you hurt me, FromSoft. And there you go. Didn't start off my relationship with the Death Knights super well, but once I got to know them, I realised that they're actually pretty decent guys. We discussed Rom the Vacuous Spider quite a while ago, a controversial boss who I don't hate, but who, if someone said to me, "I hate Rom," I'd probably say to them, well, come on now, Ron's actually a pretty cool dude, I've worked with him for years, nice guy, he's helped me out a bunch, I'm really surprised that you feel so strongly against him. But then they'd say, no, not Ron, Rom. Isn't Rom the vacuous spider from Bloodborne? And then I'd say to them, yeah, I can see that. Before you get to Bergenworth though, gotta defeat the trio of guardians, preventing access into its grounds via the Forbidden Woods. I'm talking about those slippery shadows of Yharnam. I certainly found Bloodborne to be very challenging on my first playthrough, but not excessively so, not like I found with Sekiro and Elden Ring in those early days. Probably the first boss I really got stuck on though, the one that I just could not beat at first, was indeed the Shadows of Yharnam. And for good reason really, even nowadays I get a wee bit nervous when I know this boss is coming up. Although you have the Witches of Henwick, which is kind of a soft group fight, the Shadows of Yharnam is a hard group fight, a proper 1-on-3 brawl. There's no gentle easing into it either, no. The second you pass through the fog gate, you've got the 3 shadows coming at you at once. One with a katana and candle, type 1A, and another at the back with a mace, who also has the ability to throw out homing fireballs. The katana guy is a straightforward melee type of guy, rushing you down and dashing in for a slice or two for big damage as well. You're unlucky to ever get one-shotted by these guys, but even though there are a trio of them, don't think that this means their damage will have been low-tuned to accommodate their greater numbers. They might not be able to one-shot you, but they can two-shot you. Other katana guy can also put a mean old hurting on you with his melee strikes, but even more than that, for God's sake, watch out for his candle attack. When close, he'll lift the candle up and blow, creating a flamethrower which deals big, rapid damage. If you get caught out by this, easy to find yourself dead before you even realise what hit you. That's for Fireball Boy at the back there. Yeah, I mean, those trios of fireballs are also no fun to deal with, yet deal with them you must. In addition to dodging the many attacks of the swordsman, and that's in addition to you having to find decent opportunities to deal damage yourself. The Fireball Shadow definitely is the least aggressive of the pack however, to the extent that when you close in to attack, instead of him attacking you with his mace, he'll often just spam his dash to try and get away, giving you relatively free damage and potentially even an easy kill. Watch out who you take out first though. Back on my first playthrough, I thought I was doing the sensible thing in killing Fireball guy first, cause hey, means I won't have those fireballs to worry about afterwards. Seems like solid logic, but that's only when you don't consider Phase 2, where terrible tangles of snakes burst out the necks of each shadow, which is where they get really dangerous. Each shadow gains additional attacks here which have crazy range, and so where in Phase 1 you could keep a bit of a distance to try and bait out a favourable attack for a gunshot stagger, becomes way trickier in Phase 2, where they can now easily reach you with a serpentine swipe even from mid-range, whilst also frequently throwing out those regular sword attacks too. The reason I now like to take out one of the 2 swordsmen first these days is that having one swordsman and the Fireball Shadow in Phase 2 is much easier to manage than having 2 snake-infested swordsmen on your ass. That shit sucks. Also, the fireballs really aren't all that unreasonable to avoid. There is enough room in the arena, the projectiles travel fairly slowly, and most usefully of all, you've got this big old tombstone here for blocking them. Then we have Phase 3 though, don't we, which, if you've seen Mesmer's Phase 2 from Elden Ring's DLC, well it's basically just that really. I'll be honest, my main tactic when I see this move come out is to just spam the circle button. I have no idea how to reliably deal with this shit, I just hammer that button and either it works or it doesn't. Thankfully, if you have left the Fireball Shadow till last, you can easily go through this final phase, only seeing the giant serpent move once or even not at all, as long as you stay right on his ass and closely follow each one of his dodges. The Shadows of Yharnam can be a very, very hard fight if you come here ill prepared. They do very high damage, they're always chasing you, and you've constantly got to be dodging those fireballs as well. And things just get more frantic still in Phase 2. In my experience, one of the easiest fights to rock in there and immediately fall into that trap of get hit for about 70% of your HP, frantically dash away, repeat, maybe get 1 or 2 hits in yourself, get hit again, maybe get a stagger and a crit off, get hit again, and before you know it, you're all out of blood vials, and you're lucky if you even manage to take one of them out. If you come well prepared though, with a well upgraded weapon, a few bolt papers, or maybe a beast blood pill or two, why not? And you're able to stay calm and focused and make the absolute most out of any opportunities for damage, especially from crits, then it's quite possible to have not too rough a time with the Shadows of Yharnam. If the game threw 3 swordsmen at you, then it'd be a different story. That'd be fucking brutal and I'd hate it. But the way it is, even though you are fighting 3 different bosses, each with their own individual health pools, it doesn't feel unreasonable. It's designed pretty well, with plenty of room for different strategies, depending on which order you want to fight them in. Certainly not the most delightfully fun FromSoft group boss fight, but there's little I can properly condemn here. It's pretty good stuff. Mother! Oh, where are you, mother? Oh, mother, where art thou? Because at number 133, we're going to get considerably more matriarchal, with the Elden Ring DLC's very own Mother of Fingers. Not crazy old Count Ymir, who we already discussed, but Meter, the enigmatic matriarchal monstrosity dwelling far beneath the ground in her watery lair. Hell of a presentation here, you've got to admit. Finger creepers are a common enemy in Elden Ring, found in a ton of places, some of which are quite literally crawling with the bizarre creatures. Some are small, some are large, and some are absolutely bloody enormous, but it's all the same shit. Weird enemies though for sure, shaped like severed human hands, except rather than them having literally been sliced off the arm of some greater entity, they seem to just be shaped like that for some reason. I know it's not quite the same thing, but it kind of makes me think of how Estelle and the malformed stars have that grinning pseudo-human looking skull for a head, yet their origins have nothing to do with anything human. Instead, it's just this weird, uncomfortable, uncanny connection there for you to ponder. And it's material like this that makes these games so interesting, they get you thinking. When you come across the Mother of Fingers, it's like, okay, at least we know where the finger creepers come from. I mean, this boss can straight up spontaneously spawn them from her undercarriage, which is actually her weak point too, it takes massive damage. More than any finger creeper or even the 2 fingers or the 3 fingers, Meter appears as her own particular thing, in the sense that she doesn't just look like a hand or a pair or trio of fingers, but instead is an elephantine mass of tangled, grasping, finger-like limbs coming out a hulking grey central mass. And another important difference is that Meter has an actual head with a single eye staring out from the central of the whorls which make up its unsettling face. Hell of a design, and even though its appearance and subsequent disappearance down here pose their own questions, I love Meter's inclusion in the DLC, same with the various musings of Count Ymir regarding the nature of the stars and the 2 fingers. Tell you what though, combat with the Mother of Fingers can get pretty messy. For as ancient, enigmatic and magical as this astral entity is, it's also a rather clumsy creature, huge, hulking and heavy. Expect a whole lot of jumping, slamming and finger banging as it heaves its handy form around the arena. Big fucker likes to trick you too, does that thing where it attacks. You think it's done, but then no, another slam. And then you think it's done again, but no again, because here's another slam. Then it's done. Definitely one of those bosses where, because of its strange shape and deceptive animations, it's quite challenging to intuitively react to its attacks, but it's probably going to take a few deaths before you get even the first phase down. Even now though, it has a couple particular attacks that I still don't fully understand how to consistently not get hit by, like its frantic sideways finger run, or that weird jumping spray move. Not a fan of this one at all. However, as with many Elden Ring bosses, turns out the real bother comes with Phase 2. Phase 2 where things get distinctly more lasery. More laserish. I'm talking about that big laser that everyone hates. Even the phase transition can be a bit of an issue, or at least it was for me. It's an arena-wide AoE attack which just seems mean and bad to try and time at first, kind of like trying to time the Shadow Tree avatar's golden flash. Turns out though, there's a cracking strat, that being as soon as you see Meta raise her arms here, dodge forward, works every time. Much more gravity magic related shenanigans in phase 2 where, although Meta will still throw out her basic physical attacks, Expect a lot of special attacks too, slowing down the pace a bunch, where instead of you being able to just get in there and start smacking, gotta play more defensively, dodging fleeting microcosms and face lasers. The Mega Laser though is what takes the biscuit, where at any time in phase 2 the boss can float up into the air, generate a large damage zone beneath her body, and also shoot a pair of enormous purple lasers from the huge orb above her. The trouble with this move is that it's excessively difficult to not get hit by. Although it is possible to dodge roll directly through a laser, you have to be extremely precise with your timing and positioning, and unless you're fast rolling and have the Crucible Feather Talisman on too, I wouldn't even bother trying. Another option is the Raptor of the Mist's Ash of War, which I remember thinking would be perfect in my level 1 run of the DLC. However, turns out that's a completely missable ability. If you progress far enough along the game to where Yura dies or until his body becomes taken over by Shabriri, and you didn't help him out in the invasion outside the Academy of Rea Lucaria, you're just fucked and you can't get the Raptor of the Mists until New Game Plus. It is possible to avoid the lasers purely through good positioning, and there are clips of people showing this off. However, a lot of the time, you're just not going to be in a good position. Meta becomes quite a mobile boss in phase 2, and she can fire off that big laser attack multiple times throughout the fight, and if she happens to initiate the move whilst you're too close to an arena boundary, yeah, you're just screwed, and in a way which really doesn't feel fair. Some folk appreciate boss attacks which reward good positioning rather than just being able to press the roll button at the correct time, which I get and I partially agree with. The required positioning has to be consistently achievable though, instead of luck being involved depending on when and where the boss will let the attack out. Funnily enough, there is a particular attack in this fight where the counter to it is positioning based and where I think it's implemented super well, and that's this attack, where Meta slams her head onto the ground, spreading pink finger-like damage zones across the ground towards you, requiring you to place yourself in between the finger zones to avoid damage. Simple stuff, but very intuitive to deal with and fun too, like this. I do think Meta is the weakest of the DLC Remembrance boss bunch, not only because of the big laser but also because her bread and butter physical attacks by and large aren't all that fun to deal with either. There are lots of bosses in this game who feel great to dodge, but this isn't quite one of them. Even so, Meta's not a bad boss, I don't think, and even though she's an optional one with very little connection to the main story in Shadow of the Erdtree, I still think it's worth going through the motions to be able to take her on. I think we've got a bit of a problem on our hands, or should I perhaps say, I think we've got a problem on our goddamned hands, because it's been a dog's age since I did my Yankee routine that some of you seem to like, even though I'm fucking rubbish at it. Even though I'm fucking garbage at it. At number 132 we have the master of the executioners himself, the crowned corpse keeping eternal vigil upon the forsaken heights of Castle Canehurst, roused into undead alacrity upon the approach of an intruder intent on an audience with the unholy Queen of the Vile Bloods beyond the castle's illusory veil. It's Murder Logarius. I gotta be honest, let me be straight with you, oh yeah. The journey and run back to this boss is just about as bad as that time the Idaho State College football team were a shoo-in for the '96 Super Bowl, but then just before the end of the third quarter of the fifth game, they won the Super Bowl. It really sticks in my craw that there's just a single hunter's lamp in the whole of Castle Canehurst, and it happens right at the very start of the level. I tell you what, partner. There is an elevator shortcut you could unlock, but even with the shortcut, it's a lengthy and arduous trek to the top of the castle, and now I leave you on the grace and favour of the Lord. Sorry about that, I think I just had a seizure. Yes indeed, very cool level, but a less than ideal runback. The boss runback's a bunch of bullshit actually, though it's not quite bad enough to actually sour my opinion of the boss itself. For a man who's literally just risen from a frigid slumber, Martyr Logarius sure doesn't fuck around when it comes to his fighting ability. Right from the start he fights fast and his pace only becomes more frantic as the fight progresses. Although Logarius doesn't have any qualms about swinging that wicked, red-bladed scythe of his at you, his signature mode of offense revolves around the arcane arts, something which his successor, Alfred, would also adopt with his Logarius' wheel weapon, which in its transformed state becomes arcane infused, though it has a very different appearance to the likes of the Holy Moonlight Sword's arcane form, murky red versus luminescent green. Logarius' arcane attacks also very much resemble the projectiles you can let off with the Executioner's gloves, which themselves are to be found here in Cainhurst. Though Logarius has the ability to essentially detonate these screaming skulls, violently and suddenly enlarging them to catch you out in their crimson explosion before the summoned soul dissipates. It's one of those attacks that's very easy to get caught out by because it really is the deathly detonation which is the dangerous part. It's a bit like Mohg's Bloodflame Talons where, deceptively, the actual claw part isn't what you want to worry about, it's the explosion directly afterwards that'll mess you up. There are opportunities for gunshot staggers in Phase 1, but me myself personally, I prefer to just focus on conventional dashing and slashing at this point, which can be a lot of fun once you get more adept at dodging through his screaming skull assaults. After about 2/3 of Logarius' health has been dealt with, he'll buff, big time daddy-o, and at this point, the old fart gets way more grumpy. Much less of the skull projectile nonsense from here on, and instead way more slashing, particularly with his sword in his left hand, which looks kind of like the Drake's sword from Dark Souls 1. He has actual combos here which are very easy to get flustered by, particularly by their air blade after effects which, kind of like the skull projectiles, are there to catch you out after a poorly timed or positioned dodge. A particularly intimidating Phase 2 attack is the one where Logarius literally just fucking floats up in the air. Oh cool, I guess he can fly, before swooping down with a sickening slice of his scythe. Don't be afraid though. Do not fear the swoop, because this flying attack, as well as his sword attacks, creates fertile ground for gunshot staggers, which this boss is fully vulnerable to. Phase 2 can either be an overwhelming shit show for you, or it could be a walk in the park that's over really quick if you're halfway consistent with your staggers. Occasionally, the boss will slow down the action by planting his sword into the ground, causing projectiles to rain from the sky, though the intimidation factor of this grand attack does go way down when you realise you can cut it short with just a single shot to the sword from your sidearm. For me, Martyr Logarius is a great example of just a good FromSoft boss. Cool lore and backstory, awesome arena, decent visual design, nice intro cutscene, 2 distinct phases, and he provides a respectable but not overwhelming challenge, with there also being the capacity to trivialise that challenge through gunshot staggers if you're good enough. At the end of the day though, whilst there's nothing about the fight that I dislike, there's nothing about it that I love either. I can't condemn Martyr Logarius for any specific thing, but he's certainly nowhere close to being one of my favourites in the game. Oh yeah. It's now time to spare some time for Yharnam, not Bloodborne's main setting, but rather the final boss of the Chalice dungeons. First of all, this is a completely unique encounter. You can see Yharnam's haunting form after defeating Rom, and once again just after Mergo's wet nurse, but there's no fighting to be had in these instances. Now if you try and attack her in that latter location, she'll just fade away and emit a malevolent laugh, which, and I'm not gonna lie here, I find fucking terrifying, and so I prefer to just leave her alone usually. However, if you've got the metal to fight through everything the Chalice dungeons can throw at you to the point where you get your hands on the great Thumeru Ehel Chalice, you can eventually fight the Thumerian Queen in all her sanguine glory. This fight features blood, and even more blood still. Yharnam is initially content with dousing you with blood missiles, blood sprays, and blood AoE attacks, which, although relatively simple to avoid unless you're shit at games like me who kept getting hit by this AoE with the lingering hitbox, still hurt a lot if you do get tagged, and they also cause rapid poison build-up. After about 20% of her HP is gone though, she breaks the shackles binding her wrists, and out comes the knife. It's a very cool animation, and the one which telegraphs when she's going to lunge at you with that knife is also very much awesome. It's at this point where things get much more hectic, as you've now got even bigger AoE attacks to desperately flee from, and now Yharnam can clone herself too. Though thankfully the clones will dissolve in a shower of blood after taking just a single attack. But where Yharnam's at her scariest is when she gets her buff, where her blood knife is morphed into a full-on blood sword with more damaging combos and even more nasty AoE nonsense. Aside from all that blood though, I think the thing this boss is most known for is her little baby boy. Because although Mergo remains completely unseen in this fight, just as he does in the base game, he's still rather talkative, which is bad for you. Because if you linger too close to Mergo's mama after hearing his first cry, when that second cry comes out, you get hopelessly paralysed, leaving you completely open to Yharnam's next assault. This makes it so that you can never get over eager when attacking this boss. There's literally a mechanic there to force you to retreat. Not even an attack, because as far as I know you can't dodge through this, but basically a mechanic. It's also a really annoying one if you fail to make the connection in your head that the baby crying is the telegraph. I remember this happening to me over a decade ago when I first took on Yharnam, only to keep getting bodied by her because I couldn't work out why I was randomly getting frozen in place. Whereas in reality I was getting punished by her baby, a baby who punished my dim-wittedness at not heeding its warning cry. Yharnam's got a ton of HP too. In fact, she has higher HP than any single base game boss, and when you combine that with her automatic keep away paralysis mechanic, you've potentially got quite a marathon on your hands here. This battle gets freaking intense, particularly with how she gets more dangerous with her different phases and her blood sword buff. I'll be honest, it's actually been quite a while since I last fought Yharnam, but looking back on my older videos of her here, I'm impressed by this boss. I think more impressed than I was when I actually fought her. I think my earliest attempts, many years ago, still negatively colour my opinion of Yharnam, because I remember finding her to be so cheap, frustrating, and overly difficult. But that was mostly because I didn't understand her paralysis move. Even the last time I fought her though, I still found her to be a damn difficult boss, which I think makes me an outlier, because I've read from a bunch of folk who say they found Yharnam to be super easy. In any case, although Yharnam isn't my favourite Chalice Dungeon boss, she is a good one. There was a lot of love put into her, and I'd say this encounter makes for a worthy and worthwhile inclusion into any adventure into the Chalice Dungeons. At number 130, I have picked Black Knife Assassins, who are technically one of the very first bosses you even see. Because just 4 slides into that opening cinematic explanatory slideshow, we see them plunging, as you might expect, a black knife into Godwyn the Golden, killing his soul, though his flesh would live on as the Prince of Death. There are a decent wee number of Black Knife Assassins scattered throughout the lands between. Some lurking in dungeons and others just out in the open air. There are even some who appear as regular enemies, like that one just before the Queen's bedchamber in Leyndell, and who could forget the infernal squad of Black Knife bastards prowling around Ordina liturgical town. You know, the ones who are literally invisible. At the top of the pile though, there's the toughest one of them all, Electo Black Knife Ringleader, stuck in an Everjail at the northwest corner of Moonlight Altar. Big monsters, fearsome dragons, formidable swordsmen, sure they're all great. We all love the myriad malefactors who call the lands between home. In addition to your more boisterous species though, hey, I can certainly appreciate a good skulker, a dex user, which is what the Black Knife Assassins ultimately are. They skulk, dash and leap with their light, lithe forms. Always shrouded in dark leathers and a translucent cape, though if you do try and get a little look at their facial features, you will discover that they have none. There is only impenetrable blackness beneath their hoods, a similar sort of idea as with Bloodborne's Mergo's Wet Nurse, not to mention the Sanguine Nobles from this game. Black Knife Assassins are a boss who force you to get good at them, and that's because they're always attacking, always stabbing, slashing and dashing, and often in a confusing manner too. The attack where they scraped their dagger along the ground tripped me up repeatedly for way too long, before I eventually got the timing thoroughly knocked into me during the late game Electo fight. Those cunning little flourishes are what make this boss tricky, but also their relentlessness. Thankfully, they are very easy to stagger, and these encounters can even be partially trivialised if you come in with a big heavy weapon that'll stop them in their tracks. Whereas if you rock in there with a dinky little dagger to try and chip away at their health instead, can be more of a frustrating experience due to them usually flip-flopping away before you've had the chance to do anything sufficiently substantial to their health bars. The Black Knife Assassin in Altus Plateau's Sage's Cave in particular can seem absolutely outrageous at first because the fiend is entirely invisible. The fight does happen to take place in shallow water though, and so you might think, golly, I guess I gotta watch the water to discern the evil assassin's whereabouts based on the location of the ripples and via sound cues, and hey, you can do that. Or you can come back way later when you're overpowered as hell and use an Ash of War like Ground Slam or something and literally defeat the boss with your ass. You can assassinate the assassin with your ass. However, the intended method is to use the Sentry's Torch on this lady. Same thing you're meant to do to the ones in Ordina. You can discover this intel from a random merchant in Altus Plateau, though you then have to find a completely different merchant elsewhere in the region to actually buy the torch. Or you could do what I do and just annihilate the assassins with my anus. With my character's anus. My character's ass. It's Alecto Black Knife Ringleader where shit gets real though. For the most part, she's the same as every other BKA, except with way higher damage output and a ton of HP. Seriously, even the literal cosmic horror of the void who you need to fight to get to Moonlight Altar only has about 60% of the HP that Alecto has. Even Glintstone Dragon Ajula elsewhere in Moonlight Altar has just a fraction of the health of this particular Black Knife Assassin. But it's okay, because I think it makes for a bloody good fight. I think I was here for about an hour on my first playthrough trying to nail Alecto, because not only do you have to fight well, but you have to fight well for a while. And furthermore, her special attack will destroy you if you're not ready for it. Once you're able to identify the telegraph, it's fully manageable, but it's very easy to underestimate its range and its damage potential. Not to mention the associated Black Blade health drain. All worth it though, because you do get a ton of runes for victory, and if you're inclined towards using Spirit Ashes, Black Knife Tiche, which you get as a reward, is one of the best in the game. I think this is a damn good minor Elden Ring boss. They can be a bit annoying at times, but these fights can be a hoot once you're able to consistently dodge and discern all their roguish rambunctiousness. Rambunctiousness might not even be the correct adjective to use in this context, but do I care? Do I look like I care? No. We spoke about Elden Ring's magma worms a while ago, a boss type I find to be extremely cool and pretty fun to fight. Magma worms certainly have several draconic physical features, but they ain't no true dragons themselves, they're worms. And at number 129 we have something a bit similar, though this boss is considerably more strange and unsettling in its appearance. It's the Dragonkin Soldiers. While magma worms are said to have once been human, with the exception of their ability to wield swords, there's very little remaining about their bodies that's reminiscent of their previous human selves. They just look like massive mental lizards now. Dragonkin, on the other hand, are something else entirely. Like, you put a human and a dragon into one of those teleportation pods from the movie The Fly, and this is what came out. It looks vaguely anthropomorphic in shape, but whilst no longer at all resembling a regular human. And it looks kind of draconic in nature, whilst also not at all resembling any sort of true dragon, ancient or otherwise. It has 2 arms and 2 legs like a person, but its legs are useless, with it instead having to drag itself around by scraping its hands against the ground. And whilst it has the semblance of wings, they are grim and tattered, allowing it no more than the briefest moments of flight. The Dragonkin can't even breathe fire or any sort of element from their maws, with instead their primary means of dealing damage being via strikes from their powerful hands, arms, and entire body. Scraping, sweeping, and clawing across the ground with an ancient fury, the fury of a being who is not and could never be a true dragon, destined not to roam across the skies, but instead to languish and wither beneath the ground, concealed from the Erdtree, the moon, and the sun. I feel like I say this a lot when discussing Elden Ring bosses, but again, one of my favourite FromSoft designs. They're fucked up looking, but despite their failed status as a dragon, the Dragonkin absolutely do look impressive and mighty in their own right, not least of all due to their sheer size, but also because of the intriguing clothing and adornments they sport around their bodies. This is one of those bosses where you need to expect some strange timings and deceptive finishers, where rather than it being terribly direct with its enraged attacks, it more prefers to take the bloody piss a bit. Launching an attack, keeping you guessing as to when or if a second hit in the combo is coming, and then suddenly it lets out that second hit later than you thought was reasonable or possible. There is some scope for somewhat intuitive playing when up against your first couple of Dragonkin, but I do think this is one of those bosses where you need to go in expecting to get hit at least a bit by some of its more awkward attacks before you get the picture and learn precisely when to dodge stuff. I don't necessarily find Dragonkin to be massively fun to fight, but they're one of those bosses where the sheer visual spectacle of them elevates the experience. Even the one you can fight down in the Lake of Rot looks incredible, laying motionless before coming to life on your approach, battling it out on this stone platform in this rancid, rotting lake. Even those infernal, ghostly ones in the consecrated snowfields are kind of awesome. I mean, really annoying and completely pointless to fight because you don't get any runes for nailing them, but again, they do look cool. Here we go again, time for another jolly good Elden Ring boss. It's the Leonine Misbegotten, fought in Castle Morn and in Castle Redmane, though a few also appear as tough regular enemies in a few spots. I'm also including the Leonine Crusader here, found in the Cave of the Forlorn in the consecrated snowfields. Much the same boss really, but with a different weapon and an extra special attack. The Misbegotten are generally not graceful creatures. They're ugly as fuck, actually, and almost every single one you encounter is as mad as a fish and wants to kill you with knives and axes, though I guess much the same can be said of near anything in Elden Ring. The one exception as far as the Misbegotten goes is Smithing Master Hugh in the Round Table Hold. Great character, superb smith, and a thoroughly nice chap. There are a few more Misbegotten outliers though, ones with far more noble and imposing countenances and poise. The Leonine Misbegotten, with the boss of the same name being located on a small gravestone-strewn arena just off from Castle Morn, one armed with a large greatsword, though your reward for defeating it is the legendary Grafted Blade greatsword. Would have been cooler and made a bit more sense if the boss itself wielded that weapon here, but not a big deal. Though there is the potential to be able to wipe the floor with the Leonine Misbegotten if you choose not to venture south to the Weeping Peninsula until a while after the early game. If you do decide to clear the peninsula and its castle early on, this boss can be a tough customer for you. The Leonine Misbegotten is entirely melee based, with its most exotic move being its simple roar. Beside that though, expect sword attacks and lots of them. This boss has a surprisingly long moveset, though due to the conventional nature of most of its moves, that doesn't end up mattering all that much in terms of difficulty. Because unlike some bosses in this game, most of its stuff is perfectly logically reactable, as opposed to it having a bunch of moves where the only way to learn them is to get hit by or die to them a few times before you have a chance at actually being able to figure out the timings. As for the Misbegotten Crusader, very cool encounter I think. Rather than this one wielding a plain old greatsword, it somehow has the Golden Order greatsword, a legendary weapon literally forged by Radagon himself, essentially a holy version of the magic-based Dark Moon greatsword. The Crusader's moveset is the same as the Misbegotten's, but it can make use of the established Order Ash of War, which is very intimidating and dangerous if you haven't seen it before. Or even if you have seen it before but then instantly forget the timings for it because you're not very good at games. Whilst the Leonine Misbegotten can pose a good wee challenge, even if you're buff as hell when you get here, the Leonine Crusader is no joke, does way more damage and has a lot more health. Really solid lesser Elden Ring boss here. Looks very cool, an interesting variation of the usual far cruder Misbegotten aesthetic, and its moveset is really impressive and enjoyable to contend with. Even if they just repeated the exact same boss for the Cave of the Forlorn, I'd have been content with that, but the fact that this late game iteration has a brand new weapon with a new special attack is much appreciated. Thank you. Now we've got a pretty rare example of a boss which you would be entirely within your democratic rights to call terrible and shit, but where I still really like it for some reason. It's Dark Souls 2's Giant Lord, fought within the misty memory of Jay. In a way, the Giant Lord will be most players' first boss, because unless you initially head over to the Hyde's Tower of Flame or choose to take on the Pursuer beforehand, unless I'm completely fudging up my admittedly very limited knowledge of Dark Souls 2 lore here, the last giant is what remains of the Giant Lord, who, after defeat, fell down beneath the stonework to languish here for centuries, only to be roused back to life at our arrival, so that we can get its key, please. I'll get onto the last giant in due time though, because the Giant Lord is this being as he was in his dominating prime, fought within a memory. Wholly unconventional and in my view, downright bloody awesome boss arena here. I love this. Doesn't look like a boss arena at all at first, instead resembling only an ongoing battle site being battered by barrages of ballista fire from the coast. Gotta traverse through this war zone and past a couple of those big bastards with the twin clubs, but at the far end, the Giant Lord stands ready for battle, and I love the way the fight kicks off. There's no cutscene here, you just see him standing there, and as soon as you get close enough the boss health bar appears, the music begins, and the giant roars as he raises his mighty greatsword aloft for a stone-cracking downward cleave. It's badass, it's awesome, and I wee like it. But then you start actually fighting it, and sadly I have to admit it kinda stops being quite so badass. The Giant Lord's moveset is remarkably limited, especially for a late game boss. After that monumental opening attack, you should expect little more than stomps and modest swings of the sword. The ideal strategy is pretty obvious in this encounter, that being to just hug the boss's legs and swing away. It can still get to you here, and you absolutely do need to be on point at dodging those nasty stomps and slices, but these attacks are entirely straightforward to avoid. They're slow, and you have so much opportunity to relentlessly attack between the boss's attacks. This is not one of those fights where you really need to pick your moments to get offensive. No. You can go to town on the big man, and so even though he's got a pretty big health pool, wearing that health pool down is disarmingly easy. Really the only potentially confounding factor here is the camera. Because you're stuck here attacking the boss's feet, you don't exactly get the best view of what his upper body's doing, and furthermore, the boss's bulk and the wall there behind the boss can cause a bit of camera blockage, which is always annoying and sad. Apart from that, yeah, even though the fundamental quality and mechanics of this battle can absolutely be called into question, it's just one I've always enjoyed and always will. This space you fight him in is incredible, and I always get hyped when I see the Giant Lord looming over at that far side, and even though the fight does very quickly devolve into you just hitting its ankles, it still manages to be fun. Also, if you're up for a bit of late game soul farming, the closest bonfire is ideal for using bonfire aesthetics on so that you can keep nailing successive Giant Lords for boatloads of souls. The third stage of Demon Souls' Boletaria is an absolutely fantastic level. The inner ward here is a doozy to be sure, though the place is also home to several of those infernal fat officials. To tell you the truth though, these guys are actually my favourite enemies in the entire game, but my oh my can they get a bit bloody obnoxious with that signature toothy grin and their iconic chafing chortle, and this particular fat official, the one who repeatedly eludes you as you try and ascend to the castle. Oh, he just makes me piss myself with rage. But when you finally make it to the top of the steps, past his soldiers and red-eyed knights, the real challenger is revealed, and true to his namesake, he makes his introductions with a display of brutal penetration, don't laugh, by lancing the fat man through his obese body and hurling him asunder, which the Knight Artorias intro cutscene in Dark Souls 1 would of course go on to pay such heavy tribute to. My god, by the way, the Penetrator's armor set really is dazzlingly stylish. Damn shame you couldn't get it in the original Demon Souls, but I guess it's cool that Bluepoint added it in the remake. It's not quite so cool that to get that set, got to complete near 2 full playthroughs of the game, finding 26 very well hidden secret items for a key to unlock this door. A requirement which took the community over a week of desperate searching to figure out. I still remember watching that Video Distortion 2 put out 6 years ago after he finally managed to unlock the gate, where we all found out that the reward for all that work was the Penetrator set, and I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. It's not enough though, is it? Again, in terms of style, what a boss. The Penetrator isn't quite monstrously big, but he's still about twice your size. He boasts a darkly beautiful set of armour, and he wields the Penetrating Sword. A weapon you yourself can also get, and without having to go on any item hunting quest either. In fact, I think you can get 2 of them in the one playthrough actually. In the original game, there was an awesome looking blue tracer effect whenever the Penetrator swung his sword, especially with its charged thrust grab attack, where that blue soul glow was at its most intense. For the remake, however, they changed the fuck out of it. In the remake, that blue glow is completely gone, instead replaced with a constant blood effect all along the sword and the boss's right arm, which turns fire red for the thrust grab. Quite a big visual change and more overtly dark and demonic, and it's still cool, but me myself personally, I prefer the original design, please and thank you. Something I've always really liked about the Penetrator is unexpected grace. I mean, this is a big, imposing knight opponent. He wields a big-ass sword, and he's located within a castle, and yet, the way he attacks is actually pretty damn fancy, I guess is the word I'm looking for. The boss's stance and manner of attacking has a distinct style to it, swift and dexterous rather than heavy and brutal. There's a great degree of elegance in his moveset. Bravo, bravo! Like pretty much every Demon Souls boss though, its actual moveset really is quite modest in size. It's common to see the Penetrator spam the same few attacks, because in reality, there's only about 4 or 5 different attacks it can even do. But hey, when it comes to the Penetrator, it's not about the size of its moveset, it's about what it does with it. Is it sufficient? Does it meet my needs? Yes, kinda. I'm actually pretty bad at this boss, even with it being as basic as it is. In fact, I played like absolute shit in this footage of me in the PS3 version, though me fat rolling definitely had something to do with it, because this really isn't a boss you want to be fat rolling on. Most of its attacks don't actually come out very quickly, instead having moderate charge animations before the sudden slice. But the nature of the Penetrator fight is that most of the time it's going to be right there in your face for you to have to deal with, which actually makes it very distinct from most other bosses in Demon Souls, which, with just 1 or 2 exceptions, really don't feel like duels with one warrior against another. Even though I've been heaping a lot of praise on the Penetrator, I must show some restraint, because while I do respect a lot about it, it must also be said that I've never enjoyed it as much as I'd like to. Its limited moveset really starts to show after a minute of fighting it, and a bit of a hot take here, but I don't find that the feel of Demon Souls is that brilliant in these constant action back and forth style fights like this one. I think Dark Souls 1 nailed it, as did the games which came after, but in Demon Souls I never feel as confident as I'd like to when I've got some formidable opponent hacking and slashing away at me and I need to get dodging. It's like there's a subtle stiffness in the controls and or visuals which seems to impair me in some nebulous sense, and it's an impairment which I certainly feel in this fight. Where I almost never die, but where even after winning I don't really feel all that good about it. I've still ranked the Penetrator pretty well here, I think, but it's that kind of boss where I'd have loved to rank it even way more weller. But I'm not gonna. It's that time once again, it's Bloodborne time, and now we're going to talk about an entity who appears just once as a mini-boss in the base game, and then again as a boss in the Chalice dungeons. It's the beast-possessed soul. I mean, hot dog though. Before we even get into the boss version, do you not just love this beast's placement at the bottom of the Healing Church Workshop Tower? You navigate all the way to the bottom of it, desperately trying not to fall to your death, only to be greeted by the sight of this slavering, hairy, horned beast. One with a distinctly menacing and even somewhat demonic appearance in comparison to the beasts you've previously encountered in Central Yharnam, all of whom still have at least some small semblance of humanity about them. I mean, even the werewolf enemies still have some tattered scraps of clothing hanging off their bodies. This thing though, this is a beast of a different kind. Although the beast-possessed soul exhibits a malevolent bestial menace with its stature, posture and snouted snarl, there's a definite level of intelligence here too. It doesn't just bound around on all fours, frantically biting and tearing, rather it attacks with a certain degree of deliberateness, often swiftly dashing away between attacks. That said, things definitely can get distinctly vicious here. The beast-possessed soul has a crazy, seemingly never-ending swipe combo, which can very easily catch you out due to how long it lasts versus how long you might think it'll last. It also has a move which initially looks like a sort of charged punch, but which is actually a nasty grab if it connects, resulting in it snacking on your face and neck, and a buff of sorts where it howls and licks your blood off its own face. Seriously, it's stuff like this that makes me love Bloodborne so much. You only fight one of these dudes in the base game, and that's if you even go to the Healing Church workshop at all, which you don't have to. And if you don't go to the Chalice dungeons, you'll never see it as a boss at all. Yet there's such an impressive degree of love and care being put into its design and animations. It can't be overstated just how impressive the enemy and boss variety is in this game. I fucking love Bloodborne. Anyway, that ain't all you've got to worry about with the Beast-Possessed Soul, because for whatever reason, just like with the Keeper of the Old Lords, they went and gave it Pyromancy too, meaning you've also got a burning assortment of fireballs, fire sprays, and fire punches to worry about now too. When fought in the base game or on lower difficulty dungeons, this is a pretty easy boss, because it just doesn't have all that much HP. If you catch it on a bad day though, on a higher level dungeon, the Beast-Possessed Soul really can be a challenge, when you actually need to properly contend with its rather terrifying moveset. Has one of my favourite beast designs in the game, all of its attacks look freaking awesome, and I really enjoy fighting it. Now though, we're going to talk about a very special boss indeed. In fact, it's the final boss of Elden Ring, the envoy of the Greater Will, the Elden Beast. This boss is fought as part of the Greater Radagon battle, but as I said way back in the intro many hours ago, this is one of only 2 exceptions I'm making, where despite this boss being a part of a larger battle, I'm considering it separately from Radagon, who directly precedes it, because this literally is just a completely different entity. One of the most beautiful monster designs I have ever seen in any game, without a doubt. Anyone who watched my FromSoft's Most Beautiful Monsters video from a wee while back may remember I did in fact place the Elden Beast in the number 2 spot. Literally everything about the visuals here is a 10 out of 10. In fact, I even love this boss's name, Elden Beast. Usually when the term beast is used in Elden Ring, it refers to far rougher and gruffer entities than this, the likes of the Beast Clergyman and Beast Regent Serosh, not to mention the many hirsute denizens of crumbling Faram Azula. This though is something else, a beast of a different kind, a beast from the outer void, sent to the lands between within a golden star as a living incarnation of the Elden Ring. Its astral origins are even written into its very form, with its innards fully visible due to its translucent flesh resembling a multitude of twinkling stars amidst a purple-black void, while electric strands of grace thread through its neck, body and wings to form a sort of divine nervous system, ending at its narrow amphibian head. Behold the Elden Beast. Very unique sort of battle too, absolutely nothing like the Radagon fight. The Elden Beast is a huge target, but this is a massive arena, and the beast enjoys making liberal use of its space. Not just from the ground up, but from beneath the water too, where it can freely dive down. Interesting thing about this battle too is that for the first nearly 2.5 years of Elden Ring being out, anytime the boss dove down or flew up or fucked off, you'd have to chase it down on foot, just as is the case for every other major boss, with the exception of the Fire Giant. In patch 1.12 however, the patch coinciding with the release of the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, FromSoft changed it so that you can now ride Torrent here. It's a welcome change, but I do find it kind of odd that they waited 26 months to make this change. I mean, surely by that you'd think FromSoft would have been nice and settled as to what they wanted the core mechanics of this fight to be, but I digress. This is a slow-paced battle, and it really is more of a grand battle than a fight. You fought Radagon, but this Brachiosaurus-sized beast of the cosmos? Yeah, this is something more spectacular. That includes the nature of its attacks. The boss primarily attacks with its sacred relic sword, a holy golden blade literally wrought from the body of Radagon, with it still containing remnants of the fallen deity's divine power. Some of the boss's sword attacks are just that, fearsome slices and thrusts, but others are significantly flashier, featuring long-range beam projectiles or perhaps most extravagantly, waves of gold, precisely the same technique you can throw out when wielding the weapon, except on a much larger and more devastating scale here. The Elden Beast's sword moves are just a portion of what it's capable of, however, because this beast is not shy when it comes to flaunting its divinity. For a start, it's one of I think only 3 entities in the entire game capable of breathing golden flames. It can also fly up and emblazon the very form of the Elden Ring onto the ground, only writ large in damaging concentric waves. While grand in scale though, super rare I've ever actually been tagged by this attack. Its air-to-ground laser bombardment is far more problematic. Both the one it does from the ground or the alternative where it lets the punishing projectiles off whilst in flight. It can be super hit or miss, quite literally, as to whether you outrun them all or get nicked by 1 or 2 strays. So I guess Torrent does help some with that nowadays. Biggest piece of shit move by far though is without a doubt the notorious Elden Stars. Even though it's one of only 3 of the game's legendary incantations, if used by us, the players, Elden Stars completely fucking sucks. I don't know why FromSoft made it that way, I'll never know, but it's straight up garbaggio. When the Elden Beast uses Elden Stars though, when it gets to about half health, generated by it sliding its golden hand along the length of its sacred relic sword, not a euphemism, things get problematic. All those teeny tiny projectiles do a lot of damage, which is bad because there's a lot of these projectiles. They're constantly being regenerated, sprinkling and twinkling round, and the larger incandescent core is disconcertingly fast in its pursuit of you. Even getting yourself up on Torrent, galloping directly away at full pelt isn't enough. The projectiles will still hit you. Not only this though, but the boss doesn't just chill out and watch in amusement as you scramble the fuck away from these damaging particles of pain. No. It carries on with its business, sending everything it's got at you, which oftentimes is just too much to deal with, making it unreasonably difficult to come out of the ordeal unscathed or even alive. I'll tell you when this really became a problem for me. Yes, you guessed it, on my level 1 run. The single hardest challenge in that entire run, as far as the base game goes, was not Godfrey, or Moog, or even bloody Millennia. It was the Elden Beast, and a major reason for that was Elden Stars. See, there actually is an ideal counter against Elden Stars, and that counter is the Crimson Whorl Bubble Tier. Once this tier is activated by your Wondrous Flask, for the next 15 seconds any and all elemental damage not only doesn't harm you, but it heals you up. What type of attack is Elden Stars? Well, it's a pure holy elemental type attack. Thus, when it gears up for Elden Stars, which it always does at half HP by the way, take a swig of your drink and pay that nasty move no mind. Easy peasy. Job done.
Perfect. Another good job well done.
Yeah, right. The problem is that you have to fight Radagon before this boss all over again every damn time you die. Normally with any boss on a level 1 run, I rely heavily on my Opaline Bubble Tier, a defensive buff which allows you to survive a single hit from pretty much any attack. And when you're at a level where an attack from anything is nearly a guaranteed one-hit KO on you, something like the Opaline Bubble Tier is invaluable, allowing you to make one mistake, meaning you don't have to play it literally perfectly. However, if I need to postpone my use of my Wondrous Flask, not only till the Elden Beast, but till halfway through the Elden Beast fight, when it casts Elden Stars, then that means I need to get through all of Radagon and the first half of Elden Beast without getting hit a single time, every time. Oh, and by the way, did I mention that this boss can use Elden Stars more than once, meaning even if you do manage to get to the halfway point and survive its first cast of Elden Stars whilst also being able to dodge all the other shit it will continue to throw at you, if you don't take it down quickly enough after that point and it uses Elden Stars again, well, you've got no defense against it now. You are Elden fucked. I'll stop my ranting and raving there though, because these particular woes really are at their most pronounced in a low level run. Elden Stars is always a bastard to deal with, but it is more survivable, you've got more health, and you can equip armor and a talisman to buff your holy resist and stuff. The Elden Beast is an amazing boss in some ways, and it's one of the most amazing bosses of all time visually speaking. Even most of its attack animations are an artistic marvel. Sadly, however, most of the time, it just ends up being not all that fun, and a big factor in that is that you have to fight Radagon every time you die to it, and Radagon is not an easy boss. Genichiro before Ishin Sword Saint is one thing, and Emma the Gentle Blade before Ishin Ashina is another, but having Radagon as a precursor fight has really never quite sat right with me. The Elden Beast battle is a slow-paced affair where sometimes just about all you can realistically do is chase it down or concentrate solely on dodging its attacks, which would be okay, but the urgency and tension forced upon you by the difficult fight you had to do just to get here, and which you know you'll have to do again if you die, well, it turns the slow pace of the battle into a negative. Furthermore, the Elden Beast has a lot of big, super flashy attacks which deal devastating damage. It's really easy to die to this boss at any second, and it has a ton of HP, and it's immune to literally every status effect, and it's not weak to any element. If this boss was presented to us on its own as a separate battle from the Radagon fight, I would rank it higher, and I think a lot of people would look upon it with considerably more fondness. Whereas as it is, by the time a lot of folk beat the Elden Beast, they're not sat there thinking, ah, what a marvellous battle. No, they think, fuck, I finally managed to beat this dumb fish. For number 123, I would like to discuss another Elden Ring beast, and another whose origins lays somewhere out within the endless eldritch void. It's the Falling Star Beast, and I'm lumping both the regular and full-grown Falling Star Beasts into the same entry in my ranking here, too. Maybe should have counted them separately, but apart from like 2 additional attacks, which the full-grown ones have, they're pretty much the same boss. I didn't realise it before too, but there's actually just one single full-grown one in the whole game up on the Mount Gaelmere crater, whereas there are 3 junior ones. Even that really buff one found in the DLC is the less advanced variant, with the main visual difference between the 2 alien types being that the full-grown beasts have an exposed cracked shell in the middle of their heads from which a large single eyeball stares out, exactly as it does from Estelle's skull. Although Falling Star Beasts have connections to Estelle, really nothing else in the game looks quite like them. I guess in a way they resemble bulls, particularly with the way their signature method of attacking is those heavy head charges from one side of the arena to the other. But whereas an earthly bull's bulk is characterised by thick musculature, the Falling Star Beasts are beings of living rock. Almost as if their mighty forms were exquisitely carved from comets, then given life through the power of gravity magic, which they are heavily imbued with. The full-grown kind can even launch devastating gravity lasers from their exposed eye, and perhaps even more dramatic and destructive, they can generate localized gravitational anomaly fields around them, lifting up whatever matter lies in their immediate vicinity to then send it all crashing back to the ground. Though, mercifully, it is just the full-grown ones who can throw out these 2 particular attacks. The lesser Falling Star Beasts are certainly nothing to sniff at themselves though. They're the same size as the mature kind, and they can still draw up deadly spikes of sharp rock from the ground via their special, spatial, gravitational energies. Even more than their magic though, it's the Falling Star Beasts' physical might, which is most often my undoing. They're huge, but they're fast too, and they boast a suite of incredibly violent attacks thrown out by different parts of their body. Expect stomps, crushing swings and bites from its wicked set of mandibles, and brutal swipes from its viciously barbed tail, with its tail attacks also causing additional bleed build-up. It must be said though, the timing for some of these attacks is bloody awkward. I genuinely don't know if it's meant to be a sort of clever play on the anti-gravity aspect of these astral animals or what, but a bunch of the Falling Star Beast's attacks are of the kind that are clearly supposed to trick you, where the charge animation for the attack is done, and then instead of the actual attack coming out when you expect it to, nope, the charge lasts just a little bit longer and then the attack comes out. Classic example is this front flip roll move where the boss literally just hovers in the air before crashing down. Is this gravity magic or just a bunch of bullshit? I kind of suspect the latter. Falling Star Beasts do have a partially hidden weakness though, and it's one I actually love. Its repeated charge attack is not a rare one, and at first it's not a very fun one. Seems like one of those attacks where just about all you can do is strain to not get hit, or to get rammed off the side of the fucking crater like this. It seems like one of those attacks where there's little to no possibility for a punish and where you essentially just need to wait for your turn, just like the Magma Worm's Magma Charge. However, if you hit this silly beast on the noggin with just about any attack whilst it's charging, it will crash and burn, letting you get in some free hits. Pretty scary move to pull off, I know, but if you get good at it, it's a massive weakness to be exploited. Excellent risk-reward action here. Fights with falling star beasts are always frantic, intense, and I think pretty damn difficult. The things are always charging right at you and throwing out their weird but highly destructive and devastatingly damaging physical attacks, and even if you manage to master those, you've still got their magic oriented moves to deal with too, which are sure to also keep you on your toes, or even lift you up off your toes. Good boss, very challenging I think, and very interesting and unsettling as well when you see their single glaring eye, and consider the relationship to the malformed stars and Estelle. And now we come to our third bearer of a Lord Soul. We already covered the mess that is the Bed of Chaos, and Seath the Scaleless too, who to be honest is also a bit of a mess, but who's nowhere near as bad as the Bed of Chaos. But now, it's time for the Grand Necromancer of the Tomb of the Giants, Gravelord Nito. Look, we can debate who the spookiest FromSoft enemy or boss is, okay? We can have that discussion, we can bring about all the litigation, we can argue jurisprudence on that matter. However, I'm not particularly interested in any debate about who has the spookiest intro cutscene, because in my eyes, that award goes to this one. Nothing much even happens in it, I know. But you've finally made it to the end of the Stygian pit of the level. You've passed through the fog gate and you've taken the leap down into the dark. And the sight of Nito being roused from his unsettling slumber, this unholy skeletal amalgam emerging from its colossal coffin, clad only in a smoky cape of deathly miasma and armed only with the legendary Gravelord Greatsword, its chipped, toxified, curved edge on full display, well, I don't know, I just find it very spooky is all. Nasty too with how you lose half your bloody HP from the fall, and fiendish as well if I may be so bold as to say so, because often, though not always, when you're busy chugging on your Estus to heal back up to full, you'll hear a piercing feminine scream, a haunting herald, signalling the imminent arrival of the Gravelord Greatsword. Not slashed at you from Nito's skeletal sword arm, but thrust up from the very ground in a violent flash of red, an attack which, in addition to dealing damage, also causes toxic buildup, which is never good. And speaking of this attack, turns out there's a pretty funny way to completely cheese it by simply equipping a weapon like a halberd and holding the block position. Because this attack's hitbox only actually exists at ground level, due to your character's altered foot position when blocking with the halberd, the attack totally misses. Huge credit to Regal Slayer for that discovery. Never mind that attack though, because as you quickly discover with this battle, your biggest foe may not be Gravelord Nito at all, but rather his squadron of skeletons lurking down here with him. From the starting position, there are a couple of regular ones which you can't do anything to avoid waking up. The further you go into the arena though, the more skeletons there are lurking in the darkness, including a couple giant ones. Thus, if you get a bit too reckless with your maneuvering, you can easily end up with an army of skeletons on your tail, as well as Nito, who will continue to throw out his ground sword spikes as well as his other moves. Fortunately though, for some reason, FromSoft made Nito kind of a bitch. For a start, he has fewer moves than your average Demon Souls boss, and the moves he does have are all really slow with long, exaggerated charges, especially his AoE Miasma move, which I kinda enjoy seeing because it also hits and knocks down his skeletons, but it can also force you to flee further into the darker depths of the arena, attracting the attention of the Jumbo Skellies. Even if you do get caught by a direct attack from Nito, he's oddly weak. This was actually the first time I'd ever been caught out by his grab attack, and whilst it looks cool enough, why does it do bugger all damage? It should have at least depleted me of some humanity or healed Nito up by a bit. I guess maybe the reason for Nito's general weakness was to balance things out, with all the skeletons being here too. But the threat of the skeletons can be greatly reduced. If you want full reign of the arena and simply will not settle for anything less, then it would behoove you to come armed with a divine weapon. You can fashion yourself one over at Andre's after giving him the divine ember, or just use something like a Stora's straight sword or the crescent axe. With these weapons being inherently divine, they can permanently put skeletons down where regular weapons can't. Of course, in the catacombs, the usual way to stop skeletons from reviving is to take out their corresponding necromancer. But in this arena, Nito is the necromancer. Alternatively, a simpler strategy I usually opt for is to just not stray too far from the start here. You will have a couple of skeletons on you, sure, but that's unavoidable and they're not a big deal, and you can use Nito's vast shadowy bulk to evade them. And although the skeletons can't damage Nito, Nito can damage them. As for the Gravelord himself, even though he has a respectable health pool, because he's so slow, super easy to just go in there and whack him some. Just get right in there and whack him off. Love his death animation too, because as he falls over, the cape disappears, fully revealing how fucking big and freaky he is under there. I love Nito's design, but wouldn't it have been awesome if there was a phase 2 where the cape came off? The skeletons get done away with and then there's just naked Nito chasing after you all around the arena. Come on, say it with me. We want naked Nito. We want naked Nito. We want naked Nito. We want naked Nito. Gravelord Nito is a boss where I think some better balancing could have been done. Based on his appearance, not just here but also in the iconic intro cutscene, you come in expecting a massive challenge. But unless you recklessly prance and dance throughout the entire extent of this arena, a massive challenge is really not what you get. Nonetheless, this is a fight I still really like. Awesome atmosphere, legendary visual design, good fun. At number 121, we have a very big beast indeed, but one found only in Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons, the Bloodletting Beast, and I have to say, this might just be the sickest beast design in the game, and that's saying something. The Bloodletting Beast is based on the form of an ape, except 10 times the normal size. Y'all might know how much I love me some Sekiro Guardian Ape, but the Bloodletting Beast is on a different level of sheer bestial threat. It's fucking massive, its face is constantly twisted into a rictus of sanguine rage, and the proportions of its limbs give its enormous body this inherent looming quality. Always hunched over, poised, ready to strike with its powerful primate arms. Most grisly of all though is this sickeningly raw and wet gash up along the length of its back, as if some other, even more savage entity had clawed into and then crudely parted its flesh from the top of its spine to the bottom, with the torn, mauled remnants of the appalling injury on full display throughout the fight. An injury perhaps spurring the Bloodletting Beast on to ever greater violence. Unbelievably sick design for a boss, and the fact that it's exclusive to the Chalice dungeons makes me appreciate that design even more. Because unless they delve at least as deep as the lower Thumeru Chalice dungeon, most folk will go through the game without ever getting to witness the savage sight of this primal predator. This ranking isn't just about gushing over delightful designs though, is it? And we do indeed have to talk about the fight. Well, it's pretty scary. For a start, major warning to anyone deigning to take on the Bloodletting Beast. Watch out for its punch. Tends to only do this when there's a bit of range between you, but it's evil stuff. It has an exaggeratedly long wind up, but comes out extremely suddenly to the extent where there's little to no chance of actually being able to react to it. Instead, just got to memorise the timing, probably after getting killed by it a couple of times. Seriously, it has way more range than you might assume, and the same goes for its damage. An annoying thing about this attack though is that the boss has another move with a very similar wind-up animation, but where it charges forward with a swipe as opposed to this far more sudden jab. Even though it is a brutal, punishing attack though, I still like it. Come on, it does look sick. As to the general nature of the Bloodletting Beast fight though, it is quite an awkward one. I mentioned the boss's inherent looming quality, and it really uses that against you. When the beast walks up on you, it often doesn't stop when you're in front of it, but rather when you're under it. When you're in front of its legs, but underneath its torso, head and arms. But this doesn't tend to grant you too great a view of the action, and as a result, fights with this boss can get ugly, and not so much in a good way. It's a pretty good idea to stay in front of the beast if you can, where you've got a fair view of its entire body and can most readily react to and dodge its attacks, but the nature of the boss's movement means you really need to work to maintain that position, because of how eager it is to get back over you when you can't see shit. All of its attacks are big and loud and chaotic. There are combos here too, you betcha. With some tricky timings too, you bet your bottom dollar. Might look like a mindless beast, but fighting this boss isn't as straightforward as you might think. It has a phase 2 as well, initiated with a raging roar when at 50% HP, giving it new combos, and at this point, while there are still plenty of single hit moves flying around, you can easily find yourself having to deal with a 5-hit combo, then a 4-hit combo, and then another 5-hit combo, and then you get punched and die even though you were at 70% HP. My usual flow of feelings when it comes to the Bloodletting Beast is, wow, what an amazing looking boss. Bloodborne's most badass beast, I am pumped. And then once I start fighting it, I'm not loving this. The boss's hunched shape makes it quite annoying to deal with its attacks, and some of those attack timings are a bit of a bastard, especially that infernal fucking punch. Then, after 2 or 3 deaths where I start to get a bit of a feel for it, I go, okay, I've died 2 or 3 times, but I'm starting to get a bit of a feel for it. Getting better at maintaining distance from the front, I'm learning those combos and I'm getting a ton of headshots in. It's a really impressive, fleshed out boss with a bunch of cool attacks with awesome animations, and there's even a rather frightful phase 2. I do find it to be one of those bosses where it takes a little bit of effort to actually enjoy the fight though. A little bit of an acquired taste, where the actual fun level of the battle doesn't really match the absolutely outstanding visuals, at least not at first. I still like the Bloodletting Beast though, I still think it's a good boss, it's just not as good as I'd have wished. Well, what's this then? The Bloodletting Beast again? But I thought... But he said... But you were... Oh... Folks, if you'll please just calm down for a second and let me explain, all will be made clear. The Bloodletting Beast is fought at the end of the lower Thumeru Chalice dungeon. However, another Bloodletting Beast is in fact encountered as the penultimate boss of the Great Thumeru Ehil Chalice dungeon, except this one is headless. For as big a fan of the Bloodletting Beast's design as I am, I mean, the only way they could have made it even sicker still is to do this, exactly what they did, by removing its head, with there now being nothing more than a wet, bloody stump at the end of its neck. The loss of the beast's head really hasn't done much to impair its fighting ferocity though. In fact, for the most part it shares the same capabilities as the regular variant. Though I don't think I've ever seen it use the punch attack. I might be wrong, it might still be able to do it, but it looks to have been replaced with an alternate ranged attack, where damaging projectiles of blood are shot out of the beast's back at you. The most major difference with this version of the Bloodletting Beast, however, is its phase 2. Instead of the mighty roar followed by the boss getting an expanded palette of combos, a maggot pops out of its raw neck stump. In fact, I believe it's actually the same enemy model as the maggots you can find in places like outside Castle Canehurst, except resized way up, and my what a sight. For as big a fan of the Bloodletting Beast's design as I already was, and for how much bigger a fan I became once it lost its head, I am the biggest fan of all of the wormy Bloodletting Beast. It's weird, it's disturbing, it's gory, and it's super similar, though a bit less refined, to what FromSoft would go on to do with the Guardian Apes second phase in Sekiro. I'm not entirely sure if this boss retains all the phase 2 attacks that the regular Bloodletting Beast gets, but from this point on, it's able to jab you not with its fist, but with the maggot itself, which juts so crudely out from its neck orifice, anywhere from 1 to 3 times. The boss is more threatening here, but on the upside it does make it a bit easier to hit the head / worm for extra damage and staggers. Honestly though, usually by this point, I'm just scrambling around and taking tons of hits and getting in what damage I can. I'm not tremendous at fighting the regular Bloodletting Beast, but I'm even worse at fighting the headless one. Obviously this fight is mechanically almost identical to the one we just spoke about, with the exception of 2 or 3 different moves, but I do prefer the headless Bloodletting Beast that little bit more, if only for the sheer grisly spectacle of seeing the 8-foot maggot burst out of its neck. It's sick shit. I'm not ready to stop talking about Bloodborne yet, I won't. I now want to throw another base game boss at you, a profoundly mysterious one at that, one who dwells in the higher reaches of the nightmare of Mensis. It's Mergo's wet nurse. After defeating Rom at Bergenworth, for as fucked up as the world already is, it gets even more twisted and hellish still, with conditions in parts of the waking world becoming increasingly indistinguishable from a nightmare. A more subtle change, however, though certainly a haunting one, is that now, wherever you roam, the cry of an infant can be faintly heard, the cry of Mergo, the child of the Thumerian queen, Yarnum, whose pale shade can be seen bloodied and weeping within the nightmare. Indeed, at the very top, Mergo is encountered, though not seen due to its formless nature. The baby is not alone, however, with its semi-formless guardian and wet nurse swooping down from above, a dark angel, here to bring about the night. Pretty unique design for Bloodborne. I mean, for a start, not only is the wet nurse neither beast nor kin, but it's not even an entity of flesh or blood, instead being entirely composed of black robes and sharp blades, granted eldritch animus. Its design does actually remind me a bit of the Dark Lurker from Dark Souls 2, I guess, except larger, darker, and with more sickles attached to its myriad arms. Even though it is a late game boss, potentially even your final boss if you decide not to face Gehrman and or the Moon Presence, Mergo's wet nurse is one I've never found all that hard. Make no mistake though, its main attacks are extremely intimidating. In fact, they're kind of up there as some of the most intimidating attacks in the game, especially its crazy spinning uppercut thing. Its crazy spinning uppercut thing of death. Long, extravagant wind up, easy to trick you into dashing early, and it has the potential to immediately end the battle if it connects. One of Mergo's wet nurse's most intimidating attacks though is actually its greatest weakness, its forward blade flurry of death. At first, you might look at it and think, great, I have no idea what to do about that. However, turns out, just fucking get in there behind it and hug the rump, hug it. Even though you might take a slight slice or two, for the most part you are safe from behind and can even fire in with a bunch of hits yourself. An excellent opportunity to build up some meter if you've swallowed down a beast blood pellet and are ready to go dancing. All that physical stuff though, as intimidating and deadly as it may be, is fairly basic, but the wet nurse's ultimate is a different matter, with it enshrouding the arena in darkness and creating sequences of clones which will hound and harry you for literally about a full minute. As far as I know, there is no way to cut this phase short either. I remember when I used to watch speedruns of Bloodborne, all the runners would desperately try and nail this boss before it could go into this sub phase, because if they couldn't, cool, 55-second time loss there. Also, the boss can even force you into this sequence several more times after this too if you're being a little bit too timid in your offense. I don't massively like this sequence. My usual strategy is to just run around like a headless chicken, which usually works but only just. I have heard that the clones can actually be taken out with just a single attack, though I must confess, in over a decade of playing this game I have never once thought to try this, instead preferring solely to rely on the aforementioned headless chicken strategy. Solid and enjoyable boss you got here with Mergo's wet nurse. I can't say I'm any great lover of the darkness phase, but it doesn't ruin the experience or anything, it's just uncomfortable. Well, hello there. We've got something of a follow-up to the Dragonkin soldiers from number 129, because there's a little bit more to that story. You've got your two regular Dragonkin soldiers and your spirits in the consecrated snowfields, but deep below in Angel River you can chance upon a baffling chamber in enormous space, populated with petrified throngs of screaming humanoids. All gazing up at a yellow-robed, long-dead colossus sat upon a 100-foot-tall throne of stone. In addition to the long-dead giant, however, another watcher haunts these hallowed grounds, the Dragonkin soldier of Noxstella. So, at first, this boss is a duplicate of the regular Dragonkin soldiers, exact same moveset, so no need to go through all that again. At around 60% HP though, things take a turn, a dramatic turn, as the Dragonkin soldier of Noxstella spreads its wings and unleashes its inner element, not fire or frost, but ice lightning. In fact, this is literally the only boss in the game to use ice lightning in any way. It's kind of like Ghost Flame in the sense that it also causes frost buildup, but whereas Ghost Flame actually does magic damage and not fire damage, Ice Lightning does in fact do lightning damage. And by golly, it just looks awesome, doesn't it? Lightning effects already tend to look great, but them having that bright white-blue coloration here just makes the effect all the more striking. Rather than solely having to rely on its mighty limbs to deal damage, the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella now strikes with lightning. Got to expect a lot of generated ground hazards in this phase and way more mobility. The boss does move around somewhat in phase 1, but not to any great degree. With the partial use of its wings in phase 2 however, it can now violently charge around the arena, meaning you'll often have to play catch up with it and hope you can land a solid hit or two before it bathes the ground in waves of ice lightning or flies off to the other side of the arena for another thunderous bombardment of its newly unleashed inner element. Bit of a disappointing thing with the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella is that even though it's the only one in the game with this phase 2, excluding the spirit ones in the consecrated snowfields, it also happens to be the one with the least HP, which is a damn shame. I think it should have been the other way around. For as much of a shocking spectacle as its phase transition is, I won't sit here and lie to you and claim that it's a sheer joy to actually contend against all this ice lightning, but just as with the regular Dragonkin, the visuals, the feel of the fight massively brings the experience up. I always look forward to fighting this creature on any playthrough because it just hits the right buttons for me. Take a pinch of Gwendolyn, add a splash of Nito, throw in a generous helping of Grey Sludge and mix it all together in the same grand hall where you previously did battle with Ornstein and Smol. And what you get is a little bit of Aldrich, one of Dark Souls 3's Lords of Cinder, the very first we're speaking about in this video actually, because there's not a bad boss among them and a couple of them I consider to be absolutely fantastic bosses. Hell of a journey getting here, taking you through the heights of now frigid Anor Londo, and my what a blast from the past it is when you walk through the fog gate. Very cool moment I think. Sure, maybe Dark Souls 3 does go a bit too hard with the Dark Souls 1 references, but I just never saw that as a big deal. Not trying to invalidate people's criticisms, but I think what sometimes happens with these things is a few people start complaining about a certain aspect of a game or a film or whatever, it picks up, and then before you know it, everyone starts parroting that same point of view because it's easier for some people to just adopt the opinions of their favourite content creators or some arsehole on Reddit with a few upvotes than to develop their own opinions. I guess I kinda lied there actually, because yeah, I did essentially just try and invalidate some people's opinions. Anyway, Aldrich is not the most straightforward of bosses to approach. Hell of an odd shape for a start, having the upper body of Gwendolyn, a fattened tail composed of bone-littered sludge, and an ensorcelled version of Nito's Gravelord Greatsword, but wielded as a kind of halberd rather than a sword. Another one of those enemies who attacks slowly too. Rather than short, sharp jabs and slices with its pilfered blade, Aldrich's attacks have exaggeratedly long windups, extravagantly long even, with its slashes being wide and sweeping. There's a distinct sluggish element to Aldrich's attacks and movements, which is very fitting of course due to it partially looking like a slug of sludge. After any period of melee attacking, and hopefully after you've gotten a nice bit of damage in, Aldrich will always sink into the ground in a purple vortex of filth, before reappearing elsewhere in the arena. And it's at range where this boss channels its inner and outer Gwendolyn, can generate numerous small particles of twinkling magic which linger in the air a bit before homing right at you, either necessitating well-timed, well-positioned dodges or get behind the pillar, though the pillars can be destroyed by any of Aldrich's melee attacks. In addition to that, Aldrich has a sort of Dark Moon Blast spell, exact same sort of move, which Gwendolyn does in Dark Souls 1. Except purple coloured here rather than soul blue, and just as in that battle, a pillar ain't gonna save you from its scathing mass. Biggest ball ache of all though, the biggest ball of all, is of course that damnable arrow rain nonsense. This move sucks, and it just gets worse as the flaming fight drags on. Aldrich conjures up a spectral bow, fires it off, and now you've got to frantically scramble to avoid the relentless rain of torment. If you get caught square in the middle of it, it'll destroy you, and fast. This move is a proper fight ender, and make no mistake. Even trying to run from it may have limited usefulness because the arrows chase you bloody fast, though running around at an angle or around a pillar can work pretty well to disrupt the pathing and or end the attack prematurely. Trouble is, at around half HP, Aldrich gets buffed, gets embered essentially. Even its weapon goes from that purple glow to burning red hot, and there's generally a whole lot more damage and fire going around. Worst of all though is that the arrow attack also gets buffed, now lasting about twice as long. You can still sometimes avoid damage by cleverly running around in a circle like a moron, but sometimes that just doesn't work and the arrows will catch up anyway. And to add to the piss, Aldrich will continue throwing out other attacks during all this, meaning you may need to be running away from the arrows, whilst also dodging magic projectiles and such, and it's a bit much. Just like with the Elden Beast, this was a major issue when I was doing my level 1 run of the game because it was just too inconsistent. Whenever Aldrich did this attack, and it does it a lot by the way, this is not a rare move, but whenever it did it there was like a 50% chance I was going to snuff it. Thankfully there was a bit of a cheesy solution. If you wedge yourself right here in this spot at the far end of the arena, the arrows cannot hit you. All of Aldrich's other stuff can, so gotta be ready to dodge his magic, but you're safe from the arrow rain, and because the telegraph for the arrow attack is very clear, you nearly always have time to make it to this spot. Mind you, only recently learned that there's actually another hard counter to this move, a miracle that I have never used before, Vow of Silence. I'm sorry I don't have footage of it, but this miracle completely cancels out Aldrich's arrows for 15 seconds, it just neutralises them. It does require you to have 30 points in faith to use it, which isn't ideal for anyone other than those running a faith build, but still very cool counter. Of all the Lords of Cinder, I would say Aldrich is the one I'm least confident at. I don't think it's the hardest of them all, but it is a scary fight, not so much because of Aldrich's melee moves, but because of its magic mastery. The arrow rain really can be a nightmare, and even its more basic magic projectiles really do keep you on your toes, forcing you to get good with running, dodging and just hiding behind pillars. Aldrich is not one of Dark Souls 3's best bosses, but it is still a good boss. Next up we have the true final boss of Bloodborne's base game. It can be Mergo's wet nurse if you choose to submit your life to Gehrman, or it can be Gehrman if you choose to resist, but if you go out your way to find and consume all 3 third umbilical cords, instead of the moon presence being able to fully embrace you at the end, causing you to become the new wheelchair man of the hunter's dream, you repel the Great One, kicking off the true final battle. As with pretty much every Great One in Bloodborne, looks absolutely horrifying and utterly alien. I mean, what is this? Sure, the thing is just about as tentacular as Abritus, but it is its own sort of being, clearly, perhaps a particularly Great One, considering the immense metaphysical power it wields around the hunter's dream. I always appreciate this exposed ribcage design that FromSoft often repeats. See the Gaping Dragon, the Centipede Demon, and Sullivan's Beast, and probably a few more I'm forgetting. Big fan of the lean, sharp look of the Moon Presence's abhorrent form. And even though I don't think this boss's gender is mentioned anywhere, I've always found it to look strangely feminine, though maybe that's just because of the big head tentacles which kind of resemble long hair like a lady. Mind you, those cunning data miners managed to dig out a scrapped alternate Moon Presence incarnation fought in a semi-unique arena called the Lake of Mud. The thing looks significantly more amorphous and muddled than what we ended up with, but I would have liked it if this thing was also in the final product. Perhaps as the Moon Presence's first phase before it purifies its form, or even as a sort of fucked up second phase after its first form breaks down. Could have even been a really cool foreshadowing to the future Orphan of Cause fight, with it taking place in this very similar arena. The Moon Presence's fighting style very closely reflects the almost refined chaos of its design, exploiting the sharpness and strength of its slender form to deliver cutting tentacle slices, flesh-rending claw combos and jumping slams from mid-range. Bit of a sore point for me anyway is that due to the way the Moon Presence moves, I find its physical attacks to be pretty disorienting. All those shifting tentacles can make it difficult to tell precisely where the hurt boxes are and exactly when to dodge, more often than not making this final battle much less clean than I would prefer. The Moon Presence does have a couple blood attacks too that are sort of AoE/hazard based, which, in addition to doing a bit of damage, also have a numbing mist effect, preventing you from popping any blood vials, which I like. Nothing wrong with a cunningly implemented status effect to make you have to shift strategies a bit if you get caught out, rather than just being able to spam heal. The most infamous such move is Moon Presence's ultimate, its answer to Safer Sephiroth's Pale Horse, reducing your HP down to just 1, though at the cost of it getting temporarily dazed, allowing you to dash in to do some free damage. Once the boss gets down to critical health though, this move also gets the numbing mist This move also gets the numbing mist business, which I love. You've got the pressure of nearly having beaten the boss, you're at 1 HP and you can't even go and bloody heal, meaning you solely have to rely on the rally mechanic to scrape a bit of health back and to try and finish the boss off. Really good shit. Gotta say though, for the boss which comes after Gehrman, it has always seemed strangely undertuned. I mean, I have died to it before, but only like once or twice ever, whereas I've died tons of times to Gehrman. I shouldn't complain though, at least FromSoft didn't pull a pre-Elden Ring Radigan / Elden Beast type of thing on us here. The problem with the Godskin duo, those two pests from Crumbling for Amazua who we covered back at number 233, well, one of the many annoying things about them being paired together is that it makes it all too easy to see past the fact that each of these bosses on their own are actually rather good, if not great. So here for number 115, I'm going to discuss the Godskin Apostle in particular. Then later on I'll get to the Godskin Noble. Although it's entirely possible that your first encounter with the Godskin Apostle will be way at the end game in For Amazua, it really shouldn't be if you've been exploring to a healthy degree. I mean, if you look at Caelid's Divine Tower and go, Caelid Divine Tower, Schmalage, Schmine, Schmauer. And then you get to Dominula, Windmill Village and go, Dominula, Windmill Village, Schmomanula, Schmindmill, Schmillage. And bypass these two remarkable areas, then yes, you will bypass the game's 2 lone Godskin Apostles. But don't do that, is what I'm saying. Or, alternatively, do that, I don't care. Mind you, even though you're likely to come across the Caelid Divine Tower Apostle before the Dominula one, highly advisable to leave the Caelid one till way later. Even though, and I imagine many other people see Caelid as the one region, it's kind of 2 sub-regions, at least in terms of difficulty. Whilst the bulk of Caelid is at a moderate level of difficulty, once you travel a bit more northeast, you get to Grail's Dragon Barrow, and as soon as you cross this boundary, there is an abrupt difficulty spike. And the Dragon Barrow happens to be where Caelid's Divine Tower is located, meaning that even though you can make a beeline to it fairly early on, don't do that. Or, alternatively, do that, I don't care. That's not true, I do care. Best example of the difference in difficulty between these 2 sub-regions is when you look at each of their putrid avatars. The one near the western Caelid Minor Erdtree at the start has about 5,500 HP and gives you just short of 10,000 runes for beating it. Whereas the one guarding the eastern Caelid Minor Erdtree has more than double that amount of HP, does way more damage, and gives you about 91,000 runes. My point is that this is the sub-region where the Caelid Godskin Apostle resides, and so if you do decide to march there directly after defeating Radahn, so as to activate his great rune perhaps, me oh my, you're gonna have a fine time of it. Even the regular bloody Radahn soldiers in this place are as tough as balls, in stark contrast to the good gentle womenfolk of Dominula where, at the village's highest point, another Godskin Apostle can be found. The Apostles are armed with the Godskin Peeler, a cruel weapon with a sickle at one end for slicing and a winding spike at the other end for spiking. It's a twin blade. I was originally going to add a bit of fluff trivia here and say, even though twin blades have been around since Dark Souls 2, I believe the Godskin Apostle is the only FromSoft boss to actually wield a twin blade. Isn't that interesting? But then I remembered that, no, that's not interesting, it's bollocks. There are actually 2 other bosses in this very game who also wield twin blades, the Valiant Gargoyle and the Blackblade Kindred. So never mind. The Apostle is one tricky dick though, you'll at least concede me that much. I'll get to the Godskin Noble in a while, but I find that boss's moveset to be way more intuitive and more readily enjoyable to deal with than this one's. With the Apostle, if I'm a bit out of practice, it's highly likely that I'm going to take at least 1 or 2 deaths from its tricky twin blade before the rust gets removed. For me, this is definitely one of those bosses firmly in the camp of I just have to learn and remember all the dodge timings, as opposed to me feeling adequately able to rely on my own skill and reactions to deal with its attacks, God forbid. Even though I mentioned how much harder the Caelid Apostle is than the Dominula one, on my first playthrough I did, out of ignorance, end up fighting the Caelid one first, and far earlier than I should have. It took about 2 hours, I died Christ knows how many times, and I felt kinda shitty at first because of how hard its basic combos are to deal with. However, slowly started to have the logic of them sliced into me, to the point where I came to really appreciate the precision of the Apostle melee moveset. Where even though it feels awkward and annoying at first, once you get a bit good at it, it starts to feel remarkably rewarding. Just as with the Godskin Noble, there's a phase 2. But as the Noble gets its notorious rolling rampage attack, though not to mention its infamous pancake squash technique, the Godskin Apostle gains the power of elasticity, also gaining a smouldering black flame aura effect, though even in phase 1 you'll still experience some of that black flame goodness via those infernal fireballs, chucked directly at you every time you want to go for a bloody heal. In phase 2 however, the boss becomes deadlier still at range, able to hurl and stretch its own upper body right over to you before bringing forth its lower body as well, and then finishing it off with a sweeping Godskin slice. For as awesome as this attack looks though, I pretty much never get hit by it. It's surprisingly easy to avoid. Its stretch propeller move on the other hand is much more dangerous. The boss already does this nasty attack in phase 1, but it gets an additional enhanced version in phase 2 which makes use of its new stretch powers. One of those moves to get you frantically mashing the roll button if you get caught out by the death propeller. Frantically roll away from the black flame tornado especially. Really easy move to avoid with a very obvious telegraph and plenty of time to flee. But if you get distracted or are too overzealous in your offense, then woe betide the tarnished who finds themselves caught in the flesh-scouring winds of the Black Flame Tornado. The Godskin Apostles aren't my favourite out of Elden Ring's 2 Godskin offerings, and they aren't the most intuitive ones to fight either, but once you crack them, look beyond skin deep. There is a good boss here with a really nifty and interesting moveset to learn, and its phase 2 is also a lot of fun. Gonna talk about a Dark Souls 2 boss I already spoke about before, kinda, but instead of 2 big jumbo-sized kitty cats, Lud and Zalin, we've got one, a far more special one, Ava, the King's Pet. The only problem is that we can't actually see the fucking thing, and I don't mean that it's hiding poorly under the bed valance sheet like my mum's cat Oreo does, like this, but rather it's literally invisible. Located very early on too, which I like. The first boss of the first Dark Souls 2 DLC is very far in, and it's much the same with the second DLC as well, whereas within mere minutes of entering into magnificent Ilium Lois, you can take on Ava, and despite its invisibility, you can even win this fight. I even attempted it here, and whilst I didn't come even remotely close to beating the boss, I didn't do anywhere near as badly as I thought I would. All comes down to sound cues, particle effects, knowledge of its moveset, and motherly intuition. At the end of the day though, you don't actually get any special prize for nailing Ava this way, so unless you're aiming for bragging rights, best just cut the crap, grab the Priestess Eye much further on through the level, and render the invisible visible. As far as I can tell, Ava has pretty much an identical moveset to Lud and Zalin, though blessedly there's no health regen rage buff at any point here. In fact, I don't even think there's a phase 2 at all with Ava. It's pretty much a straightforward fight, though in addition to the bites, leaps and slams, there is a wee bit of magic mixed in too. Wasn't a big fan of the magical dog from Elden Ring, but Dark Souls 2's magical cat, yes, I am a fan. Got nothing against its frost AoE blast, and if you ask me, its homing ice soul mass move is perfectly acceptable. I like cats. Ava isn't one of those bosses where I've got a dissertation prepared, rather just a damn good, damn solid boss, god damn. Has a pleasing variety of physical attacks that feel fun and fair to dodge, and to keep you on your toes as 2 or 3 magical tricks as well to spice it all up. Plus, there's only one of it rather than 2. And rather than it being located at the end of one of the longest and worst levels in Souls history, it's located at the start of a very good level. Now for our final of Dark Souls 1's Lord Soul bosses, and the one which I think is the best of the bunch. It's the 4 Kings. These Abyssal Monarchs are an outlier when compared to the other 3 bosses, specifically regarding how they are accessed. Big difference is that while Seath, Nito and the Bed of Chaos cannot be challenged prior to placing the Lord Vessel due to the presence of those special golden barriers, there is no such barrier preventing access to the Four Kings. Thus, you're free to brave the flooded ghostscape that is the New Londo Ruins right after getting to Firelink Shrine if you're feeling very bold. And whilst Ingward will not give you the key to the seal, you can kill him for it. Only issue of course is that as soon as you try and drop into the arena, you will be promptly swallowed up by the abyss. Because whilst you can come here pre-Lord Vessel, there is an other special prerequisite that will enable you to not immediately die, which is handy. Got to kill the dog first, for the Covenant of Artorias allowing you to walk the abyss. I actually really like all this rigmarole too. Good fun travelling through Darkroot Forest and interacting with the forest hunters and paying Sif a visit. Doing all these steps early is necessary too if you're going for the Dark Lord ending, to be able to speak to Kath before Frampt wakes up. Hey now though, well then, this is a scary boss. Not scary as in it spooks me, I'm not scared, you're scared. But instead, I've always found the Four Kings to be a very intense encounter and potentially very difficult. The quirk with this one is that you're on the clock, not in the sense that you can run out of time, but rather every 45 seconds after the first king entity manifests, another will join the fray, up to the point where, despite the name of this boss, there can be up to 5 kings fighting you at the one time, which is not what you want. It gets way too difficult to manage. Thus, you can't fanny around here. Playing it safe and sensible just isn't an option, you have to be aggressive. The trouble is that the kings are pretty tough customers. Their sword slashes are on the basic side and don't come out terribly fast, but they deal plenty of damage and have respectable range. Mind you, at least there's no trickery when it comes to these strikes. Simple enough to dodge or block, or if you're feeling particularly cheesy, just bloody tank them. The Four Kings' special moves are certainly more bothersome. Their grab attack is well telegraphed but has great range, and whilst it can be dodge rolled, I happen to be fucking terrible at dodge rolling it. In fact, I don't know if I've ever once managed to dodge roll this grab attack. Also, although it somehow took me 15 years to notice, this grab attack also drains you of a humanity point as well, just like the Dark Hand grab attack from Dark Wraiths. There's also a big old charged AoE magic explosion where you basically just need to run back a bunch, which really isn't ideal because, like I said, the clock is always ticking. If you're spending your seconds dealing damage to a king, fantastic, but if you're having to scramble back or watch extensive grab animations, not fantastic at all, bad even. Worst Four Kings move though has to be their accursed bloody magic projectile. It moves slowly and all, but it just lasts forever. It's not one of those projectiles where if you dodge it you're good either. No, it straight up pursues you, which is far from ideal where you're also in the middle of an intense melee back and forth with one or two of these chaps. Honestly, usually the best thing to do with these is to just block it. Sure, you'll take some damage, but then you don't have to worry about it, allowing you to concentrate on the boss. Mind you, I can't confirm this because I haven't tested it, but I'm sure I remember seeing a clip of someone using this silver pendant from the DLC to deflect this projectile away. I literally might have imagined it, so apologies if you try it yourself and it doesn't work. Please don't hold me legally responsible if it fails, but I think I saw someone do that. I'm like 44% sure that that's a real thing. Four Kings? Don't mind that noise. How about the Consumed King as Cyros? The Consumed King from Dark Souls 3. The failed experiment, the howling abomination languishing in his corrupted gardens. Before we even get into the boss, fuck you. No, not you the viewer. I'd be destitute without you. I'd be living out on the streets, selling my arse for soup. No, I'm referring to this run back. The closest bonfire is the Dancer one. Then have to climb the ladder, take the lift down to the garden, and run all the way through it past a pus of man monsters and cathedral knights. It takes too long and it sucks and it's a piece of shit and I don't like it. But then you realise, aha, hey, there's a shortcut. Ideal. But then you take the shortcut and you realise it's one of the most pointless shortcuts ever devised because it saves you barely any time. It's still worth taking the shortcut, but only just. That's one thing I'll never be able to get behind in these games, overly punishing boss runbacks. That's a big reason I threw in the towel with Hollow Knight's Silksong actually. I didn't even get past the first act. I just find it too difficult to get too enthusiastic about games which punish me for playing them. It's like, fine, I'll just fucking not play. I'll just play Megabonk instead. I love Megabonk. Anyway, Osiris, one of my all-time favourite boss designs. In fact, when I put out my most disturbing FromSoft monsters video a while back, Osiris made it to the number 3 spot. This failed, pale imitation of the form of Seath. Thin and fungal in appearance, scaleless and blind and insane. The Mad Monarch isn't alone either, cradling his invisible child Ocelot in his left arm, a child which can be heard but never seen. A repeat of the Mergo idea from Bloodborne, though Ocelot's invisibility also harkens back to Priscilla from Dark Souls 1, who was herself a human-dragon crossbreed and who was also able to turn invisible. Seriously though, Osiris does disturb me. I absolutely love this concept of a human trying to turn himself into a mighty dragon, only to end up as this pale, wretched horror. Mind you, Osiris does boast considerable power. He's a skilled mage for a start, wielding a large wooden catalyst capable of generating damaging mist around him. For the most part, however, Osiris relies on quite conventional physical attacks from his tail and staff, though always with his weird invisible baby cradled and covered in his left arm. One of those rare bosses who has mid-fight dialogue too, a display of his lingering human intelligence, also exhibited by his gait with him walking upright on 2 legs. First phase really isn't very difficult, and it's an easy one to punish, to push the boss ever further into phase 2, to breaking point where shit gets real. No exaggeration, this phase transition is easily one of the all-time greatest FromSoft moments for me, where Osiris completely loses it, gets frustrated and frenzied, and smashes and mashes Ocelot into the ground. The way the boss screams the child's name is so good, it's a proper holy shit, did that actually just happen moment. You do still hear Ocelot crying even after this moment, but I don't know if that was maybe done to get past censors or what, because this boss quite clearly just fucked that kid up. In any case, amazing moment, and one which triggers a terrifying transformation as Osiris goes from a hideous but still intelligent being to a wild animal. Running and leaping on all 4s, striking and charging with a new bestial ferocity. He can even throw out white dragon breath here, which also builds up your curse meter exactly the same as it did when Seath used it in Dark Souls 1. Osiris gets much more difficult to control in phase 2. He moves around a lot more, his assaults are considerably more violent and chaotic, and he's all the harder to punish for it. His charge attack in particular is no joke. In fact, like many FromSoft charge attacks, it's kind of a bunch of bullshit, because it has little to no startup animation. I mean, it pretty much happens faster than you can reasonably react to, and Osiris will happily throw this attack out at any time, even when you are right up close to him. I straight up just don't know of any way to fully and reliably avoid the charge when it's launched at close range. It's a very good idea to have your shield up and at the ready when you're in the boss's face, because this attack at least can be blocked. Already discussed them way earlier, but Osiris was the progenitor of Elden Ring's demi-human queens. The queens are okay bosses, but they're not particularly interesting. Their moveset is more limited than Osiris's, they're not as difficult, and they have none of his kingly charm. I'll admit, a big reason for my respect for Osiris really is the aura and atmosphere and how disturbing his design is. It's a dark and heavy encounter, loaded with unsettling flavour, and even though I don't love the actual fight, it's still a good one, and one made even better by all the other excellent elements at play here. What would Elden Ring be without all its astral elements? Sure, its dark deific brand of fantasy is nothing short of fantastic, but the higher stuff, the cosmic themes, love that shit too. Adds an extra layer of mystery to it all. One particular strange beast of the cosmos who we already discussed is the falling star beasts, both the regular and full-grown variants, with the latter being more powerful than the former, and with it featuring a single visible eyeball crudely jutting out from what passes for its face head. Elsewhere in the lands between, or should I say beneath the lands between, equally if not even more mysterious entities can be found: malformed stars. beings even stranger still, featuring much larger jaw pincers and with their heads now fully exposed, cracked at the top, exposing their enormous inner eye too. Malformed stars are mini-bosses rather than bosses, and other than being able to offensively swing their heads back and forth, they can't relocate from where their lower bodies hang planted from the roof. Much of their bodies are made up of colourless space debris, and propelling gravitationally energised debris at you from range is their main and most effective means of offence, adding to the challenge of whichever ancient space you find yourself traversing through. If you're able to close the distance between you without being wiped out by their volleys of high-speed rock fragments, however, then they're surprisingly weak and simple to take out from up close. Further below ground still, however, beneath the dreaded lake of rot, lies the most powerful and unspeakable form of this alien progression of enigmatic eldritch entities. These anomalous astral abominations. It's Estelle, natural born of the void, and of course I'm also including Estelle, Stars of Darkness, from Yellow Annex Tunnel in the consecrated snowfields here too. Same boss except more powerful, and it has an extra grab attack. With a boss that looks like this, it's difficult to know where to even start after walking through that massive fog gate. Don't get stuck pondering the visual logic of what you're seeing for too long though, because Estelle will always kick off the battle with an obliterating pulse of its eye laser. Scary attack, but because you're near guaranteed to see it first thing every time, and probably several times afterwards, shouldn't take too long before you're dodging through it like it's nothing. Cosmic Eyeball Pulse Laser? I eat Cosmic Eyeball blazers for breakfast, and I'm all out of breakfast. Really though, yet another one of my all-time favourite FromSoft monster designs here. Estelle looks very similar to the malformed stars, except it's fully mobile, the space debris making up its body is now fully coloured and activated. It has the full use of its tail, which now ends in a crude stinger for mashing its prey into mincemeat, and Estelle also has the ability to collapse into itself and teleport around the arena at will. The dramatic explosion which coincides with these translocation events also causes big damage if you're close. Though with Estelle, Stars of Darkness in particular, once it's below half health, it can duplicate its form sixfold for a special and extremely alarming grab attack. Definitely one of those moves which makes me go, I don't know what I'm doing. What's going on? Fucking hammer that roll button, man. As far as Estelle's physical attacks go, they're really not the big issue. Its vicious jaw pincer combo is a nasty one, but not especially problematic. Estelle's most dangerous tricks are those revolving around its gravity magic. Its ground pulse attacks in particular can definitely require some learning. If you're playing Night Rain and fighting Estelle and you're rocking the Duchess or something, it is possible to dodge fast enough to avoid all 3 or 4 of the concentric pulses, but in plain old Elden Ring, unless you have something like the fine Crucible Feather Talisman equipped, you cannot roll quickly enough to iframe through them all, meaning you have to know precisely when to run. Gotta really watch out for Estelle's animations and telegraphs, because this isn't a boss where you can simply dodge roll everything it does. This was something I definitely discovered on my level 1 run. If you're a buffman with lots of health and a big heavy weapon, Estelle is just about the kind of boss where you can overpower it by charging in, whacking its head a bunch, getting a couple of staggers in, a couple criticals, bish bosh bosh, yada yada yada, etc, 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 and come out on top. Short of that though, I think it's wise to treat Estelle like you would a dragon, like Medivh from Dark Souls 3 or Bale from Shadow of the Erdtree. That is, by staying in front of it where you've got a full view of its big, mental body, where you are ideally situated for running clear of any ground pulse sequences, and where you can wait and bait out favourable attacks before going in for 2 or 3 hits to its head before backing off and repeating. Things can very easily get overly messy and frustrating with this boss if you're being an eager beaver, but it's launching all these crazy attacks, and you're trying to hit its head but missing most of your shots, and then it teleports away, and you've used a bunch of crimson flasks while having done barely any damage yourself. Patience can go a long way with this one. In fact, in that little level 1 battle I mentioned, I even got a bit cunning with it and brought out a heavy crossbow for some extra peppering of damage here or there. Because again, from Estelle's front, from mid-range, you've got all the cards. It's when you dash in and immerse yourself in this beast of the void where you're in the most danger. Final attack of its that I'll mention is its Meteorites of Estelle. I used to bloody hate this one because I just didn't know what to do about it. It was like the Living Failure's similar special attack from Bloodborne, except minus any jumbo sunflower for blocking the projectiles. After I'd whined about it in one of my older videos though, a commenter gave me a great tip. Turns out that when this move gets unleashed, just run forward and to the left. It seems like a bit of an arbitrary counter and I really don't see the logic of it even now, but for whatever reason it works splendidly. In fact, I don't think I've ever been hit once when employing this stratagem. Estelle's a great boss and an extremely interesting one both visually and conceptually. The kind of boss where after fighting it, you just want to learn more about what the hell it even is. I certainly don't think it's the most satisfying and, dare I say, fun boss to fight though. I mean, I do like and respect it, but it's the shape, I guess. Bashing your weapon off its hideous head weak point is great, but its head can be kind of annoying to hit, often leading to frustration when you charge in and keep bloody missing because it won't keep its damn head still for a minute. You could just aim for its body instead, but nah. As for the issue of this boss being repeated in the consecrated snowfields as Estelle's Stars of Darkness, well, I used to find it a bit lame because Estelle felt like such a horrifying, fascinating creature, something there should surely only be one of. But really, I mean, the falling star beasts aren't unique, there's a few of them. Same with the malformed stars, there's a handful of those things in the game too. Thus, for as awesome as the Estelle encounter is, and for as cool as it would have been for it to have been a truly unique Elden Ring entity, there being another one elsewhere really isn't all that illogical, especially if you look at the name Estelle as being the name for this kind of being, rather than this being the name of this specific being. A while ago, Yharnam Pthumerian Queen succeeded in clinching the 131 spot of the ranking. Congratulations, Yharnam. She ain't the only Pthumerian lurking down in the dungeons though, because there are in fact two others, one of which I'm going to get into at once, the Pthumerian Elder, final boss of the lower Hintertomb Chalice dungeon. As should be abundantly apparent to you very quickly upon strolling into the arena, the Pthumerian Elder is one tricky dick. In fact, he can straight up just teleport around the arena at will, sometimes after taking damage or other times for no reason at all, like at the start of this fight where he did it literally 4 times just for the hell of it. Communicates to you though that this is unlikely to be a super straightforward type of fight, and indeed it isn't, especially considering the Elder's strange and fascinating choice of weapon. For a start, the old codger holds a cane in his right hand, though it itself never actually gets used as a weapon. Rather, the Elder will briefly tuck the cane away for attacks which require both his hands, like this two-handed scythe slash. Really cool little detail there. It's like when Radahn tucks away his horse for some of his attacks so as to protect the horse, except instead of Radahn it's a Pthumerian Elder, and instead of a horse it's just a wooden cane. So not really the same thing at all, I guess. The cane's not what we came here though. The cane is lame. It's the Elder's long, flame-tipped staff which is the true object of interest. Because despite the idea of trick weapons being most commonly associated with Yharnam's hunters, the artifact used by the Pthumerian Elder is clearly a sort of trick weapon, except one which operates based on unknown arcane principles as opposed to via the pure metallic mechanics of the arms designed by the engineers of Yharnam's workshops. The Elder's artifact can transition from scythe to morning star to crossbow to halberd to sickle and to lance, all performed with dazzling flourishes of fire. No moving machinery, only flowing flame. Thus, this battle really keeps you on your toes, with the Elder effectively having a weapon for every situation at any range. Some of its moves are very simple to learn and deal with. For example, once you get hit by its crossbow attack once, you should be good to dash through it every time thereafter. Despite the Elder's nominal senescence, however, putting the walking stick to one side for a second, it has some remarkably destructive techniques up its sleeves, and things only get more destructive in Phase 2 where delayed explosives come into play, giving you just one more thing to worry about. If you take on the Pthumerian Elder early, if you're particularly bold with your dungeon delving, you may well have a rough time of it here, because some of these attacks are super intimidating and have kind of strange timings and excellent range. The kinds of attacks that still manage to clip you even when you think you're standing in the safe zone. The main saving grace here, however, is that the Elder is very vulnerable to getting properly rattled by any old attack. Most of his moves can be easily interrupted, often prompting him to teleport off to safety, though on other occasions you might be able to get in a nice few hits before that happens. The teleporting can get a wee bit janky at times though. I've had battles with this boss where the teleport looks consistently fine for the whole fight, and others where this keeps happening, where he lands in mid-air followed by an undignified moment of him falling back to the ground. It's not a big deal, but it just looks odd and I don't know what causes it. The Pthumerian Elder is a very cool and very interesting boss. I love his strange weapon and the implications of it on modern Bloodborne weaponry. There's no actual dedicated lore on this guy, of course, no boss souls in Bloodborne and very few boss weapons, and so certain entities are doomed to remain largely shrouded in mystery. Which is good for driving you to want to find out more, but also bad because I'm left sitting here wanting to know more. I'm lying here on my belly and I'm gasping for more. We've done the Leechmonger, we covered the Flame Lurker, heck, we even went balls deep inside the Penetrator, but it's time, finally time, to discuss the Adjudicator. The rotund, long-tongued, knife-wielding demon of legend awaiting us at the end of the first stage of the Shrine of Storms. Speaking of the Leechmonger, this fight has a bit of a similar beginning to it in that you don't start very close to the boss at all. You begin in an elevated position with a part of the initial challenge being to make it to the boss without getting sucked in the case of the Leechmonger, or in the case of the Adjudicator, licked. It's actually not a challenge at all, to be honest, but I've still always enjoyed this opening phase of sorts, climbing down whilst dodging the tongue and trying to pick up an item or two. Mind you, if you're a ranged focused player, either with bows or magic, it's actually optimal to remain at least somewhat elevated throughout the fight. That's because it gives you an ideal vantage towards the Adjudicator's brilliantly shining weak point, the Golden Bird, possibly serving as the swollen demon's consciousness, or which is at the very least strongly influencing the long-tongued fiend, or maybe they're just mates, I don't know. Short of any fancy projectile-based business though, gotta hop down to the bottom to attack the boss's other weak point, the raw bloody wound on its side, a wound caused by a fragment of its left-hand butcher knife having somehow broken off to be embedded in the fat fuck's belly. Boss doesn't actually take a, pun warning, doesn't actually take a lick of damage from hits to this sub-weak point, but after enough hits, the thing will topple over, allowing you to directly hit the dumb bird. Despite the Adjudicator's vast size, once you actually get to striking the bird, turns out it really doesn't have that much HP, and so it's entirely possible to defeat the demon in just a couple of cycles, or even potentially one cycle if you're really buff. What lets the Adjudicator down somewhat really is just the same old story with most Demon Souls bosses. It's that it's super easy. The boss has like 2 or 3 different attacks for real. After its tongue business, once you get to the bottom, expect it to just spam its cleaver slash and nothing else. Sure, it might look big and scary, but it's not. Making it through the entire fight without getting hit a single time is highly doable, if not likely. When I was playing through the remake, at one point the boss's AI just freaking broke at one point, and it looked silly, though trust me, I'll take the Adjudicator over the Man-Eaters every damn time. The Adjudicator is a piece of cake, one of those bosses that is significantly easier than the level it appears in. The optional Vanguard demon mini-boss in the middle of the level poses more of a challenge than this demon. Regardless, easy or not, this is a great boss. It's not the boss I most look forward to in Demon Souls, but it's up there. Not because it provides any genuine sort of challenge, but because it's really fun. Awesome, weird visual design, great wee boss arena, and even though its moveset is extremely limited, the actual boss mechanics here are very satisfying and solid. We had the Vanguard, we had the Asylum Demon, the Stray Demon, and the Demon Fire Sage, but now it's time for my personal favourite boss of this ilk. The Elden Ring one, the Erd Tree Avatar, and while we're here, let's do the Putrid Avatar as well. Same boss as the regular one, except it's putrid. And by that I mean, it looks a bit red and rotten and smelly, and its butt slam attack now causes clouds of scarlet rot vapour to spray out everywhere. There are a ton of Erdtree avatars in Elden Ring, with them often being found at the base of minor Erdtrees, but also in other places too. There are even a bunch of avatar mini-bosses, such as in Leyndell, Deeproot Depths, and Elfvale, and you know what? I love them all, except the one I just mentioned in Elfvale, because it's positioned absolutely horribly. Perfect evolution of the Vanguard formula. Big, chunky monster, and my favourite design of the bunch, and for as simple as their melee moveset is, I love dodging these attacks. The swings and slams from its colossal staff of the avatar are very slow and thoroughly telegraphed, but they have excellent range, not to mention massive forward carry, and can easily delete most of, if not your entire health bar if an attack connects. And one staff attack can easily turn into a monstrous multi-hit combo too, even if you do manage to dodge the first or second earth-shaking slam. That classic ass slam is back too in a big way, and I'll tell you what, it's never looked so good. Instead of the danger zone solely being directly under the hovering rump of the boss though, it's now accompanied by a vaporizing holy AoE blast across the ground. You could just run clear of it or could do a dodge, but my favourite tactic is to jump over it. Feels great, looks great, you can land a jumping attack too, lovely stuff. Mind you, all that loveliness is rotted away when it comes to the putrid avatars, because now it's accompanied by far-reaching spatters of highly damaging rot vapour, and I mean far-reaching. Never ceases to dismay me when I see how far these damage zones fly. They have way more range than you might assume. Thankfully, although it's not too obvious, these rot zones mainly fly out the boss's front and sides, meaning if you hug its rump and just make sure you dodge the initial slam correctly, for the most part you should be safe from the rot. Even so, I'm not a fan of this attack modification. It makes this variant harder, certainly, but not in a fun way. I don't much enjoy having to stick to the back of the boss until the rot hazards are gone. Especially because the putrid avatar has no qualms about spamming this attack either, which is extra problematic. Because while you can run to the back of it the first time it does it, if it immediately does it again, well, now you can't run to the back of it. Now you can't leave. Because now that it's turned towards you, the zone at its back now is a danger zone because of its previous rotten butt slam. Meaning sometimes your best bet is to just run the fuck away and hope it stops doing this dumb attack. Another special avatar attack is its Golden Land, which you can even learn as an Ash of War in Deeproot Depths. Very easy move to see coming, with the avatar slamming its staff down into the ground and bringing it up in a damaging flash, after which you'll be targeted by successive volleys of holy homing lasers. Not the kind of lasers you can easily just dodge either, because they last for that bit longer than is comfortable, and the boss can carry on advancing and attacking towards you whilst you're getting melted by them. Best thing to do with these is either find something big and solid to hide behind or sprint perpendicular to them, which will consistently work, as long as you don't run into something, and as long as the avatar itself doesn't bugger things up by attacking you whilst you're running. For as much as I enjoy Erdtree avatars, and I do enjoy them a lot, I don't love this attack either. You just can't do anything when it's in play, which would be okay, except again, very common move. In fact, sometimes an avatar will literally just spam Golden Land, especially if there's a bit of distance between you. Thus, as you've heard, I don't adore everything about avatars. I'm not big on the putrid avatar's rancid, rotten arse, and Golden Land is thrown out way too frequently for my liking. Even so, and even for how many avatars there are throughout the lands between, I always look forward to fighting these things. Fun as hell boss, and it makes me hope we'll see further iterations of Vanguards in future FromSoft games. Oh my, we have a right classic here, don't we? I've already referenced this pair several times when discussing other bosses, but it's finally time to talk about Dark Souls 1's Bell Gargoyles flying in to take the 107 spot. Sure, the Man-Eaters came before Dark Souls 1, but I fucking hate the Man-Eaters. And yes, Dark Souls 2 had its own version of the Bell Gargoyles, but I don't really like that fight much either, at all. Then you've got Elden Ring's Valiant Gargoyles, who recently I've become something of an apologist for, but who can still be subject to a lot of fair criticism. The Bell Gargoyles though, they are where it's at, I feel. The Gargoyle porridge is just right with this boss. We're in the Gargoyle Goldilocks zone. Funnily enough though, this was the boss fight that made me give up on and even sell Dark Souls 1 the very first time I played it many years ago. The game had just been released and I'd been hearing rapturous praise for it all across the gaming websites. The critics were sucking this game's dick, and so I thought, okay, it's now my turn to do the sucking, and in a way I did suck, harder than I've ever sucked in my life. Because although I managed to make it past the Asylum Demon, and although I did barely scrape a victory against the Taurus Demon, when it came to these gargoyles atop the Undead Parish, I lost my goddamn mind. I could not beat this boss to save myself. I couldn't even get close, and because it was my very first playthrough, I didn't understand a goddamn thing about how the game worked. I didn't understand iframes, I didn't understand any of the stats, I didn't know what humanity did, I didn't know nothing. I'd fight through the horde of hollows each time on my way up to the rooftop, usually taking damage along the way, and once at the top I'd promptly get flattened by the first gargoyle. And if I managed to get as far as the second one showing up, my attempt would inevitably get immediately cut short when the thing opened its mouth and bathed me in sweeping fire. I gave it a fair shake, I gave the game a damn good shot, but I was shit and I didn't get it, and nor would I until way later when I bought the game again to give it another shake. And only then would I realise, hold on, this is one of the best games I've ever played, and the rest is history. For how hard and scary the Bell Gargoyles are for new players, actually not a very complex fight. The gargoyles don't have all that many attacks, and the attacks they do have are quite slow. However, those attacks are intimidating, they cover quite a lot of ground, and because the bosses can fly up and float around, it can all feel very difficult to evade. Blocking certainly can work in this fight, but this is about the time where you're probably going to want to start getting to grips with a dodge roll too. This also happens to be the first boss which features a removable tail, which after a few attacks yields the Gargoyle Tail Axe. Like I imagine a lot of people, I'd never really given this weapon the time of day for whatever reason, but then I watched the excellent video, Give Me 4 Minutes, I'll Change Your Mind on the Gargoyle Tail Axe by Jericho, which turned out to be a completely accurate video title because it did change my mind. Go and give it a watch. The piss moment with the Bell Gargoyles though, the shit bit, is when the second one leaps down, occurring when the first is at half health, which the second gargoyle also comes in with. Although the prospect of two gargoyles hacking away at you with their halberds at once might seem daunting, in reality, the second mainly likes to assault you with its very dangerous fire breath, meaning you've got both that and the first's ongoing melee mayhem to contend with. It seems positively outrageous, and yeah, if you're a noob, you'll probably get swiftly destroyed at this point in the battle. Very easy to get flustered here and then literally sell the game like I did. However, it's not as hard as it seems. Although the fire breath is a problem if you're at mid-range, if you're relatively close to the gargoyle, it's super easy to just run right around the side, leaving it completely vulnerable to your attacks. And these are not bosses with a whole load of HP. Or if your damage is really up to snuff, you can focus fire on the first before the second one gets within spitting distance. It definitely helps having some gold pine resin for this fight for that extra bit of damage, though if you're still struggling, hey, this is your first opportunity to summon in Knight's Lair, who probably won't completely carry you through the battle, but who certainly helps a ton. Not least of all because he'll draw some of the boss's attention off of you in addition to him chucking out lightning spears. For many people, the Bell Gargoyles are the game's first major hurdle. You've got your plunge attack for the Asylum Demon, and then you've got your plunge attack again for the Taurus Demon, but for the Bell Gargoyles, whilst you do have the option to summon in for help, you still have to use your wits, and you still have to get better and smarter when it comes to your evasive manoeuvring. Solid as hell boss though, awesome intro cutscene, good capacity for strategy, offers a good challenge, and it feels fantastic when you first manage to beat it. Great boss you got here. Tremendous. Okay, now at number 106, from Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, I have General Naomori Kaburada, General Tenzin Yamauchi, and General Kuranosuke Matsumoto. And there's another couple mini-boss type enemies of the same kind who appear in late game Ashina Castle. I think the first moment I got properly humbled, not to mention thoroughly frustrated with Sekiro, was when I came across General Tenzin Yamauchi, who is located just after the Chained Ogre. This zone is crawling with riflemen and swordsmen, but down there at ground level you've also got the good general hanging around, and if you're still shit at the game here, you may well have a sad time of it all. Of course, you'll have earlier taken on the easier and somewhat more basic, though still fairly tricky, General Naomori Kawarada in Ashina Outskirts. But that guy's totally alone and is ripe for an opening stealth deathblow. As for General Kurenosuke Matsumoto, he's found giving a rousing speech to a small squadron of riflemen on the steps to Ashina Castle. Again, potentially problematic thanks to all the extra unwanted company here, though you can get an excellent vantage point of the action from the rooftops above, as long as you don't accidentally let yourself get spotted by a pesky nightjar. All that extra annoying shit aside, once you actually come face to face with one of these splendidly garbed swordsmen, things get good. In fact, they get bloody excellent. Sekiro is normally at its best when it has you in combat against some sick enemy or mini-boss with a sword, and these duels against the generals are exactly that. The fights against the two Ashina elite mini-bosses are really cool, but they're also very gimmicky, but these fights are true. Really nice variety of conventional sword attacks, a thrust perilous attack, a sweep perilous attack to keep you guessing, and even a stance mix-up where the boss shifts his sword to his left side, signalling that a very sudden dashing upward slash is about to be unleashed. I don't have all that much else to say about these general mini-bosses really. I'm sure not everyone finds them too tough, but back in the day I really did. I got stuck on this particular section for well over an hour. Nice thing about all three of these encounters though is that it's possible to get in a stealth deathblow beforehand to cut their health in half, which I really needed back then and even now a bit. I am much better at these guys now though, and I always look forward to an upcoming duel with them. There's really not a bad boss in the Shrine of Storms. The Storm King fight revolves around a cool gimmick, but it's still enjoyable enough and the visuals are tremendous. The Adjudicator fight is remarkably simple and easy, but that's probably my single favourite boss design in all of Demon's Souls, and despite how easy it is, it's as fun as can be. Sandwiched in between those two excellent entities though is a far harder challenge. At number 105, I have the Old Hero. Amazing looking boss, goddammit. The Old Hero is inexplicably massive, a damn giant really, and all the more furious and ferocious for it. Looks awesome in the original and arguably even more so in the remake, where its amber aura is even more intense, also encompassing its large sword of searching, which now leaves behind intense tracers when swung. The Old Hero's livid colour gives the distinct impression of it being absolutely furious, filled with fire and ire at having been awakened, ready to demonstrate the power of its demon soul. Your experience with this boss will vary massively depending on one very important factor, and that factor is, do you have the Thief's Ring equipped or not? If you don't, this is easily one of the hardest fights in the game, right up there with the Flame Lurker, if not harder still, because with the exception of King Alant, the Old Hero has the highest HP of any boss in the game. The boss can close any distance between you with his rather thunderous running animation, not to mention his devastating leaping slash. And when he's within spitting distance, always be on guard. The Old Hero hits fast, very hard, and because of his height and the sheer size of his large sword of searching, his attacks cover a ton of ground. Meaning you've got to either get damn good at your dodge rolls or at the very least bring a hefty shield along. On top of all that, you've also got a nasty AoE move, forcing you to turn tail and sprint off until the blast comes and goes, potentially interrupting your flow just as you're getting a bit of a rhythm going. Somehow, I think this particular playthrough was the first time I'd ever actually tried this boss sans the Thief's Ring. I remember getting recommended to equip it back on my very first Demon's Souls playthrough, and so I always ended up defaulting to having it equipped on all subsequent playthroughs too. Heavens to Betsy though, this is a tough old fight when fought conventionally. See, the Old Hero's quirk is that he is in fact blind, hence the blindfold he's wearing, and so the idea is that the boss is detecting you with its other senses. In my experience here though, even when I was trying to be subtle with my movements, didn't seem to make much difference. The big fucker usually seemed to have a disconcertingly keen idea of precisely where I was hiding anyway. If you come with the thief ring equipped though, things are way easier. Here the boss doesn't have a bloody clue where you are and you're largely free to wander the arena without fear of being hunted. You do still need to be on your toes directly after attacking, but seriously, this is easy mode. The difference in difficulty when comparing no ring versus ring is massive. If you usually use the thief's ring on your playthroughs, I'd actually hesitate to recommend completely ditching it. But if you do want a good challenge and a bit of a change, why not try tentatively taking it off for a bit just to see what the old hero is really made of. Certainly one of the best bosses in the game. In fact, I'll go ahead and say that this is my third favourite boss in Demon's Souls. And for as excellent as the Shrine of Storms is as a world with its 2 stellar levels, its bosses really managed to make the entire experience even better still. Okay, Candle, don't say it. Whatever you do, don't say it. It's offensive. I know it's funny, but I simply must remember to not utter the words. Oh, hi folks, I'm glad to see you, and I'm even gladder to introduce my pick for number 104. It's the Semen of Dong found in the Shrine of a Man's Ass. Oh fuck. It's the Demon of Song found in Dark Souls 2's Shrine of a Mana. I will withhold my thoughts on the Shrine of a Mana for this one. Not that I think it's a bad level necessarily, it's just that it's an absolute bastard of a level. Jesus. When you finally make it to the very end though, I mean, who knows what sort of boss to expect. There's all sorts of oddities found throughout this strange level. What you end up getting though has to be the oddest oddity of the lot. A giant slimy frog with a big ugly face. Also, it has to peel its sheath apart to reveal its face in a way that makes everyone slightly uncomfortable because it kind of reminds you of... never mind. Also has 2 big floppy arms, but they're also concealed beneath its facial sheath, and so all the boss can do is clumsily flop them round. It's a ridiculous visual design, it's weird as fuck, you can even call it dumb, but I love it. The game knows this is a wild, messy design, hideous even, but it works. Even the way the boss attacks looks wrong, like the abominable creature has been spawned through unconventional and unnatural means, and is forced to function in the only way its malformed body will allow. One of the several things I really enjoy about the Demon of Song is that it's really easy up until you get hit by it, and then you won't know what hit you. I mean, you will know what hit you, the boss hit you, but it'll hit you so hard that you won't even know what hit you. When its face is fully covered, it's completely immune to damage, but it also won't attack when it's in this stance, instead only concealing its face when it's about to reposition. Depending on RNG and what sort of range you prefer to keep, the demon might mainly stick to its melee attacks, which, whilst highly damaging if they connect, do look silly. Silly and sluggish, or should I say froggish. Its other stuff is way more visually impressive and entertaining though, with my favourite being the one where it rears up on its hind legs to full height before just crashing down on you. It lets you see how huge the boss really is, and the audio-visual effect when it comes down is awesome. I love an attack with an excellent sense of impact. Similarly, every now and then it will spontaneously hop to the back of the arena, usually to prepare for its water projectiles, which again looks super cool and impactful. None of this stuff is remotely difficult to dodge or anything, but it's a spectacle and it's a neat surprise when it throws out one of its fancier moves after half a minute of arm flops. Never used to be much of a lover of the Semen of Dong, but it's one of those bosses I grew to appreciate more on every playthrough, particularly for how unique it is. As I've discussed, I'm not one of those who has ever had an issue with how many armoured, human-shaped bosses Dark Souls 2 has, but that doesn't mean I don't have plenty of respect for its weirder shit too. At number 103, I have a man and his horse, the Guardians of the Gate. It's Gyobu Oniwa, Sekiro's first major boss. I remember catching a glimpse of this guy back in one of the game's first trailers, and when I saw a horse with an armoured man mounted upon it, I was shocked. I was troubled, I was perturbed, because I thought, well, how's that going to play out? A mounted boss in a FromSoft game? Isn't that going to feel jarring and awkward, and messy and imprecise? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Turns out though, not at all, not even a little bit. Big, huge arena here. I mean, it's literally a battlefield, littered with fallen standards and dead bodies. Due to the size of this space, right upon him dramatically and rather epically bursting onto the battlefield astride his enormous warhorse, Gyobu has a lot of room to manoeuvre. And this certainly is a boss who does a great deal of manoeuvring. Despite my misgivings about how this would work though, how the game would manage and balance an attacking entity operating in tandem on top of a moving one, it works perfectly. I mean, in actuality, it's not really two separate entities in a sort of AI sense, but only in a visual sense. They don't operate independently, each doing their own thing. Rather, all the actions and animations are mechanically coordinated and very smoothly too, visually speaking. There was a lot of potential for things to look really jarring here, which would have in turn decreased the quality of the fight. Especially in a game like Sekiro, where you really need to be able to precisely discern exactly what an enemy or boss is doing through clear and reliable visual cues. Must admit though, the boss can get a little bit goofy if you get the goofball near a wall. Gotta say, pretty intimidating choice for a first major boss. Gyobu isn't one of the hardest bosses in Sekiro, but he can be pretty hard all the same, especially considering how early in the game this is, how embarrassingly short your health bar is and how few heals you have. Entirely possible for you to only have a single shinobi tool equipped as well, the shuriken wheel, but even though it's very easily missable, there is also a memorial mob vendor beforehand who sells Robert's firecrackers for $500, which can of course help a lot with this boss being half horse. Communicated to you in quite a nice but sad way too. Because before the fight you can chance upon this soldier weeping over his dead horse, saying how it got spooked by firecrackers. Get spooked, dork. I think on my very first playthrough I did indeed find this vendor before Gyobu and purchase the shinobi tool for the boss, but then I guess I somehow forgot its whereabouts because literally for the next 7 years I never picked up the firecrackers here again. I'd see this hint about the boss's weakness, but then I'd get to the boss and still not have found the tool, gradually over the years deluding myself into believing the pre-Gyobu firecrackers were simply something I must have misremembered, an old wives' tale. Not least of all because after beating Gyobu, you can indeed buy the firecrackers from a differently placed memorial mob vendor just outside from where you first encountered Tengu Ishin. But on this latest playthrough, I randomly chanced back upon this mythical memorial mob vendor once again after 7 long years. I was like, okay, good. You can get firecrackers for the Gyobu fight. I know, I'm just now realising what a pointless fucking story that was. Although the firecrackers will help for Gyobu, spooking the shit out of his dumb horse for you to get a nice few attacks in, also doing a rather respectable little chunk of posture build up, it's not necessary or anything. My main area of difficulty with this boss has always been just timing my deflects. I mean, the animations are nice and clear and everything, but they still take some learning. Gyobu's spear is enormous, and many of his slashes and stabs have these big, heavy wind-ups and flourishes where by the time they're actually unleashed, my fucking nerves are shot to ribbons. I've spoken about the intimidation factor for several different bosses throughout this video because it really is a thing, particularly for your bulky, heavy bosses like this. And especially for many bosses found in Sekiro and Elden Ring, the games where FromSoft had really started leaning in hard with those more exaggerated attack animations, which often stray further from the realm of being intuitively reactable and further into the realm of, oh, you're going to get hit by this a bunch of times, that's just part of the deal, but eventually you will learn. Gyobu is, as you'd expect from a horsed boss, very mobile too, but in a game like Sekiro here, really not a problem, it doesn't get annoying. Because Wolf, who we play as, also has great mobility. You've got infinite stamina in this game, and of course, you've got that sweet grappling hook too, which can even be used as a counter for a couple of Gyobu's attacks to close the distance, and if you've got the relevant skill tree upgrade, you can land a sweet sword slash at the end too. This does tend to be one of those bosses where its posture gets filled up before its health is fully depleted, though depending on whether or not you're employing the firecrackers, and on how aggressive you're being at chasing down this horned hero of the horse. Results may vary on that. Totally legitimate to go for grinding his health down in a more leisurely manner, rather than aiming fireworks at his poor horse's face and boldly deflecting all those ground-shaking leaping spear slams. You do you. Gyobu Onewa is a bloody respectable boss, and very impressive for FromSoft's first mounted boss. I mean, you could claim that the Executioner's Chariot was the first such example of this, but it really wasn't. That horse did have a rider in phase 1, but the rider doesn't attack you and it's barely even a boss fight at that point, it's just a moving hazard. Only becomes a traditional boss fight in phase 2, by which point the rider is thrown from the chariot and is lying dead on the ground like an idiot. What was my point again? Of Dark Souls 2's old soul bosses, the ones required to be defeated before you can pass through the Shrine of Winter, I've already covered a couple of them. Freya and the Old Iron King. Bosses which are pretty good but who I don't consider to be great. For number 102 though, whilst it is to be found in a bit of a shiter of a level actually, the Black Gulch, I consider the Rotten to be a banger of a boss. Absolutely sickening boss design, or at least it should be. I don't know what it is, but there's something about Dark Souls 2's aesthetic which, for me, causes a portion of the detail and weight of its enemy and boss designs to be lessened. The game's filled with really grim creatures, but their visuals don't impact me the way stuff from FromSoft's other games do, and I genuinely don't know why. Still, hell of a sick looking boss, and a fantastic concept for a monster, an amalgamation of living, writhing bodies compressed and twisted into the form of a gargantuan flesh golem, held together by chains and gibbets. May not be quite as viscerally grisly as the likes of Bloodborne's The One Reborn, but the Rotten absolutely cuts quite a sight, particularly with that big nasty butcher's knife held in its right hand. Despite how intimidating the Rotten's sheer size may be, this isn't really one of those fights where you need a clever strategy or even much patience, but you need to be as cunning as a fox and wait for the perfect time to strike before striking, like this. No, rather get in there, get right up in its grim grill and lay right into it. Most of the time, despite its considerably irregular shape and nasty nature, the Rotten will rely on physical attacks, either with its butcher's knife in its right hand or with its left hand in its left hand. You'll see chops and you'll experience sweeps and you're probably going to get hammer fisted, but come on, this is nothing you can't deal with. Not only are most of this bulky abomination's attacks simple to avoid, but they're fun to avoid too. It's one of those fights with a particularly pleasing pace. The boss launches an attack or combo, it's your turn to punish it with 1 or 2 attacks and repeat. Though do always have to watch out for the flaming oil pits throughout the arena, which rather than ever feeling annoying, I think are actually well done. They're not fatal and they don't feel cheap, you just need to be extra aware of your surroundings. It's not all physical attacks though. The Rotten will occasionally launch its grab attack, which, yeah okay, can get a bit silly when things like this happen, but the good thing is, usually that doesn't happen, even though that was fucking bullshit that I got caught there. There's also a couple of ranged projectile attacks which aren't super common but which you will see from time to time. But the move which is most disruptive to one's flow is its Dark Blast AoE move. It's just like when the Four Kings does its big magical AoE move, where just about all you can do is run to safety until it's over, then run straight back in. Now, the Rotten may not rip its own arms off like Amygdala or the Last Giant do, but this boss's upper appendages will still come off with enough gentle coaxing, and it makes a real difference to the fight too. Cut its sword arm off and hey, no more butcher knife moves to worry about, and the same goes for its other arm, which will even render its grab attack useless. Sadly, the arms will grow back after about 30 seconds, but again, I like that. Just the same as how I like it when arms come off, I also wouldn't not necessarily say that I'm not a fan of when they grow back as well. What? The Rotten's just a really fun boss, what do you want? Nice moderate challenge where it's certainly possible to die once or twice, but where its moveset is perfectly straightforward and enjoyable to learn. Really fun boss to fight repeatedly too if you've got a few bonfire ascetics and you've a mind to do some soul farming. Go! gape me. Make me gape. I wanna gape. My mouth, I mean. I want to be left gaping with glee at a fabulous classic Dark Souls boss, the Gaping Dragon for example, rising up to claim the 101 spot. You could just completely skip this boss in your playthrough, of course, bypassing the Capra Demon and the Depths altogether if you've got the Master Key, but don't do that, because even though the Depths isn't quite one of the game's best levels, I think the Gaping Dragon is a super fun boss. Just, for God's sakes, make sure you take out the Channeler in the upper level first, otherwise you're going to have to suffer repeated soul arrows being fired down upon you from above throughout the whole fight, and worse still, the dragon will receive a massive damage boost from the Channeler's Trident special dance buff, allowing it to easily one-shot you with some of its attacks. Fantastic intro, just like with pretty much all of Dark Souls 1's boss cutscenes. Looks like a curious croc at first, with some strange spikes poking out its front before no, oh god no, turns out it's a... I mean, what even is that? Legendary FromSoft boss design, and one guaranteed to incite pure panic in every first time Souls player when they see this abominable, abdominal dragon monster bearing down on them from the distance. Despite its bizarre and, as far as I know, unexplainable appearance, this actually is a true dragon, with two wings at either side and a pair of both hind and forelegs, rather than its forelegs doubling up as wings as is the case with something like the Hellkite Drake. Just as you'd expect from taking in its gargantuan form, the Gaping Dragon is sure to have the most health of any boss you have faced thus far, coming in at about 4,500 HP, meaning if you came down here with a crappy weapon and you didn't pick up the weaponsmith box, you might find yourself having to hit this large lizard for a while before it goes down. Fortunately, the beast is anything but swift. Its regular walk is quite slow and its physical attacks are well telegraphed, and for as much HP as it has, for the most part you're going to be able to just hack and slash away at it while it slowly reacts, particularly if you're at its back or sides. Personally though, unless I can help it, I am almost never to be found attacking the Gaping Dragon from its front. The boss essentially has two stances, two forms, though rather than these being phases which come one after the other, the boss can go from folding the front half of its body up and down pretty much at will. Things are much more straightforward when it's all flattened out, but shit does get a bit weirder when its torso teeth are bared. Beware of it just slamming itself down on you from this stance, or even more dramatically, it can jump / fly straight up in the air and cover a ton of distance to flatten you with its body and ass. It's actually a really easy attack to dodge, but it can be surprising just how much ground it can cover. Another attack the Gaping Dragon can do in this form, though you really need to watch out for this one, is the one where it can just make you face through the fucking floor and die after about 30 seconds like this. I don't know why this happened, and it's never happened before this. Wasn't even an emulator or anything I was playing on either, this was just the remastered version of Dark Souls 1 on PS4. I think this playthrough was also the first time I'd ever been caught out by this boss's grab move too. Made the camera go all funky for some reason, and apparently if you don't hammer the shoulder buttons here like I did, this grab just kills you. Hell yeah. Never mind all that though, because just like when the Royal Rat Authority did it, or when any enemy or boss does it really, I'm a big fan of the attack where the Gaping Dragon disgorges its breakfast all over the floor. Easy enough attack to avoid, but I just think it looks really sick and cool and gross. Though it's difficult to say whether this is my favourite Dragon Vomit attack in Dark Souls 1 or the Undead Dragon's Dragon Vomit attack. Oh, I just can't decide. Ooh. Half the bloody time though, what this boss is going to be doing is its charge. Not a very interesting attack really, it'll just sort of shuffle forward some distance and its entire body becomes a slow moving hitbox. Meaning it's best to just move away a bit and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Very easy to punish though. The Gaping Dragon as a whole is super easy to punish. It's big, lumbering and dangerous if it catches you out, but it's balanced out by being slow as hell. And its size makes it really easy to hit. Even its tail is very easy to cut off, cancelling out its rather dangerous tail sweep and netting you the Dragon King Great Axe. Though good luck actually using it because it's tied with the Stone Great Axe as the heaviest Great Axe in the game and you need 50 blooming strength to wield it. The Gaping Dragon is a great boss. Its visual design is wild, but those visuals are also perfectly translated into its mechanics with how it can so grotesquely fold and unfold its body, allowing for different moves depending on its current form. There's definitely the potential for death here, or the aforementioned falling through the floor and then dying after about 30 seconds, but the level of challenge is just right for the point the Gaping Dragon appears in the game. Though if you really want more of a challenge, I guess you could just leave the Channeler alive throughout this whole affair. It makes me wonder how many people got to this boss and didn't realise you could actually reach and permanently kill the Channeler. That would not be fun on a first playthrough. This, however, is fun. Perhaps a surprising one here for you then, a boss you might have least expected, but my pick for number 100 is the Last Giant, most people's first Dark Souls 2 boss, and a damn good boss at that. The reason I said this one might surprise folks, considering how high I've placed it, is that the Last Giant is really easy and for the most part is very basic. Certainly an intimidating boss though, at least visually. Of course, if this is your first playthrough, you won't have seen this being at full strength as a giant lord yet, but even though it is in a substantially diminished state here and lacking any weaponry, the fact remains, it's a giant, it's bigger than you, and if anything, the enormous fragment of wood impaled through its core makes it even more intimidating still. When it comes down to it though, this is a slow boss whose main means of attacking is to stomp. Those stomps hurt if they connect, absolutely, but they're just stomps, easily avoidable and highly punishable. And the same can be said for the boss's arm sweep. Despite this spectacle, this ancient looming horror, this is not a high pressure fight. If anything, it's kind of leisurely. You could be a gentleman or a lady of leisure for the duration of this battle, easily luring the giant into another slow attack anytime you need a few seconds to heal up. But then phase 2 rolls around and you know me by now. You know what I like, you know I like that good stuff. You know well how much I love it when a big boss rips its own fucking arm off and uses it as a club to club you with. Join the club. There's even a very cool reason for this happening too, because if you look at the giant's left arm, even before this phase transition, you can see that it's useless, already partially broken. Hence why it so easily comes off, it's a dead limb. There's actually another very cool feature here though, and one I only learned of this year, and that is that if you really want to, you can target the boss's left arm in phase 1 to break it off early, essentially cancelling its phase 2. It's not super easy to do this, and it's absolutely not necessary either, because the boss really doesn't get that much more difficult in phase 2. And nor does it take very long to beat either, but I love that it's possible to do this, and rather than me being ashamed at myself, disgusted even, at only having learned that it's possible to target the arm in 2026, I'm instead jubilant that there are still cool secrets in these games for me to learn and discover. And while we're talking about cool stuff that I think is neat, the Last Giant happens to have one of my all-time favourite Souls attacks. It's a fairly rare one, but I'm talking about when it literally just falls on you. I used to think it only did this at low HP, but nope, here's footage of it doing it at very high HP. It just throws itself on its belly in your general direction, then lays there motionless for about 4 full seconds. I'm not being ironic here either, I really do love this attack. I don't exactly know why, I can't put it into words, it's more of a feeling, but I love it. Ladies and gents, even though the Last Giant isn't a boss you hear much when people are naming their favourite FromSoft bosses, I think it's an excellent one and a pretty much perfect first boss. Simple, easy, but very fun to fight and a delight to behold. Massive fan of its visual and audio design, and whilst it would have still been enjoyable if they'd left it at phase 1, I love that there's a grisly second phase as well, and the fact that this encounter is retroactively made more meaningful and even kinda sad when you later defeat the Giant Lord and realise who the Last Giant actually was is also lovely stuff. Dark Souls 2 has a bunch of bosses squashed in at the end. It's just a shame that the Aldia fight's so terrible. Before Aldia though, you have Nashandra, who I think's actually quite good. But even directly before Nashandra, you have a fight against 2 boss entities at once. None of that easy peasy Mickey Mouse bullshit like the Twin Dragon Riders, no, but rather at number 99, we have the Throne Watcher and the Throne Defender. You can actually take on these two directly after picking up the King's Ring from the Undead Crypt. But after the fight, nothing will happen and you'll need to return later on with the Ashen Mist Hearts before Nashandra will appear. Then Aldia, who, as discussed, sucks. You can actually rock into this arena with up to 3 NPC White Phantoms if you like. My cousin, Ben Hart of Jugo, Ven Garl and Bradley of the Old Guard. And hey, who could blame you for bringing them along? This is still a very fun fight, even if you do bring along allies. However, if you've never flown solo in the Throne Knights fight before, if I may be so bold, might I suggest that on your next playthrough, why not give it a go? I did it here, it was fun as hell, and whilst challenging, it's also very fair. The Throne Watcher and Defender are both thrown at you right from the outset. There's no fanning around or any delay before that second combatant joins the battle. Rather than this being a case of 2 identical or near identical bosses being set upon you at once, both knights are quite distinct and quite excellent. The Throne Defender is the larger of the two, wearing a heavy suit of armour, a bulwark of a shield and a lightning-infused greatsword. He's the bulkier, tankier, and more hard-hitting of the two, and a little bit on the slower side to balance things out. He can run a bit when the fight becomes more heated and can even execute the odd dash, but don't expect any flipping and flopping, alright? The Throne Watcher, on the other hand, is the swifter and more acrobatic of the two, wearing lighter armour, wielding a shorter, more slender greatsword, infused with magic rather than lightning, and they have a small shield more suited for parrying than blocking. Goddamn fabulous shield too. As its item description says, it was made from an old sacred chime, and accordingly, the thing literally fucking bongs when hit, and yes, FromSoft, stuff like this is why I love you, sincerely. If you are fighting these two solo, unless you are unfashionably overleveled, if you simply charge in mindlessly and start slashing away, probably not going to go so well for you. This is a fight where it pays to be patient, smart and somewhat defensive. Helps to draw one away from the other, bait out attacks and use their differing mobilities against them. The Watcher also has about 15% less health than the Defender, and so hey, why not focus solely on them to start with? Well, I'll tell you maybe why not, and that's because there's a Witches of Hemwick revival gimmick going on here. Focusing on just one whilst ignoring the other may initially seem like the smarter play, but after about 20 seconds of one of the Throne Knights being felled, the other will sprint over to their broken body and get restored to full bloody health. Now, if you're really confident in your fighting abilities, it might be possible for you to defeat the remaining one in that 20-second window, especially if it's the less tanky Watcher. But even when one's left on their own, either of these bosses are no joke, especially when they have their lightning or magic buff on the go. Thus, far smarter play is to soften the other one up at least a little bit before going in for the final blows on the other. The Throne Watcher and Defender is a great boss fight, and if fought solo can be a damn good challenge. One of the complaints I have about Nishandra is how easy she is, especially because she literally used to be the game's final boss. But the fact that the Throne Knights lie directly before her is a mitigating factor there. It's like, okay, I've got the hard boss out of the way, now time for this boss, which is still pretty good, but easier, then onto whatever the fuck this is. This is an example of a duo fight done well. Two excellent bosses who complement each other splendidly. Got a boss here I already spoke about way earlier, but who I'm going to discuss once again, because back when you fought her at the Royal Moongazing Grounds on top of Caria Manor, Loretta was little more than a spiritual whisper of her true self. Though she did begin as a Royal Carian Knight, Loretta would go on to serve Miquella as a Knight of the Halig Tree. Here she is entirely corporeal, this is Loretta in the flesh, with her remarkable armour and wonderful weapon on full shining display. Seriously, I love this armour. As for her fighting prowess, well, if you learned plenty during your battle against her sorceress Shade, that will hold you in very good stead during this fight, because it's mostly the same, except with about 3 times the amount of health and, needless to say, more damages. Mind you, with her not being all blue and spiritual and shit here, Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree, is now vulnerable to most status effects, whereas at Caria Manor she was immune to literally everything. Those aren't the only differences though, because we've got a couple of new moves as well, or at least a couple of move modifications. In Phase 2, her Loretta's Great Bow sorcery gets converted to Loretta's Mastery, which is about 4 times deadlier than the original. 4 times the arrows for 4 times the fun, times 4. Looks scarier and bigger damage and everything, sure, but if you know how to dodge the regular version of this spell, you pretty much know how to dodge this one too. The other modification is her Sorceress Slash, which is way scarier this time round. Goes from being a tricky double slash into the second hit now being a bit delayed, then a follow-up downward slam for the third and final hit. All in all, that's really all there is to Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree. She's simply the true version of the boss, whereas the one you get in Carrier Manor, although a perfectly decent fight, is the diminished version. Good, solid fight with the potential to be a real problem. I've had playthroughs where I've beaten this boss first time and others where it took about 10 tries, and as for my level 1 playthrough of this game, turned out to be one of the hardest fights of that run, at least as far as the base game goes. It was actually a nightmare and I didn't enjoy it, but then I beat her and went, okay, now that I've beaten her, turns out that I did enjoy it and I didn't even realise it. It's like that line from the movie Moneyball. He hit a home run and he didn't even realise it. The scenario I'm describing is exactly the same as in that movie, Moneyball. Not really though. And it is my esteemed pleasure to present the number 97 award to Sekiro's Chained Ogre. I used to think there were only 3 of these hunks in the game. One at the top of the stairs in Ashina Outskirts, the one at the bottom of Ashina Castle, and the non-boss one found in Ashina Outskirts, again at the end of the game once everything's been set ablaze. But as I recently discovered, there's actually a 4th ogre. This guy, the carp attendant. I'd never attacked him before, I didn't even know you could, but as it turns out, has the exact same moveset as the regular Chained Ogre, and it even requires 2 death blows to take down. Don't take him down though, there's actually no benefit to it other than a mere handful of treasure carp scales. Leave my dad alone. The Chained Ogre is one I imagine a lot of people might be surprised to see placed so high above so many other bosses, especially with how much bother this guy gave a lot of people back when the game first came out. Sure, everyone got their arses handed to them by Genichiro in the tutorial, but that aside, the ogre was a very common sticking point for many people, and for good reason. One of the things that makes the Chained Ogre so tough is that despite Sekiro's main defensive mechanic, the deflect, being drilled into you so strongly throughout the game's opening hour or two, if you go into this fight relying only on deflects, well sir, you can consider yourself defucked. Because although the ogre does have 2 or 3 physical attacks, its specialty is the grab perilous attack. Either a very fast standing grab or a very scary leaping one. Whichever you get caught out by, prepare for some truly massive damage, as in about 80% of your HP type damage. And that's not even taking into consideration the complimentary get the fuck out of here move it pulls at the end of each grab where it tosses you asunder. For as brutally punishing as these moves are, and for as challenging as they can seem to avoid, they are perfectly and consistently avoidable, simply by dodging. Just gotta condition yourself to be prepared for it. In fact, even though you can deflect the ogre's melee attacks, I usually just prefer to dodge those as well. It feels very satisfying when you nail it. Although the Chained Ogre is a big, aggressive, intimidating and highly punishing opponent, it is also itself highly punishable. If you get decent at dodging its moves and grabs, it's very easy to throw out a ton of slashes in between all of its intimidating assaults. And it feels great watching its health gradually tick down with each slash, and then dodge again and continue. There's a really nice bit of game design baked in here too, of course, specifically with this first encounter, related to the boss's weakness, fire. If you eavesdrop on the guards at the bottom of the stairs, they indicate that the Chained Ogre fears fire, as does any entity with that distinctive red glow to their eyes. And just nearby, the merchant will give you intel about a flame barrel found in Hirata Estate. Thus, if you're struggling with this boss, you can head to Hirata to find the flame barrel, affix it to your shinobi prosthetic, and use it against the ogre for massive damage and a good stun. Like I said, lovely bit of game design, and the one later in Ashina Castle is also weak against fire, though the final one in the blazing Ashina Outskirts has no such weakness. Good fun to employ other strategies against this guy though, like puppeteering, or just leave him alone because you don't actually get anything for beating him. Lame. I know I have him pretty bloody high up, but even though it is quite a basic wee mini-boss, I genuinely look forward to encounters with Chained Ogres on any playthrough. I love its moveset and how good it feels dodging its attacks. Brilliant enemy, and it gets bonus points for having a sick elbow drop move. Let's travel back to the lands between for a short spell, because now, for number 96, I want to be mounted. I want to mount someone. What I'm trying to say here is that it's time for another mounted boss, and a damn good one. The Draconic Tree Sentinel. The first of which is found guarding the back entrance to Leyndell, and then there's another by the entrance to Malekith's Colosseum in crumbling Farama's Eula, except this one is not a boss. I don't know why, it seems completely arbitrary to me, but no boss health bar for you, my guy. Your regular old tree sentinels strike a fine sight, to be sure, resplendent in their ostentatious golden armour astride their equally finely outfitted war horses. The iconic tree sentinels though, well, as their name suggests, a dragon theme is present in their malformed armour. Still gold in colour but more brutal in shape, and instead of the form of the Erd tree erecting up from the top of their helms, they've got a sort of dragon ornament which, if I'm being perfectly honest, looks a bit silly and I don't like it. I do like the boss though, I like the shit out of it, and it's a hard one too, with the one in Farama's Eula in particular being an absolute bastard of a challenge. I've died so many times to this guy. Main reason for why these guys can be such an issue is because they hit like a fucking truck. They hold the wicked Dragon Claw shield in their left arm, which is really only used for attacking rather than blocking as far as I'm aware. But in their right arm, the Dragon Great Claw, a devastatingly powerful colossal weapon. Although mounted, don't expect all that much boss movement in this fight. This isn't like the Knights Cavalry where the blasted boss is forever galloping away and back. Instead, the Draconic Tree Sentinel tends not to be terribly mobile. Instead, usually just repositioning itself according to your movements, or jumping this way or that to coincide with an almighty strike from its Great Claw. There's really no two ways about it when you're up against a Draconic Tree Sentinel. You have to get good at dodging those attacks. Which I guess you can say for literally any boss, but like really no. Those Great Claw strikes are wickedly powerful and tremendously impactful. The intimidation factor is immense here, where as soon as you see the boss gear up for its next swing or slam, it's scary, especially its supercharged one, where it holds its weapon up for about 2.5 bloody seconds before slamming it down. This move is silly, and even if you're out of the way of a direct hit from it, beware the surrounding AoE it creates. Of course, this all gets amped up to 11 when Phase 2 cometh, because at this point the Dragon Great Claw's inner element is channeled, imbuing it with rippling sparks of red lightning, the lightning of the ancient dragons. At this point, everything hits harder, some attacks now have an increased area of effect, and the Sentinel even gets a couple of brand new attacks. Either its delayed red lightning hazard scatter or its red lightning strike, with both attacks actually originating from its Dragon Claw shield rather than its weapon. This grand ancient draconic phase is actually more of a buff than a traditional phase, because it only lasts about 45 seconds before wearing off, so the boss can buff up again after this. Another thing that makes this fight so hard, in addition to all the bloody lightning and brutal hammering, is that even the horse is in on it. The horse is up to all sorts, because for some reason it could breathe fireballs at you, god damn it. From close up it can launch a fire burst at the ground directly in front of it, but from a distance, oh it loves spitting out its forward fireball. Easy enough to dodge through, but it's one of those infernal input reading attacks where if you've got a bit of distance on the boss and you feel like healing, chances are you're going to have a nasty horse fireball flying directly in your direction. Which, me myself personally, as a person, really pushes my buttons. The horse has no moral qualms about spamming these spits either, and so you've got to choose your moments wisely when it comes to healing. Really hard boss here, and one I've died so many times to, but at the end of the day, it's a super fun one too. Once you get good at it where you're confidently dodging through all those ultra powerful Great Claw slams and fireballs and bolts of red lightning, it feels awesome and it looks awesome. This is such a gnarly looking boss in nearly every way too, with the exception of the dragon head ornament, which as discussed does look a little bit silly. Yharnam Pthumerian Queen at number 131, the Pthumerian Elder at number 110, and now folks at number 95, the Pthumerian Descendant. Final boss of the Central Pthumeru Chalice Dungeon, and first boss of the Great Pthumeru Ehil Dungeon. So I'll start off with a statement, much the same statement I find myself uttering nearly any time I find myself fighting a Pthumerian Descendant. This boss is really hard. It's seriously hard. Might look very similar to the Pthumerian Elder, but it's way faster and significantly less fragile. There's no teleportation going on here and no ancient artifacts of eldritch desolation either, but it doesn't matter, the Descendant is a tough son of a bitch. Substantially more aggressive, has proper combos, does tons of damage, it can dash around, it can run, and it even has a bastard of a second phase. There are certain bosses in Bloodborne, in the base game and in the Chalice dungeons, which can be brute forced. You can charge in there with a powerful weapon and lots of health and mash it up, taking advantage of limb staggers and critical attacks. Any times I've tried to do that to the Descendants though have ended in tragedy. This is a boss I've never been able to bully, even though its size is far less impressive than many of the game's other bosses. When up against the Descendant, I quickly learned that I have to play smart. Being super aggressive ain't the way here, unless you are just super good at the game and are bang on with your gunshot staggers, which this boss is completely vulnerable to. What usually works for me, invariably after a death or 3, is to let the boss attack at me first, with the old dodge through working wonders most of the time, putting you at the Descendant's rear to get you clear of any remaining hits of its combo. Even doing that much can be troublesome however, because this boss has one of the quickest attacks in the bloody game, this one right here. It is possible to dodge it, but you have to be fast as hell with the reactions, and you have to always expect it, at least in phase 1. Of course, we've got phase 2 to deal with as well, don't we, where the Pthumerian Descendant separates its sickle into 2. I spoke about how the Elder's weapon is a sort of arcane progenitor for what the Hunters would go on to use, but even here in this transition, we see a similar idea with the Descendant's weapon transformation, which isn't entirely dissimilar to the Blades of Mercy, which themselves can be transformed from 2 daggers into 1 longer dagger, while this boss uses sickles rather than daggers. Whole new bloody moveset here too, with more combos for you to learn, though honestly the old patience and dodge through still largely works well here. I am god awful at this ranged attack though. The Descendant has a nasty boomerang blade toss in phase 1, but this gets doubled up for phase 2 and is much harder to dodge. In fact, I don't think I've ever managed to fully dodge it even once. I'm not going to go through every one of the Pthumerian Descendant's many moves here, but rather, again, must state that this is just a hard as nails opponent. You can go into a fight with the Pthumerian Elder with little idea of its moveset and still come out on top due to that boss's fragility, but this is a different sort of fight. There's little to no trickery, and there's not even any elemental or status effect based action. Instead, you've simply got a fast, dexterous and deadly opponent, one requiring a bit of respect and study before you'll have a reasonable chance at being able to deal with its expansive moveset in phase 1, then its expanded moveset in phase 2. I don't find this boss to be as interesting or as cool as the Elder, but even so, of any of the 3 Pthumerian bosses found down here in the Chalice dungeons, I do consider the Descendant to be the finest. Next up is a Shadow of the Erdtree banger, only the second Elden Ring DLC major boss mentioned thus far actually. It is indeed the Divine Beast Dancing Lion, based in Bellerat's stage front. Although it might not seem like it, this boss is completely optional. Only main bosses you actually need to defeat to beat the DLC are Mesmer, Romina, Leda and allies, if you consider that a boss fight, which for the purposes of this video I don't, because it doesn't have a boss health bar, and promised consort Radahn. Even so, you'd certainly never catch me skipping Bellerat on most any DLC playthrough, because it's a fantastic level, and for a ton of people, the Dancing Lion will be their first DLC boss. Should also mention that there's another Dancing Lion found in the ancient ruins of Rao. It's basically the same boss though, except it has a new Deathblight subphase and way more HP. This boss is pointless, unnecessary, and it sucks, just skip it. The Divine Beast Dancing Lion is more than a mere boss. It's a show, an elemental phantasmagoria accompanied by the loudest, most bombastic boss theme in all of Elden Ring. Everything about this battle's visuals, as well as its sounds and its symbolism, is 10 out of fucking 10, as is the fact that every pirouette, maneuver and attack is essentially performed by the gyrations of 2 large men beneath a cape, wearing a massive mask, a mask which to this day I argue kinda resembles Tom Cruise in a way. It's one of those bosses where even if a person isn't familiar with Elden Ring or FromSoft at all, and you show them half a minute of the battle, they'll still go, wow. Yes, it's an audio-visual treat, an experience, a feast for the senses, but as ever we must wrestle with the crucial question of, is the fight actually good and fun though? To which my answer is, yeah, it's pretty good and kinda fun. For as resplendent as the elemental chaos of the battle is to behold, that same chaos gets a bit grating when you must actually contend against it. This boss has a very particular manner of attacking, often gearing itself up with a fancy flowing flourish of movement before lashing out with a bite, headbutt or body smash. This is a profoundly abnormal entity and its fighting style is similarly abnormal. I can't remember precisely how long it took me to take the Dancing Lion down on my first playthrough of the DLC, but what I do remember is that after a certain number of deaths I did resort to using a Spirit Ash. I said, fuck this. When you have a boss with 1 or 2 or even 3 problematic moves, that can be a problem for you. When a boss's main attack style is a problem, then that can be even more problematic, which is also a problem. Took me forever to learn the timing for its physical attacks, its bite and slam combos, much longer than it normally takes for me to learn bosses, and as you can imagine, taking this thing on at level 1 with no Shadow Tree blessings was something else, oh boy. All I'll say is, thank Christ for Piercing Fang, genuinely one of the best Ashes of War in the game, says I. The Dancing Lion's spinning move in particular is its specialty, whirling round its clanking cloaked mass, spreading damaging clouds of dust around the arena, and even though it looks like this should be straightforward to avoid, I don't know what to tell you. This one kept catching me out for way longer than it should have. Still a really cool attack though, and it's also possible to avoid the dust clouds by jumping over them, which is always appreciated. That's all just phase 1 of course, and phase 2 is where things get substantially more elemental and mental. The Dancing Lion will always convert to its lightning subphase at the beginning of phase 2, gaining a couple of new attacks including a deceptively fast lightning bolt projectile, and most notably of all, small patches of lightning hazards will periodically cover and then explode across the ground. Meaning not only must you pay close attention to the boss's moves, but also the very ground you're walking on. It sounds like a bit much and might even sound kind of unreasonable, but honestly I love this phase, and in my experience it's perfectly fair. For as careful as you need to be to avoid the lightning ground hazards, they never felt like bullshit to me, they can always be avoided. There's also the Frost subphase, which in my experience is way more of a problem. Main new move the boss gets here is its Divine Beast Frost Stomp, essentially Hoarfrost Stomp except bigger and stronger. Though even its regular physical attacks are now accompanied by violent spikes of ice which deal tremendous damage and of course caused frostbite buildup. This is my least favourite of the boss's subphases because I just don't know how to fucking avoid some of these attacks with their added range. The Divine Beast's attacks are difficult enough to dodge as it is, without all the added ice business. Final subphase is the windy one, though bear in mind that the boss won't necessarily go through all these elements in this order. It always starts off phase 2 with electric, but from then on it can switch out to anything. For me, the wind subphase has always been the least familiar and is the one I have the least experience with. Though the main feature of it that always sticks in my mind is that big tornado move. Pretty much the exact same devastating attack which that really difficult final Divine Beast also uses at the end of Enir Ilum. Super scary attack and I think quite difficult to dodge. It's probably not actually all that complicated to avoid, but the sheer size of it is very intimidating and gets me flustered, causing me to be blown asunder. Please do not blow me. The idea of the Divine Beast Dancing Lion is a fantastic one, and I think by this point I've adequately emphasised how impressive I find its visuals. The fight is also good with a large variety of incredible looking attacks and combos and variations, but despite how many hours I've spent fighting it, I don't like it anywhere near as much as I wished I did. I have ranked it well because there is a ton to appreciate in this battle, but the magnificence of the Divine Beast's presentation makes me wish this was a boss I could place in the top 20 or even the top 10. However, no, I just can't bring myself to pretend to love this boss. Maybe I've even been a bit too generous in my placement here. Why not tell me what you think of the boss? And hey, why not like and subscribe? Like, share and subscribe. Or is it too late in the video to say that? Wee while since we visited Dark Souls 3, ain't it? Thus, here, now, I'm going to turn my attention to the red-hot monarch found deep below the catacombs of Karthus, within Smouldering Lake, beyond the Karthus Sandworm. It's the old Demon King. Depending on your own experience with Dark Souls 3, you may or may not be surprised at my rather high placement of this boss. You might be sitting there watching or listening to this doing the shocked Pikachu face right now. I don't know what you guys get up to. The reason for any potential higher than normal variance in experience when it comes to the old Demon King in particular is down to when you might choose to fight it. See, you can access Smouldering Lake and the Demon Ruins shortly upon making it to the Catacombs of Karthus. The thing about this level though is that it can be a bit intimidating, what with the automated mega crossbow constantly shooting supersized bolts down upon you as you explore the expanse of the lake. And then you've got the giant sandworm, who some people think is actually Solera Vistora from Dark Souls 1, but let's not get into all that. And then you've got the Demon Ruins, which is a confusing level filled with annoying enemies. In fact, I think it's hands down the worst level in the game. Don't go there. Thus, I think it's quite common for folk to say, "No way, Jose," and then leave this excruciating expanse till way later in the game. If you do that though, then consequently, the old Demon King goes from being a respectively tough challenge to no challenge at all. It's a bit like if you leave Fortisax till the end game in Elden Ring, where even though it still looks super formidable, it just isn't that hard anymore, because the game's designed for you to fight this boss at around the mid game, not the end game. Anyway, onto the actual fight. If you don't like fire, you're going to be gutted, because even though the old Demon King starts off inert, the color of rock, much like the Stray Demon, unlike the Stray Demon, it swiftly stokes itself into a raging living furnace, channeling the infernal flames of chaos through its ancient body and colossal club. Not entirely unlike the Asylum Demon variations throughout Dark Souls 1, the old Demon King relies on big, slow attacks, ones with a lot of range and big damage potential. For the most part, this moveset doesn't really require fast reactions. Instead, it's largely about holding your nerve and dodging slow attacks at the right times, smart positioning, and also knowing when to just run the fuck away. In addition to the old Demon King's raw physical prowess with his huge club, he also has the power of pyromancy. This boss can straight up use combustion on you, that old classic, but also look out for magma breath. It's concentrically diverging rings of fire, and most dramatically of all, the ever popular meteor rain. Very easy to tell when that last one's on its way too, because the boss will howf its hefty club aloft and wave it about a bit, giving you a sweet opportunity for a bunch of free hits, as long as you don't stick around for too long, because no one likes a meteor to the face. Fun fact too, Meteor to the Face is the name of an actual song by a Singaporean grindcore band called Wormrot. I saw them live in Glasgow 15 years ago when they played in the basement of a vegan bar / restaurant called the 13th Note. It's shut now. The old Demon King does something I really like when it's close to death. The old Demon King plays upon my heartstrings. Oh, how he plucks my strings so sweetly. When he's about at critical HP, the boss will crouch down as if exhausted, and you think, yes, hehehe, time to get in there, and yeah, it's a fake out. It's only actually half a fake out though, because while this is to trick you to get within range of the blast zone after the explosion, the old Demon King is toast, burnt toast, with the last vestiges of its immense and ancient strength used up, to where all it can do is gasp for breath, surrounded by hundreds upon hundreds of its long dead Demon King. The last few blazing breaths of a king to an effectively extinct race. Love this sort of thing, manages to be very melancholy. I'm not going to say it hits me right in the feels because it's 2026, not 2010, and even back then you wouldn't have caught me ever saying it hit me right in the feels, but I mean, yes, that sentiment is appropriate here, yes, but I wouldn't say that. Never used to think all that much of this boss. It was always just an easy opponent to be quickly dispatched, a box to be checked off. Then let's get the hell out of here and let's completely ignore the Demon Ruins because it sucks and I don't like playing through the Demon Ruins. When I had myself a proper fight with the Demon King though at an appropriate time throughout my playthrough, I realised this is actually a quality boss fight that does several things very well. It's not the fastest boss in Dark Souls 3 or the hardest, but in my opinion, the old Demon King really is deserving of our respect. We will remain in the realm of Dark Souls 3, but turn from a blazing king to a towering lord. It's Yorm the Giant, found in the profaned capital. Already covered another Lord of Cinder before at number 117, Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, seen as what looks like a moving pile of sludge in the game's opening cinematic. Yorm the Giant, however, is depicted significantly more regally and mightily in that same cutscene as a towering giant, bursting into flames upon rising from his colossal coffin, his facial features obscured from within his chainmail helmet. Worth pointing out too that despite his resemblance to the Dark Souls 2's Giant Lord, Yorm is distinct from those beings in that he does actually have a face. It's obscured, but you can just make out the outline of his features when you take him on, especially his eyes which glow a glaring red. Whereas Dark Souls 3 is often lambasted for its propensity towards referencing the first game in this legendary trilogy, refreshingly, the Yorm battle plays heavy homage to Demon Souls, specifically the Storm King fight, the common element between them being the presence and use of the Storm Ruler. The swords do look different in each game, so this isn't actually evidence of any sort of shared universe or anything, but same name and very similar function, and the same idea would be repeated yet again in Elden Ring in the Rykard fight, and then yet again in Elden Ring Night Rain in the fight against Everdark Maris. Indeed, Yorm is a gimmick fight, but a good gimmick fight, with the idea here being to nab the Storm Ruler laying at the foot of his throne, then use its mythical might to bring down the giant. Because I'm a bit dim, way back in 2015 I actually struggled with this aspect of the fight. Because my main frame of reference for this mechanic was Demon Souls, where you just lock onto the boss, then press either R1 or R2, I forget which, to launch the special attack. I tried that here only for it to just not work. Then I realised that you're supposed to hold L2 to get in the correct stance and then launch the attack. Except, nope, still didn't work. I had to do the search of shame online to find the answer, but of course, you're supposed to hold down L2 to charge the sword up, then once the sword gets all windy, then you can launch a devastating vertical slice projectile in Yorm's direction. If the boss is hit anywhere on his body by this move, does massive damage, but if you're smart with your timing and placement and include Yorm's head into the hit, even bigger damage. And best of all, Yorm gets staggered to his knees, giving you extra time to start charging up the Storm Ruler again for your next Wind Blast. My initial confusion on how to actually use the blasted sword aside, it's actually a remarkably simple battle in that, for a change, you don't need to worry about what sort of attack or spells or whatnot you're going to employ, because it's all worked out for you. Just use the super effective sword tailor-made for this very battle. Of course, Yorm is a little bit peed off about the whole Lord of Cinder thing, and quite understandably doesn't want to again relinquish his soul for it to once more be subject to untold centuries of searing, sacrificial agony so as to prolong the existence and suffering of this miserable, moribund world. Thus, whilst you're charging the Storm Ruler, Yorm will hit you with everything he's got, and he's got a lot. This boss's attacks are massive, violent and furious as he sweeps his great machete in grinding, grounding slices. And just as with all the Lords of Cinder, the heat and intensity reaches a fever pitch in phase 2 as his very body bursts into flames, making your attempts at charging the sword that much more tense. Do you have time to finish the charge, or must you abandon the attempt and dodge to safety? Like I said, simple fight but bloody intense. Yorm's attacks really aren't difficult to dodge. Everything here is straightforward with no trickery to speak of. There's simply a raging giant trying to obliterate you as you desperately try and bring him down. Mind you, you don't strictly have to resort to the Storm Ruler. If you're a filthy, disgusting magic user, use magic. Aim for Yorm's head, why don't you? Totally viable, though unnecessary when you have the sword option right there. Especially because the Storm Ruler has literally zero stat requirements. You can even just opt to bash Yorm to death with your regular old weapon, and even though I always assumed this would be brutal, like attempting to take down the Ancient Wyvern melee only, no, not at all. Yorm will eventually get staggered after you hit his legs enough. And when staggered, his head takes absolutely massive damage from both regular attacks and crits, so also totally viable. Haven't tried it myself, but you can do it, I've seen it. I have heard some people say that Yorm was something of a letdown for them, that they expected much more after how sick his reveal was in that opening cutscene, and even that they were disappointed in his size. Yorm shows up to the Bumble date and the first thing he hears is, "Oh, you look taller in your pictures." Yorm, I'm right there with you. Joking aside, I do understand why this Lord of Cinder might not quite have lived up to the expectations of some. But even though this ultimately is a pretty easy fight, semi-ceremonial, even though it's largely gimmick based, I enjoy the shit out of it. Very fun, satisfying and intense, and the visuals here are amazing, particularly in Phase 2. We covered the hated Godskin duo way back at number 233, way back there, and we even all sat down together and discussed the Godskin Apostle at number 115, but let's finally complete the Godskin Gospel by getting into the Godskin Noble. For some reason I thought there were a bunch of these guys around the lands between, but there's not. In fact, excluding Faramazua's duo, there's just a single boss version fought in Volcano Manor's Serpentine Chapel, and then there's a mini-boss there to meet and greet you on the bridge to Liurnia's Divine Tower. This one has only slightly less HP than the Volcano Manor one and has the exact same moveset, but for some reason it doesn't have a boss health bar and it only nets you about 10% of the runes that this guy gives you. Because they are both of the same blasphemous ilk, the Godskin Noble shares the Apostle's predilection for Black Flame, with it having the exact same ranged attack there to foil many attempts at healing. Could you please just let me heal? Other than that though, the Noble is entirely different. Fat where the Apostle is thin and excelling in the use of a Stitcher, a heavy thrusting sword, in contrast to the Apostle's Peeler, a twin blade. That is something I find very interesting and pleasingly, mildly incongruous about the Godskin Noble. It's that it has all this girth, all this excess mass, and yet it fights in an extremely dexterous manner. This boss looks downright debonair with his rapier techniques, has an exquisite variety of stabs and combos and heavy thrusts, and whilst these are nightmarish to deal with when you yourself are a Godskin novice, when you learn this moveset well, for the most part this boss can be an absolute joy to duel, and it really does feel like a duel, a constant back and forth, deftly dodging its swift thrusts and then trading in a few of your own. Of course it can't just be that simple, can it? And indeed, every now and then the Noble will break up the action with a black flame ritual, forcing you to flee from the black ring of fire around it, and again, if you do find yourself with a bit of range on the boss, always got to be on your guard for a black flame orb. But then you get it down to half health, which is when the Noble really starts to exploit its considerable mass in Phase 2. Rather than the Apostle's Stretch Armstrong routine, the Noble goes a bit more in the direction of Fat Armstrong, inflating his body and launching himself in a violent rolling motion across the ground, directly towards you again and again. This is the attack the boss usually kicks Phase 2 off with, though alternatively he sometimes will throw out his other move where he levitates up and then brings himself crashing down to the ground, the Pancake Squash. I actually really like this attack because it's very easy to deal with. You can even avoid damage by jumping. The rolling move though, that can be an issue. Bit of a weird move too, because if it connects early, usually the sequence is cut short and you can go on with the fight. If you dodge it though, as you are of course supposed to, then it can sometimes just keep on going and going and going. No exaggeration, I've seen this animation go on for like 15 seconds straight, and like, why does it have to be that way? Why? Once you get over the thunderous intimidation of the move and you figure out how to evade it, it's really not that bad and can actually be pretty fun to deal with, but I do think it goes on for too long, and the reward for managing to successfully evade the whole thing isn't good enough. The Pancake Squash is quick and you can easily get in a jump attack, whereas this move is really long and the boss recovers from it too quickly. Another bastard of an attack is Noble Presence. Same sort of move you can pull off. You can even learn the incantation as a reward for beating this boss in Volcano Manor, but whereas the technique takes a perfectly reasonable amount of time to execute when you use it, it comes out about twice as fast when the boss uses it. It doesn't do all that much damage thankfully, it really isn't a major problem, but I don't think there's a good enough rationale for it being enhanced to this degree for the Noble. I think having the speed of this move be 1-to-1 with how it is when the player uses it would have been perfectly fine. Despite my incessant whinging and whining, I really like the Godskin Noble. First one I ever came across was the one on the bridge in Liurnia, and it kicked my ass for nearly an hour. Gave me a hell of a time, and make no mistake, but the process of learning all its thrust combos was a ton of fun. Going from being poked full of holes on every attempt to actually getting really good at dodging all those attacks. Fights with Godskin Nobles are fast paced and intense, but very rewarding too, and whilst I'm not 100% on board with all their phase 2 attacks, they aren't egregious enough to fully blight the joy of contending with all its splendidly stylish phase 1 attacks. Oh boy, I really like this next one, and I hope you do too. Never mind the grafted scion high up on the chapel of anticipation as your tutorial boss, because the true test for any fledgling tarnished is the golden armoured, mounted mountain of a man trotting round the grounds leading up to the Church of Ella, the one, the only, Tree Sentinel. In addition to this guy too, there's also a Tree Sentinel duo near Leyndell and another couple in the Realm of Shadows hinterlands, coming in 2 different variants too. You got the Erdtree Greatshield ones and the Torch Bearers. This first Tree Sentinel's placement here in your view right as you first step out into the world is fantastic. The verdant brilliance of Limgrave is revealed, there's Stormvale Castle in the distance, there's a Divine Tower to the right, and the incandescent Erdtree towering above it all. Also visible, however, is a threat, not right in front of you, but just down the road. Minding its own business and far enough away that it can't see you yet, but clearly a challenge awaits. And what happens when you first go to take on that challenge is that you get trucked. You get mercilessly horsed by this gold-clad knight of the Erdtree, a warrior with a bigger weapon than you, much better armour, and a whole lot of health. What chance do you have? Sensible thing to do here after say 2 or 3 deaths is to say, okay, this ain't it. I'm gonna carry on to that church, and I'm gonna come back way later when I'm both geared up and leveled up. Not now. But you absolutely can defeat the Tree Sentinel right here, right now. Do you need to? No. You don't even get all that many runes for beating him, and unless you're specifically running a strength faith build, the golden halberd that it drops won't be all that much use to you. You can't even two-hand the thing until you get 20 strength and 14 dex. But if you're hard-headed enough, sufficiently adamant, yeah, you can take the Sentinel down. And it's a whole lot of fun. In fact, literally anytime I start a fresh new playthrough these days, I always make a point to start my run off by taking down this boss. And when I manage to do it on the first try, it feels awesome. Very good introduction to what Elden Ring's bosses are going to be like too in terms of attack timings. The swings, stabs and drags of its mighty halberd are usually quite exaggerated rather than quick and direct, and with surprising finishers even when you think the combo is already finished. The attacks have good tracking too, though not so good that you can't avoid some of them through smart positioning rather than just having to dodge roll everything. A feature of the Tree Sentinel that I really like is that its special moves are all performed with its shield. Well, it can block with that shield, especially if you're being a little bit too liberal with your magic, in which case you can expect some swift golden retaliation. But just when you're starting to get a little bit confident with dodging its halberd, here have this heavy heaving shield slam instead. Even though I've failed a couple dozen of these guys by now, I still get a little bit scared when I see its almighty great shield attacks being cooked up. They are no joke. As for the Tree Sentinel duo near Leyndell, well, I'm not quite so big a fan of this encounter. I guess if you come prepared with a serious spirit ash it might not be too bad, but doing this solo it can be a hell of a task. Because both of them come straight at you at the same time. Honestly, usually this fight is just too much for me and I just gallop straight past them into the outskirts, though I did decide to take them both on in this playthrough, and surprisingly, it wasn't quite as bad as I thought it would be, and you even get their awesome great shield as a reward. To me though, this first Limgrave Tree Sentinel is the true one, a superb boss with a seriously fun and challenging moveset to learn, and with pretty much no bullshit attached. And it looks amazing. This is a hell of an armor set, my all-time favourite FromSoft mounted boss. I do love a potential upset, a boss placement with the chance to shock, to offend. I mean, I never proffer an opinion in the hopes of it proving controversial, I'd rather just give my actual thoughts on things, but yeah, for some of these bosses I just don't know what people are gonna think. And well, here at number 89, above so many others, I have Drangleics Fallen Monarch, King Vendrick, the broken, shambling hollow walking aimlessly down in the deepest, darkest depths of the undead crypt. Maybe I oversold it a bit on the potential controversy factor, but the thing about Vendrick is that once you actually get to fighting him, he is one of the most basic bosses in the game. He's a big bearded dude in a loincloth with a big ass sword, and that's the fight. A few steps to go through before you should dare take up arms against the king, however. Despite how basic I said the fight itself is, Vendrick does in fact have a very interesting, very cool and quite unique mechanic which determines how high his defense stat is, which is how many souls of a giant do you possess. You're totally free to start wailing on Vendrick the first moment you come across him, but for God's sake, don't. Because he'll have 32 times his baseline defense stat at that point, which will then go down to 16x, 8x, 4x, 2x and then eventually 1x, corresponding to how many giant souls you have, from 0 all the way to the maximum effective amount, which is 5. Quite a hunt you need to go on if you want to get all these two, with 1 being held by the ancient dragon, 3 being found within the game's various giants' memories, and you get 1 from the twin club-wielding giants in the Black Gulch. Once you are all locked and loaded with your giant souls, you are ready to face the king, which despite its simplicity, I think is an absolute cracker of a battle. Vendrick may be long divested of his wits, his clothes and even his throne after centuries spent down here in the darkness, watched over only by his royal aegis, Velstadt. But turns out he can still fight, his warrior instincts kicking in upon him finally noticing the intruding element into his dismal sanctuary. Vendrick has a vertical slash which he will sometimes chain together into a combo, a horizontal slash which he'll sometimes chain into a combo, and a leaping slash which he will not chain into a combo but which will quickly put him from one side of the arena to the other side, devastatingly so if you happen to be there where the sword lands. Vendrick can also throw out a sort of curse orb attack from range, but in my experience it's rare as hell and you can easily go several playthroughs without ever even seeing it, which I personally like. I love fighting a boss you think you know like the back of your foot, only for them to chuck out some marvellous move you didn't even know existed, and then you place your hands on your hips and say, well by golly, oh god, my tits, I have never seen that attack, what's going on? Reason I went through Vendrick's modest moveset there is just to point out that this is the entirety of his moveset, a few basic sword attacks, and as such, this boss might sound kinda lame when you take this fighting style into account. However, somehow, it's a really, really great fight and a fucking hard one too. Yes, those attacks are well telegraphed and entirely conventional, but if you get tagged by any of those hits, my goodness do they sting. Even if you come rocking in with a fat ass health bar, Vendrick's attacks really, really hurt, and all of a sudden you've gone from full health to, oh shit, I get hit again and I'm toast, and so you go to heal, but Vendrick's a bit quicker than you think he is, making those heals feel extra scary. After getting back to full health, you have to go back on the offensive, but Vendrick is a boss who can very quickly humble you, wiping away your smug smirk just when you think you've got him figured out. That's what I love about this boss. It's simple and perfectly readable and understandable, but it's hard. Super punishing and requires great concentration because while his attacks are perfectly straightforward to not get hit by, you gotta do this consistently for perhaps several minutes. Or potentially longer still if you're brave enough to tackle him without getting all 5 giant souls. King Vendrick may not be as incredible a boss as Velstadt, who's located just prior, but this is a great fight nonetheless, and shows that a boss doesn't need to be super complex with a massive moveset to be challenging and enjoyable. Oh Emma, you are the gentle flower of my heart, even if you do have a drinking problem. Violent, degenerate, alcoholic or not though, Emma the Gentle Blade is my choice for number 88. Big appreciator of Sekiro's different endings, the different bosses, the cutscenes and other content associated with each. The Shura ending, I'd say, is the greatest outlier of the four in that if you go for it, you skip a big portion of the game, and the ending is really bloody ominous and it makes you feel bad about yourself. The upside to this, however, is that you get to face a couple of bosses who are unique to this ending, and they're both bangers, one of which is Emma. Great character throughout the game, a major pillar of support throughout Wolf's journey, though always calm and well composed. Only time you see her even slightly rattled is when Genichiro manages to lift his enchanted ass up from the ground after we seemingly killed him. After we choose to betray Kuro though, Emma's tune changes, effortlessly deflecting a shuriken thrown by Owl before readying her blade in preparation to defeat us, the immortality-seeking fiend, Shura. Despite her modest stature and gentle disposition, Emma is no pushover, and turns out she's incredibly skilled with her short sword. Mind you, even before this, it's actually no secret that she can fight. If you gift her some unrefined sake, she reveals that she was in fact trained by Lord Ishin himself. Emma's training under Ishin really does manifest itself properly too, because she can in fact use the Ashina cross technique, the most advanced of the Ashina arts, and a technique practiced by all Ishin's most competent students. Emma's fighting style is quite unique, though I guess the boss she feels most similar to is Orin of the Water, with them both wielding short swords and having somewhat similar levels of swiftness. Emma is super nimble on her feet, always maintaining her dignified poise even in the midst of her thrusts and slashes. This fight has a fast pace and intense feel, often with extensive sequences of back and forth slashes and deflects, though the action will occasionally be broken up with a retreating dash into her flurry combo or a grab attack to put you on the retreat. Although I compared her a bit to Orin of the Water in terms of movement and attack style, her mechanical purpose in the game is very similar to Genichiro's, who is fought prior to Ishin's Sword Saint, in that the main function of this fight is to serve as a precursor to soften you up and build tension for the far tougher battle against Ishin. That said, I think Emma is way tougher than pre-Sword Saint Genichiro. Apart from his mortal draw technique, Genichiro doesn't do anything new in that fight, and whilst he can still catch you out, that's a fight you can quickly get very good at to where it becomes barely a problem. With Emma the Gentle Blade though, almost everything she does is unfamiliar. This is a fresh boss, and while she doesn't have that much health or posture, underestimate her at your peril. Really great character, very solid fight, and an excellent precursor to the final battle with Ishin Ashina. My pick for number 87 is the Beast of the Bridge, Central Yharnam's own shrieking horror, the slaughterer of many a nervous bloodborne novice. It's the Cleric Beast. For lots of people, including me, the Cleric Beast was our first Bloodborne boss, though for many others, that award went to Father Gascoigne. Interestingly though, even though it took me a few playthroughs to actually realise it, the Cleric Beast is completely optional. You never need to travel to the end of Yharnam's Great Bridge for any reason. I mean, there's a door there, but it doesn't work. You do get the Sword Hunter badge for victory, which, to be fair, certainly is advisable to pick up. But you don't have to. You can just truck on through to Papa G and then on to Cathedral Ward. Me myself personally though, as a hunter of beasts, well, the idea of doing a Bloodborne playthrough without taking on the Cleric Beast as my first boss is enough to make me physically sick. I'm gonna be fucking sick. I tell you though, this screaming demon ain't no pushover. It is massive and is exactly as ferocious and formidable as it looks. It has a pair of large antlers growing from its head, the same kind you yourself can later wear if you get hold of the Bradder's Testimony headpiece. Apart from this animalistic accoutrement, however, whilst the Cleric Beast is certainly bestial, its appearance as a whole bears very little relation to the form of any familiar earthly animal. It even sports a substantial asymmetrical deformation in its limbs, with its left arm being significantly bigger, stronger and hairier than its right. An attribute which also comes into play during the fight, with the boss's strongest attacks being performed with this big arm. This really is a wild fight too. The Cleric Beast certainly does not pull its punches. Its attacks cover a lot of ground, it has savage combos which seem to go on, got a grab with a long nasty wind-up animation, and the boss has excellent mobility. It's able to cover a lot of ground with certain attacks, and it can even jump straight up in the air and land directly on top of you. This big bastard of a beast has a ton of health for a first boss too. In fact, it has 50% more HP than Gascoigne does. And speaking of that lovable Irish rogue, he can even be summoned in for the Cleric Beast fight. I'm not sure I'd ever actually done it before until this playthrough, but yeah, you can bring him into existence with the old Hunter's Bell just before the Great Bridge and bring him along. Very cool. Totally reasonable to want help for this fight, which is where fire also comes in handy. Unless you're skipping all the items dotted throughout central Yharnam, by the time you get to the Cleric Beast, you should have a few oil urns and a bunch of Molotov cocktails. Hey, I guess there was a historical figure named Vyacheslav Molotov in Yharnam too. You got Lawrence, Master Willem, and Vyacheslav Molotov. Pedantic smart-arseness aside, fire is a major aid here, it being the Cleric Beast's weakness, and it helps to aim for his head too. Can do a fine degree of damage with Molotovs, but they are consumables, aren't they? And so if you do go in and chuck all your urns at it and throw all your Molotovs then die, well that's quite a pisser, isn't it? Though you can always buy more in the Hunter's Dream. Another neat trick, however, is to just shoot the thing in the head. With it being a monster of such prodigious size, the Cleric Beast is completely immune to well-timed gunshot stagger parries. But Bloodborne also introduced the excellent limb stagger mechanic, which also applies to this boss's head, allowing for a nice critical attack after just 2 or 3 shots to its diabolical dome. For a first boss, the Cleric Beast is quite a formidable challenge. Even nowadays when I start a fresh playthrough, I usually get hit a bunch here. Its attacks aren't easy to dodge, and it takes a lot of hits before it goes down. Especially if you start off with a weaker weapon like the Threaded Cane, and don't forget you'll most likely still be at your chosen class's base level at this point. The Cleric Beast does have its weaknesses though, and even though it is a tough son of a bitch, it doesn't actually do all that much damage with its basic attacks, and you do have an awful lot of blood vials, don't you? Not to mention the rally mechanic, and so it all ends up working out. Very solid beast boss and a no-nonsense introduction to the poetry of Bloodborne. At number 86, I have the special spectral spook of Mibu Village, the Corrupted Monk. There is a second, true Corrupted Monk fight later at the high entrance into Fountainhead Palace, which has a couple extra phases, but this encounter sure isn't anything to scoff at either. On my first playthrough, I got destroyed by the Corrupted Monk for about a bloody hour. Got pounded. It was an enjoyable pounding though, thoroughly enjoyable. I was also thoroughly taken by the boss's appearance. Thick folded robes with a frightful demon mask covering the face. Awesome choice of weapon too, a wicked naginata, ideal for all manner of sweeping, slashing and even stabbing. This particular Corrupted Monk is also, of course, an apparition, lending it that ghostly purple glow which does take away some of the clarity of the boss's visual details, but I mean, it still looks very striking in its own way, and you get to see the true Corrupted Monk in all her non-spectral glory later on anyway. Interesting thing about the Corrupted Monk which makes it different from almost all the game's other bosses is that it just has a single health bar. It is a pretty bloody big health bar though, and the monk has a lot of posture as well, so you're going to have your work cut out for you before that death blow opportunity presents itself. And with this boss being an apparition, Divine Confetti will confer a damage bonus, but honestly, thankfully it's not required at all. You still do absolutely sufficient damage even when unbuffed. Combat with the Corrupted Monk is precisely what Sekiro is all about for me. She may wield a naginata rather than a sword, but make no mistake, this is a proper duel. The boss is very aggressive and the pressure is great, with constant combos coming your way, demanding you learn the dance and quickly. The thing I love about the fight is that despite the monk's unnatural appearance and ghostly nature, it's all highly conventional. Depending on your skill level, you can easily walk in here and barely move more than a few feet from the boss, staying right in her face, deflecting, Mikiri countering and head bouncing every attack that comes your way. There are no elements or status effects here, there aren't even any grabs, it's just fast, intense, satisfying Sekiro sword combat, what the game's all about. Whilst the boss is aggressive, it really pays for you to stay and match that aggression, otherwise you can easily find yourself making little real progress. It really pays to get in ticks of damage when you can so as to slow the monk's rate of posture recovery. Then, when it's softened up enough, go all in with the deflects. Even though I have ranked the Corrupted Monk pretty bloody well here, the only thing stopping me from putting it a fair bit higher still is that it pretty much is a lesser version of the true boss, which, unless you're going for the surer ending, comes later in the game. Such a fact would usually prompt me to place such a boss considerably lower, like I did for the likes of Elden Ring's Royal Knight Loretta and Moog the Omen. However, while those are decent bosses which I enjoy well enough, I think the Corrupted Monk here is an excellent boss. This may not be the true Corrupted Monk, but it's still a hell of a fight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is part 2. That was a long one. Why did I do this to myself? Hey though, if you're hearing this, that means you made it to the end of this 7.5 hour video, however long it ends up being, and folks, there's still part 3 to come. I don't know how long that one will be, hopefully a little bit shorter, because this really is getting silly now. I know I'm probably a bit behind the times with these traditional sorts of ranking videos, and I think my straightforward style isn't exactly in vogue as opposed to me having more sound effects and fancy editing, but I'm really not so much one for following or even being aware of modern trends, and so you know what, I'd rather just do whatever the fuck I want and hope people watch it, maybe. I've got no idea what else to say now, I'm all out of words to be honest, and we should probably wrap things up there. But before that, another big bloody thank you from me for watching my big fat video here. As always, cheers for watching and cheerio.